For Susan Goldmark and Susan Sherwin, and in memory of Angus Cameron and Jean Mayer. Acclaim for Kai Bird and Martin J. Sherwins. American Prometheus, a New York Times Book Review, Washington Post Book World, Kansas City Star, and Chicago Tribune Best Book of the Year, a Book List, and Discover Magazine Best Science Book of the Year. In this stunning blockbuster, two accomplished Cold War historians have come together to tell Robert Oppenheimer's poignant and extraordinary story. Foreign Affairs, a masterpiece of scholarship and riveting writing that brings vividly to life the complicated and often enigmatic Oppenheimer. Chicago Tribune, a nuanced and exacting portrait. A standout in two genres, biography and social history. San Francisco Chronicle, riveting and revealing. A magisterial biography that is about as close to the whole story, and to a resolution of the contradictions, as we may hope to get. The New Republic, destined to become the canonical biography. The Globe and Mail, Toronto, important, exhaustively researched. A major contribution to American history, it offers a judicious interpretation of the evidence, and incisively portrays Oppenheimer's personal life and character. The Philadelphia Inquirer, American Prometheus tells Oppenheimer's story at length and exceedingly well. The authors employ a mix of thoroughness and judgment that makes this an essential book. Time. Comprehensive and compelling, a meticulous survey of Oppenheimer's life and times. Bird and Sherwin's book has an epic quality. A sweeping, perhaps definitive portrait of the man in his times. San Jose Mercury News, an engaging, informative, well-written biography that will be the standard for works about Oppenheimer, and how good biographies should be written. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, American Prometheus is clear in its purpose, deeply felt, persuasively argued, disciplined in form, and written with a sustained literary power. The New York Review of Books, an absorbing, densely detailed biography. American Prometheus is both an incisive portrait of a scientist and a vivid chronicle of an age. Houston Chronicle, this commanding biography, the result of 25 years of research, re-evaluates Oppenheimer's character, and delivers the most complex portrait of Oppenheimer to date. The New Yorker, exceptional and exhaustively researched. Not only do Kai Bird and Martin Sherwin explain Oppenheimer's dazzling, emblematic and vexatious career, but they also illuminate the strains in American culture that form today's notions of liberalism and reaction. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the best single book ever written about Oppenheimer. American Scientist. Modern Prometheans have raided Mount Olympus again and have brought back for man the very thunderbolts of Zeus. Scientific Monthly, September 1945. Prometheus stole fire and gave it to men. But when Zeus learned of it, he ordered Hephaestus to nail his body to Mount Caucasus. On it Prometheus was nailed and kept bound for many years. Every day an eagle swooped on him and devoured the lobes of his liver, which grew by night. Apollodorus, The Library, Book 1:7, 2nd century B.C. Preface. Robert Oppenheimer's life, his career, his reputation, even his sense of self-worth, suddenly spun out of control for days before Christmas in 1953. "I can't believe what is happening to me," he exclaimed, staring through the window of the car speeding him to his lawyer's Georgetown home in Washington, D.C. There, within a few hours, he had to confront a fateful decision. Should he resign from his government advisory positions? Or should he fight the charges contained in the letter that Lewis Strauss, chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, had handed to him out of the blue earlier that afternoon? The letter informed him that a new review of his background and policy recommendations had resulted in his being declared a security risk, and went on to delineate 34 charges ranging from the ridiculous. It was reported that in 1940 you were listed as a sponsor of the Friends of the Chinese People, to the political, in the autumn of 1949, and subsequently, you strongly opposed the development of the hydrogen bomb. Curiously, ever since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Oppenheimer had been harboring a vague premonition that something dark and ominous lay in wait for him. A few years earlier, in the late 1940s, at a time when he had achieved a veritably iconic status in American society as the most respected and admired scientist and public policy advisor of his generation, even being featured on the covers of Time and Life magazines, he had read Henry James' short story, The Beast in the Jungle. Oppenheimer was utterly transfixed by this tale of obsession and tormented egotism in which the protagonist is haunted by a premonition that he was being kept for something rare and strange, possibly prodigious and terrible, that was sooner or later to happen. Whatever it was, he knew that it would overwhelm him. As the tide of anti-communism rose in post-war America, Oppenheimer became increasingly aware that a beast in the jungle was stalking him. His appearances before red-hunting congressional investigative committees, the FBI taps on his home and office phones, the scurrilous stories about his political past and policy recommendations planted in the press made him feel like a hunted man. His left-wing activities during the 1930s in Berkeley, combined with his post-war resistance to the Air Force's plans for massive strategic bombing with nuclear weapons, plans he called genocidal, had angered many powerful Washington insiders, including FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and Lewis Strauss. That evening, at the Georgetown home of Herbert and Marks, he contemplated his options. Herbert was not only his lawyer but one of his closest friends. And Herbert's wife, Ann Wilson Marks, had once been his secretary at Los Alamos. That night and observed that he seemed to be in an almost despairing state of mind. Yet, after much discussion, Oppenheimer concluded, perhaps as much in resignation as conviction, that no matter how stacked the deck, he could not let the charges go unchallenged. So, with Erb's guidance, he drafted a letter addressed to Dear Lewis. In it Oppenheimer noted that Strauss had encouraged him to resign. You put to me as a possibly desirable alternative that I request termination of my contract as a consultant to the Atomic Energy Commission and thereby avoid an explicit consideration of the charges. Oppenheimer said he had earnestly considered this option. But, under the circumstances, he continued, this course of action would mean that I accept and concur in the view that I am not fit to serve this government, that I have now served for some 12 years. This I cannot do. If I were thus unworthy I could hardly have served our country as I have tried, or been the director of our Institute, for Advanced Study, in Princeton, or have spoken, as on more than one occasion I have found myself speaking, in the name of our science and our country. By the end of the evening, Robert was exhausted and despondent. After several drinks, he retired upstairs to the guest bedroom. A few minutes later, Anne, Herbert and Robert's wife, Kitty, who had accompanied him to Washington, heard a terrible crash. Racing upstairs, they found the bedroom empty and the bathroom door closed. I couldn't get it open, and I couldn't get a response from Robert. He had collapsed on the bathroom floor, and his unconscious body was blocking the door. They gradually forced it open, pushing Robert's limp form to one side. When he revived, he sure was mumbled, and recalled. He said he had taken one of Kitty's prescription sleeping pills. Don't let him go to sleep, a doctor warned over the phone. So for almost an hour, until the doctor arrived, they walked Robert back and forth, coaxing him to swallow sips of coffee. Robert's beast had pounced, the ordeal that would end his career of public service, and, ironically, both enhance his reputation and secure his legacy, had begun. The road Robert traveled from New York City to Los Alamos, New Mexico, from obscurity to prominence, led him to participation in the great struggles and triumphs, in science, social justice, war, and Cold War, of the 20th century. His journey was guided by his extraordinary intelligence, his parents, his teachers at the Ethical Culture School, and his youthful experiences. Professionally, his development began in the 1920s in Germany where he learned quantum physics, a new science that he loved and proselytized. In the 1930s, at the University of California, Berkeley, while building the most prominent center for its study in the United States, he was moved by the consequences of the Great Depression at home and the rise of fascism abroad to work actively with friends, many of them fellow travelers and communists, in the struggle to achieve economic and racial justice. Those years were some of the finest of his life. That they were so easily used to silence his voice a decade later is a reminder of how delicately balanced are the democratic principles we profess, and how carefully they must be guarded. The agony and humiliation that Oppenheimer endured in 1954 were not unique during the McCarthy era. But as a defendant, he was incomparable. He was America's Prometheus, the father of the atomic bomb, who had led the effort to wrest from nature the awesome fire of the sun for his country in time of war. Afterwards, he had spoken wisely about its dangers and hopefully about its potential benefits, and then, near despair, critically about the proposals for nuclear warfare being adopted by the military and promoted by academic strategists. What are we to make of a civilization which has always regarded ethics as an essential part of human life, but which has not been able to talk about the prospect of killing almost everybody except in prudential and game-theoretical terms? In the late 1940s, as U.S.-Soviet relations deteriorated, Oppenheimer's persistent desire to raise such tough questions about nuclear weapons greatly troubled Washington's national security establishment. The return of the Republicans to the White House in 1953 elevated advocates of massive nuclear retaliation, such as Lewis Strauss, to positions of power in Washington. Strauss and his allies were determined to silence the one man who they feared could credibly challenge their policies. In assaulting his politics and his professional judgments, his life and his values really, Oppenheimer's critics in 1954 exposed many aspects of his character, his ambitions and insecurities, his brilliance and naivete, his determination and fearfulness, his stoicism and his bewilderment. Much was revealed in the more than 1,000 densely printed pages of the transcript of the AEC's Personnel Security Hearing Board, in the matter of J. Robert Oppenheimer, and yet the hearing transcript reveals how little his antagonists had been able to pierce through the emotional armor this complex man had constructed around himself since his early years. American Prometheus explores the enigmatic personality behind that armor as it follows Robert from his childhood on New York's Upper West Side at the turn of the 20th century to his death in 1967. It is a deeply personal biography researched and written in the belief that a person's public behavior and his policy decisions, and in Oppenheimer's case perhaps even his science, are guided by the private experiences of a lifetime. A quarter century in the making, American Prometheus is based on many thousands of records gathered from archives and personal collections in this country and abroad. It draws on Oppenheimer's own massive collection of papers in the Library of Congress, and on thousands of pages of FBI records accumulated over more than a quarter century of surveillance. Few men in public life have been subjected to such scrutiny. Readers will hear his words, captured by FBI recording devices and transcribed. And yet, because even the written record tells only part of the truth of a man's life, we have also interviewed nearly 100 of Oppenheimer's closest friends, relatives and colleagues. Many of the individuals interviewed in the 1970s and 1980s are no longer alive. But the stories they told leave behind a nuanced portrait of a remarkable man who led us into the nuclear age and struggled, unsuccessfully, as we have continued to struggle, to find a way to eliminate the danger of nuclear war. Oppenheimer's story also reminds us that our identity as a people remains intimately connected with the culture of things nuclear. We have had the bomb on our minds since 1945, E.L. Doctorow has observed. It was first our weaponry and then our diplomacy, and now it's our economy. How can we suppose that something so monstrously powerful would not, after 40 years, compose our identity? The great golem we have made against our enemies is our culture, our bomb culture, its logic, its faith, its vision. Oppenheimer tried valiantly to divert us from that bomb culture by containing the nuclear threat he had helped to set loose. His most impressive effort was a plan for the international control of atomic energy, which became known as the Acheson-Lilienthal Report, but was in fact conceived and largely written by Oppenheimer. It remains a singular model for rationality in the nuclear age. Cold War politics at home and abroad, however, doomed the plan, and America, along with a growing list of other nations, embraced the bomb for the next half-century. With the end of the Cold War, the danger of nuclear annihilation seemed to pass, but in another ironic twist, the threat of nuclear war and nuclear terrorism is probably more imminent in the 21st century than ever before. In the post-9/11 era, it is worth recalling that at the dawn of the nuclear age, the father of the atomic bomb warned us that it was a weapon of indiscriminate terror that instantly had made America more vulnerable to wanton attack. When he was asked in a closed Senate hearing in 1946 whether 3 or 4 men couldn't smuggle units of an atomic bomb into New York and blow up the whole city, he responded pointedly, of course it could be done, and people could destroy New York. To the follow-up question of a startled senator, what instrument would you use to detect an atomic bomb hidden somewhere in a city? Oppenheimer quipped, a screwdriver, to open each and every crate or suitcase. The only defense against nuclear terrorism was the elimination of nuclear weapons. Oppenheimer's warnings were ignored, and ultimately, he was silenced. Like that rebellious Greek god Prometheus, who stole fire from Zeus and bestowed it upon humankind, Oppenheimer gave us atomic fire. But then, when he tried to control it, when he sought to make us aware of its terrible dangers, the powers that be, like Zeus, rose up in anger to punish him. As Ward Evans, the dissenting member of the Atomic Energy Commission's hearing board, wrote, denying Oppenheimer his security clearance was a black mark on the escutcheon of our country. Prologue. Damn it, I happen to love this country. Robert Oppenheimer, Princeton, New Jersey, February 25, 1967. Despite the menacing weather and bitter cold that chilled the Northeast, 600 friends and colleagues, Nobel laureates, politicians, generals, scientists, poets, novelists, composers and acquaintances from all walks of life, gathered to recall the life and mourn the death of J. Robert Oppenheimer. Some knew him as their gentle teacher and affectionately called him Oppie. Others knew him as a great physicist, a man who in 1945 had become the father of the atomic bomb, a national hero and an emblem of the scientist as public servant. And everyone remembered with deep bitterness how, just 9 years later, the new Republican administration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower had declared him a security risk, making Robert Oppenheimer the most prominent victim of America's anti-communist crusade. And so they came with heavy hearts to remember a brilliant man whose remarkable life had been touched by triumph as well as tragedy. The Nobelists included such world-renowned physicists as Isidore I. Rabi, Eugene Wigner, Julian Schwinger, Tsung-Dao Lee and Edwin Macmillan. Albert Einstein's daughter, Margot, was there to honor the man who had been her father's boss at the Institute for Advanced Study. Robert Serber, a student of Oppenheimer's at Berkeley in the 1930s and a close friend and veteran of Los Alamos, was there, as was the great Cornell physicist Hans Bethe, the Nobelist who had revealed the inner workings of the sun. Irva Denham Green, a neighbor from the tranquil Caribbean island of St. John, where the Oppenheimers had built a beach cottage as a refuge after his public humiliation in 1954, sat elbow to elbow with powerful luminaries of America's foreign policy establishment, lawyer and perennial presidential advisor John J. McCloy, the Manhattan Project's military chief, General Leslie R. Groves, Secretary of the Navy Paul Nitze, Pulitzer Prize-winning historian Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., and Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey. To represent the White House, President Lyndon B. Johnson sent his scientific advisor, Donald F. Hornig, a Los Alamos veteran who had been with Oppenheimer at Trinity, the test on July 16, 1945, of the first atomic bomb. Sprinkled among the scientists and Washington's power elite were men of literature and culture, the poet Stephen Spender, the novelist John O'Hara, the composer Nicholas Nabokov and George Balanchine, the director of the New York City Ballet. Oppenheimer's widow, Catherine "Kitty" Puning Oppenheimer, sat in the front row at Princeton University's Alexander Hall for what many would remember as a subdued, bittersweet memorial service. Sitting with her were their daughter, Toni, age 22, and their son, Peter, age 25. Robert's younger brother, Frank Oppenheimer, whose own career as a physicist had been destroyed during the McCarthyite maelstrom, sat next to Peter. Strains of Igor Stravinsky's Requiem Canticles, a work Robert Oppenheimer had heard for the first time, and admired, in this very hall the previous autumn, filled the auditorium. And then Hans Bethe, who had known Oppenheimer for 3 decades, gave the first of 3 eulogies. He did more than any other man, Bethe said, to make American theoretical physics great. He was a leader. But he was not domineering, he never dictated what should be done. He brought out the best in us, like a good host with his guests. At Los Alamos, where he directed thousands in a putative race against the Germans to build the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer had transformed a pristine mesa into a laboratory and forged a diverse group of scientists into an efficient team. Bethe and other veterans of Los Alamos knew that without Oppenheimer the primordial gadget they had built in New Mexico would never have been finished in time for its use in the war. Henry DeWolf Smith, a physicist and Princeton neighbor, gave the second eulogy. In 1954, Smith had been the only one of 5 commissioners of the Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, who had voted to restore Oppenheimer's security clearance. As a witness to the Star Chamber security hearing Oppenheimer had endured, Smith fully comprehended the travesty that had been committed. Such a wrong can never be righted, such a blot on our history never erased. We regret that his great work for his country was repaid so shabbily. Finally, it was the turn of George Kennan, veteran diplomat and ambassador, the father of America's post-war containment policy against the Soviet Union, and a longtime friend and colleague of Oppenheimer's at the Institute for Advanced Studies. No man had stimulated Kennan's thinking about the myriad dangers of the nuclear age more than Oppenheimer. No man had been a better friend, defending his work and providing him a refuge at the Institute when Kennan's dissenting views on America's militarized Cold War policies made him a pariah in Washington. On no one, Kennan said, did there ever rest with greater cruelty the dilemmas evoked by the recent conquest by human beings of a power over nature out of all proportion to their moral strength. No one ever saw more clearly the dangers arising for humanity from this mounting disparity. This anxiety never shook his faith in the value of the search for truth in all its forms, scientific and humane. But there was no one who more passionately desired to be useful in averting the catastrophes to which the development of the weapons of mass destruction threatened to lead. It was the interests of mankind that he had in mind here, but it was as an American, and through the medium of this national community to which he belonged, that he saw his greatest possibilities for pursuing these aspirations. In the dark days of the early 50s, when troubles crowded in upon him from many sides and when he found himself harassed by his position at the center of controversy, I drew his attention to the fact that he would be welcome in 100 academic centers abroad and asked him whether he had not thought of taking residence outside this country. His answer, given to me with tears in his eyes, "Damn it, I happen to love this country." One Robert Oppenheimer was an enigma, a theoretical physicist who displayed the charismatic qualities of a great leader, an aesthete who cultivated ambiguities. In the decades after his death, his life became shrouded in controversy, myth and mystery. For scientists, like Dr. Hideki Yukawa, Japan's first Nobelist, Oppenheimer was a symbol of the tragedy of the modern nuclear scientist. To liberals, he became the most prominent martyr of the McCarthyite witch hunt, a symbol of the right wing's unprincipled animus. To his political enemies, he was a closet communist and a proven liar. He was, in fact, an immensely human figure, as talented as he was complex, at once brilliant and naive, a passionate advocate for social justice and a tireless government advisor whose commitment to harnessing a runaway nuclear arms race earned him powerful bureaucratic enemies. As his friend Robbie said, in addition to being very wise, he was very foolish. The physicist Freeman Dyson saw deep and poignant contradictions in Robert Oppenheimer. He had dedicated his life to science and rational thought. And yet, as Dyson observed, Oppenheimer's decision to participate in the creation of a genocidal weapon was a Faustian bargain if there ever was one. And of course we are still living with it. And like Faust, Robert Oppenheimer tried to renegotiate the bargain, and was cut down for doing so. He had led the effort to unleash the power of the atom, but when he sought to warn his countrymen of its dangers, to constrain America's reliance on nuclear weapons, the government questioned his loyalty and put him on trial. His friends compared this public humiliation to the 1633 trial of another scientist, Galileo Galilei, by a medieval-minded church. Others saw the ugly specter of anti-Semitism in the event and recalled the ordeal of Captain Alfred Dreyfus in France in the 1890s. But neither comparison helps us to understand Robert Oppenheimer the man, his accomplishments as a scientist and the unique role he played as an architect of the nuclear era. This is the story of his life. Part 1. Chapter 1. He received every new idea as perfectly beautiful. I was an unctuous, repulsively good little boy. Robert Oppenheimer. In the first decade of the 20th century, science initiated a second American Revolution. A nation on horseback was soon transformed by the internal combustion engine, manned flight and a multitude of other inventions. These technological innovations quickly changed the lives of ordinary men and women. But simultaneously an esoteric band of scientists was creating an even more fundamental revolution. Theoretical physicists across the globe were beginning to alter the way we understand space and time. Radioactivity was discovered in 1896 by the French physicist Henri Becquerel. Max Planck, Marie Curie and Pierre Curie and others provided further insights into the nature of the atom. And then, in 1905, Albert Einstein published his special theory of relativity. Suddenly, the universe appeared to have changed. Around the globe, scientists were soon to be celebrated as a new kind of hero, promising to usher in a renaissance of rationality, prosperity and social meritocracy. In America, reform movements were challenging the old order. Theodore Roosevelt was using the bully pulpit of the White House to argue that good government in alliance with science and applied technology could forge an enlightened new progressive era. Into this world of promise was born J. Robert Oppenheimer, on April 22, 1904. He came from a family of first and second generation German immigrants striving to be American. Ethnically and culturally Jewish, the Oppenheimers of New York belonged to no synagogue. Without rejecting their Jewishness, they chose to shape their identity within a uniquely American offshoot of Judaism, the Ethical Culture Society, that celebrated rationalism and a progressive brand of secular humanism. This was at the same time an innovative approach to the quandaries any immigrant to America faced, and yet for Robert Oppenheimer it reinforced a lifelong ambivalence about his Jewish identity. As its name suggests, ethical culture was not a religion but a way of life that promoted social justice over self-aggrandizement. It was no accident that the young boy who would become known as the father of the atomic era was reared in a culture that valued independent inquiry, empirical exploration and the free-thinking mind, in short, the values of science. And yet, it was the irony of Robert Oppenheimer's Odyssey that a life devoted to social justice, rationality, and science would become a metaphor for mass death beneath a mushroom cloud. Robert's father, Julius Oppenheimer, was born on May 12, 1871, in the German town of Hanau, just east of Frankfurt. Julius' father, Benjamin Pinchas Oppenheimer, was an untutored peasant and grain trader who had been raised in a hovel in an almost medieval German village, Robert later reported. Julius had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. In 1870, 2 of Benjamin's cousins by marriage emigrated to New York. Within a few years these 2 young men, named Sigmund and Solomon Rothfeld, joined another relative, J. H. Stern, to start a small company to import men's suit linings. The company did extremely well serving the city's flourishing new trade in ready-made clothing. In the late 1880s, the Rothfeld sent word to Benjamin Oppenheimer that there was room in the business for his sons. Julius arrived in New York in the spring of 1888, several years after his older brother Emil. A tall, thin-limbed, awkward young man, he was put to work in the company warehouse, sorting bolts of cloth. Although he brought no monetary assets to the firm and spoke not a word of English, he was determined to remake himself. He had an eye for color and in time acquired a reputation as one of the most knowledgeable fabrics men in the city. Emil and Julius rode out the recession of 1893, and by the turn of the century Julius was a full partner in the firm of Rothfeld, Stern and Company. He dressed to fit the part, always adorned in a white high-collared shirt, a conservative tie and a dark business suit. His manners were as immaculate as his dress. From all accounts, Julius was an extremely likable young man. "You have a way with you that just invites confidence to the highest degree," wrote his future wife in 1903, and for the best and finest reasons. By the time he turned 30, he spoke remarkably good English, and, though completely self-taught, he had read widely in American and European history. A lover of art, he spent his free hours on weekends roaming New York's numerous art galleries. It may have been on one such occasion that he was introduced to a young painter, Ella Friedman, an exquisitely beautiful brunette with finely chiseled features, expressive gray-blue eyes and long black lashes, a slender figure, and a congenitally unformed right hand. To hide this deformity, Ella always wore long sleeves and a pair of chamois gloves. The glove covering her right hand contained a primitive prosthetic device with a spring attached to an artificial thumb. Julius fell in love with her. The Friedmans, of Bavarian Jewish extraction, had settled in Baltimore in the 1840s. Ella was born in 1869. A family friend once described her as a gentle, exquisite, slim, tallish, blue-eyed woman, terribly sensitive, extremely polite. She was always thinking what would make people comfortable or happy. In her 20s, she spent a year in Paris studying the early Impressionist painters. Upon her return she taught art at Barnard College. By the time she met Julius, she was an accomplished enough painter to have her own students and a private rooftop studio in a New York apartment building. All this was unusual enough for a woman at the turn of the century, but Ella was a powerful personality in many respects. Her formal, elegant demeanor struck some people upon first acquaintance as haughty coolness. Her drive and discipline in the studio and at home seemed excessive in a woman so blessed with material comforts. Julius worshipped her, and she returned his love. Just days before their marriage, Ella wrote to her fiancé, "I do so want you to be able to enjoy life in its best and fullest sense, and you will help me take care of you." To take care of someone whom one really loves has an indescribable sweetness of which a whole lifetime cannot rob me. Good night, dearest. On March 23, 1903, Julius and Ella were married and moved into a sharp-gabled stone house at 250 West 94th Street. A year later, in the midst of the coldest spring on record, Ella, 34 years old, gave birth to a son after a difficult pregnancy. Julius had already settled on naming his firstborn Robert, but at the last moment, according to family lore, he decided to add a first initial, J, in front of Robert. Actually, the boy's birth certificate reads, Julius Robert Oppenheimer, evidence that Julius had decided to name the boy after himself. This would be unremarkable, except that naming a baby after any living relative is contrary to European Jewish tradition. In any case, the boy would always be called Robert and, curiously, he in turn always insisted that his first initial stood for nothing at all. Apparently, Jewish traditions played no role in the Oppenheimer household. Sometime after Robert's arrival, Julius moved his family to a spacious 11th-floor apartment at 155 Riverside Drive, overlooking the Hudson River at West 88th Street. The apartment, occupying an entire floor, was exquisitely decorated with fine European furniture. Over the years, the Oppenheimers also acquired a remarkable collection of French post-impressionist and Fauvist paintings chosen by Ella. By the time Robert was a young man, the collection included a 1901 Blue Period painting by Pablo Picasso entitled Mother and Child, a Rembrandt etching, and paintings by Édouard Vuillard, André Derain and Pierre-Auguste Renoir. 3 Vincent van Gogh paintings, Enclosed Field with Rising Sun, Saint-Remy, 1889, First Steps, After Millet, Saint-Remy, 1889, and Portrait of Adeline Revue, Auvers-sur-Oise, 1890, dominated a living room wallpapered in gilt gold. Sometime later they acquired a drawing by Paul Cézanne and a painting by Maurice de Vlaminck. A head by the French sculptor Charles Despaillot rounded out this exquisite collection. 2 Ella ran the household to exacting standards. Excellence and purpose was a constant refrain in young Robert's ears. 3 live-in maids kept the apartment spotless. Robert had a Catholic Irish nursemaid named Nellie Connolly, and later, a French governess who taught him a little French. German, on the other hand, was not spoken at home. My mother didn't talk it well, Robert recalled, and my father didn't believe in talking it. Robert would learn German in school. On weekends, the family would go for drives in the countryside in their Packard, driven by a gray-uniformed chauffeur. When Robert was 11 or 12, Julius bought a substantial summer home at Bay Shore, Long Island, where Robert learned to sail. At the pier below the house, Julius moored a 40-foot sailing yacht, christened the Lorelei, a luxurious craft outfitted with all the amenities. It was lovely on that bay, Robert's brother, Frank, would later recall fondly. It was 7 acres, a big vegetable garden and lots of flowers. As a family friend later observed, Robert was doted on by his parents. He had everything he wanted, you might say he was brought up in luxury. But despite this, none of his childhood friends thought him spoiled. He was extremely generous with money and material things, recalled Harold Chernus. He was not a spoiled child in any sense. By 1914, when World War I broke out in Europe, Julius Oppenheimer was a very prosperous businessman. His net worth certainly totaled more than several $100,000, which made him the equivalent of a multimillionaire in current dollars. By all accounts, the Oppenheimer marriage was a loving partnership. But Robert's friends were always struck by their contrasting personalities. He, Julius, was jolly German Jewish, recalled Francis Ferguson, one of Robert's closest friends. Extremely likable. I was surprised that Robert's mother had married him because he seemed such a hearty and laughing kind of person. But she was very fond of him and handled him beautifully. They were very fond of each other. It was an excellent marriage. Julius was a conversationalist and extrovert. He loved art and music and thought Beethoven's Eroica Symphony one of the great masterpieces. A family friend, the philosopher George Boas, later recalled that Julius had all the sensitiveness of both his sons. Boas thought him one of the kindest men I ever knew. But sometimes, to the embarrassment of his sons, Julius would burst out singing at the dinner table. He enjoyed a good argument. Ella, by contrast, sat quietly and never joined in the banter. She, Ella, was a very delicate person, another friend of Robert's, the distinguished writer Paul Horgan, observed, highly attenuated emotionally, and she always presided with a great delicacy and grace at the table and other events, but, she was, a mournful person. For years after Robert's birth, Ella bore another son, Louis Frank Oppenheimer, but the infant soon died, a victim of stenosis of the pylorus, a congenital obstruction of the opening from the stomach to the small intestine. In her grief, Ella thereafter always seemed physically more fragile. Because young Robert himself was frequently ill as a child, Ella became overly protective. Fearing germs, she kept Robert apart from other children. He was never allowed to buy food from street vendors, and instead of taking him to get a haircut in a barber shop, Ella had a barber come to the apartment. Introspective by nature and never athletic, Robert spent his early childhood in the comfortable loneliness of his mother's nest on Riverside Drive. The relationship between mother and son was always intense. Ella encouraged Robert to paint. He did landscapes, but he gave it up when he went to college. Robert worshipped his mother. But Ella could be quietly demanding. This was a woman, recalled a family friend, who would never allow anything unpleasant to be mentioned at the table. Robert quickly sensed that his mother disapproved of the people in her husband's world of trade and commerce. Most of Julius's business colleagues, of course, were first-generation Jews, and Ella made it clear to her son that she felt ill at ease with their obtrusive manners. More than most boys, Robert grew up feeling torn between his mother's strict standards and his father's gregarious behavior. At times, he felt ashamed of his father's spontaneity, and at the same time he would feel guilty that he felt ashamed. Julius's articulate and sometimes noisy pride in Robert annoyed him greatly, recalled a childhood friend. As an adult, Robert gave his friend and former teacher Herbert Smith a handsome engraving of the scene in Shakespeare's Coriolanus where the hero is unclasping his mother's hand and throwing her to the ground. Smith was sure that Robert was sending him a message, acknowledging how difficult it had been for him to separate from his own mother. When he was only 5 or 6, Ella insisted that he take piano lessons. Robert dutifully practiced every day, hating it all the while. About a year later, he fell sick and his mother characteristically suspected the worst, perhaps a case of infantile paralysis. Nursing him back to health, she kept asking him how he felt until one day he looked up from his sickbed and grumbled, "Just as I do when I have to take piano lessons." Ella relented, and the lessons ended. In 1909, when Robert was only 5, Julius took him on the first of 4 transatlantic crossings to visit his grandfather Benjamin in Germany. They made the trip again 2 years later. By then grandfather Benjamin was 75 years old, but he left an indelible impression on his grandson. It was clear, Robert recalled, that one of the great joys in life for him was reading, but he had probably hardly been to school. One day, while watching Robert play with some wooden blocks, Benjamin decided to give him an encyclopedia of architecture. He also gave him a perfectly conventional rock collection consisting of a box with perhaps 24 rock samples labeled in German. From then on, Robert later recounted, "I became, in a completely childish way, an ardent mineral collector." Back home in New York, he persuaded his father to take him on rock hunting expeditions along the Palisades. Soon the apartment on Riverside Drive was crammed with Robert's rocks, each neatly labeled with its scientific name. Julius encouraged his son in this solitary hobby, plying him with books on the subject. Long afterward, Robert recounted that he had no interest in the geological origins of his rocks, but was fascinated by the structure of crystals and polarized light. From the ages of 7 through 12, Robert had 3 solitary but all-consuming passions: minerals, writing and reading poetry, and building with blocks. Later he would recall that he occupied his time with these activities, not because they were something I had companionship in or because they had any relation to school, but just for the hell of it. By the age of 12, he was using the family typewriter to correspond with a number of well-known local geologists about the rock formations he had studied in Central Park. Not aware of his youth, one of these correspondents nominated Robert for membership in the New York Mineralogical Club, and soon thereafter a letter arrived inviting him to deliver a lecture before the club. Dreading the thought of having to talk to an audience of adults, Robert begged his father to explain that they had invited a 12-year-old. Greatly amused, Julius encouraged his son to accept this honor. On the designated evening, Robert showed up at the club with his parents, who proudly introduced their son as J. Robert Oppenheimer. The startled audience of geologists and amateur rock collectors burst out laughing when he stepped up to the podium. A wooden box had to be found for him to stand on so that the audience could see more than the shock of his wiry black hair sticking up above the lectern. Shy and awkward, Robert nevertheless read his prepared remarks and was given a hearty round of applause. Julius had no qualms about encouraging his son in these adult pursuits. He and Ella knew they had a genius on their hands. They adored him, worried about him and protected him, recalled Robert's cousin Babette Oppenheimer. He was given every opportunity to develop along the lines of his own inclinations and at his own rate of speed. One day, Julius gave Robert a professional quality microscope which quickly became the boy's favorite toy. "I think that my father was one of the most tolerant and human of men," Robert would remark in later years. His idea of what to do for people was to let them find out what they wanted. For Robert, there was no doubt about what he wanted. From an early age, he lived within the world of books and science. He was a dreamer, said Babette Oppenheimer, and not interested in the rough-and-tumble life of his age group, he was often teased and ridiculed for not being like other fellows. As he grew older, even his mother on occasion worried about her son's limited interest in play and children his own age. I know she kept trying to get me to be more like other boys, but with indifferent success. In 1912, when Robert was 8 years old, Ella gave birth to another son, Frank Friedman Oppenheimer, and thereafter much of her attention shifted to the new baby. At some point, Ella's mother moved into the Riverside apartment and lived with the family until she died when Frank was a young teenager. The 8 years separating the boys left few opportunities for sibling rivalry. Robert later thought he had been not only an elder brother but also perhaps father to him because of that age difference. Frank's early childhood was as nurturing, if not more so, than Robert's. If we had some enthusiasm, Frank recalled, my parents would cater to it. In high school, when Frank showed an interest in reading Chaucer, Julius promptly went out and bought him a 1721 edition of the poet's works. When Frank expressed a desire to play the flute, his parents hired one of America's greatest flutists, George Barrère, to give him private lessons. Both boys were excessively pampered, but as the firstborn, only Robert acquired a certain conceit. I repaid my parents' confidence in me by developing an unpleasant ego, Robert later confessed, which I am sure must have affronted both children and adults who were unfortunate enough to come into contact with me. In September 1911, soon after returning from his second visit to grandfather Benjamin in Germany, Robert was enrolled in a unique private school. Years earlier, Julius had become an active member of the Ethical Culture Society. He and Ella had been married by Dr. Felix Adler, the society's leader and founder, and, beginning in 1907, Julius served as a trustee of the society. There was no question but that his sons would receive their primary and secondary education at the Society's school on Central Park West. The school's motto was, Deed, not Creed. Founded in 1876, the Ethical Culture Society inculcated in its members a commitment to social action and humanitarianism. Man must assume responsibility for the direction of his life and destiny. Although an outgrowth of American Reform Judaism, ethical culture was itself a non-religion, perfectly suited to upper-middle-class German Jews, most of whom, like the Oppenheimers, were intent on assimilating into American society. Felix Adler and his coterie of talented teachers promoted this process and would have a powerful influence in the molding of Robert Oppenheimer's psyche, both emotionally and intellectually. The son of Rabbi Samuel Adler, Felix Adler had, with his family, emigrated to New York from Germany in 1857, when he was only 6 years old. His father, a leader of the Reform Judaism movement in Germany, had come to head Temple Emmanuel, the largest Reform congregation in America. Felix might easily have succeeded his father, but as a young man he returned to Germany for his university studies, and there he was exposed to radical new notions about the universality of God and man's responsibilities to society. He read Charles Darwin, Karl Marx and a host of German philosophers, including Felix Wellhausen, who rejected the traditional belief in the Torah as divinely inspired. Adler returned to his father's Temple Emmanuel in 1873 and preached a sermon on what he called the Judaism of the future. To survive in the modern age, the younger Adler argued, Judaism must renounce its narrow spirit of exclusion. Instead of defining themselves by their biblical identity as the chosen people, Jews should distinguish themselves by their social concern and their deeds on behalf of the laboring classes. Within 3 years, Adler led some 400 congregants of Temple Emmanuel out of the established Jewish community. With the financial support of Joseph Seligman and other wealthy Jewish businessmen of German origin, he founded a new movement that he called ethical culture. Meetings were held on Sunday mornings, at which Adler lectured. Organ music was played, but there were no prayers and no other religious ceremonies. Beginning in 1910, when Robert was 6 years old, the society assembled in a handsome meeting house at 2 West 64th Street. Julius Oppenheimer attended the dedication ceremonies for the new building in 1910. The auditorium featured hand-carved oak paneling, beautiful stained glass windows and a Wix pipe organ in the balcony. Distinguished speakers like W. E. B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, among many other prominent public personalities, were welcomed in this ornate auditorium. Ethical culture was a reformist Judaic sect. But the seeds of this particular movement had clearly been planted by elite efforts to reform and integrate upper-class Jews into German society in the 19th century. Adler's radical notions of Jewish identity struck a popular chord among wealthy Jewish businessmen in New York precisely because these men were grappling with a rising tide of anti-Semitism in 19th-century American life. Organized, institutional discrimination against Jews was a relatively recent phenomenon, since the American Revolution, when deists like Thomas Jefferson had insisted on a radical separation of organized religion from the state. American Jews had experienced a sense of tolerance. But after the stock market crash of 1873, the atmosphere in New York began to change. Then, in the summer of 1877, the Jewish community was scandalized when Joseph Seligman, the wealthiest and most prominent Jew of German origin in New York, was rudely turned away, as a Jew, from the Grand Union Hotel in Saratoga, New York. Over the next few years, the doors of other elite institutions, not only hotels but social clubs and preparatory private schools, suddenly slammed shut against Jewish membership. Thus, by the end of the 1870s, Felix Adler's Ethical Culture Society provided New York Jewish society with a timely vehicle for dealing with this mounting bigotry. Philosophically, ethical culture was as deist and republican as the founding fathers' revolutionary principles. If the Revolution of 1776 had brought with it an emancipation of American Jews, well, an apt response to nativist Christian bigotry was to become more American, more republican, than the Americans. These Jews would take the next step to assimilation, but they would do it, so to speak, as deist Jews. In Adler's view, the notion of Jews as a nation was an anachronism. Soon he began creating the institutional structures that would make it practical for his adherents to lead their lives as emancipated Jews. Adler insisted that the answer to anti-Semitism was the global spread of intellectual culture. Interestingly, Adler criticized Zionism as a withdrawal into Jewish particularism. Zionism itself is a present-day instance of the segregating tendency. For Adler, the future for Jews lay in America, not Palestine. I fix my gaze steadfastly on the glimmering of a fresh morning that shines over the Alleghenies and the Rockies, not on the evening glow, however tenderly beautiful, that broods and lingers over the Jerusalem hills. To transform his Weltanschauung into reality, Adler founded in 1880 a tuition-free school for the sons and daughters of laborers called the Working Men's School. In addition to the usual subjects of arithmetic, reading and history, Adler insisted that his students should be exposed to art, drama, dance and some kind of training in a technical skill likely to be of use in a society undergoing rapid industrialization. Every child, he believed, had some particular talent. Those who had no talent for mathematics might possess extraordinary, artistic gifts to make things with their hands. For Adler, this insight was the ethical seed, and the thing to do is to cultivate these various talents. The goal was a better world, and thus the school's mission was to train reformers. As the school evolved, it became a showcase of the progressive educational reform movement, and Adler himself fell under the influence of the educator and philosopher John Dewey and his school of American pragmatists. While not a socialist, Adler was spiritually moved by Marx's description in Das Kapital of the plight of the industrial working class. I must square myself, he wrote, with the issues that socialism raises. The laboring classes, he came to believe, deserved just remuneration, constant employment, and social dignity. The labor movement, he later wrote, is an ethical movement, and I am with it, heart and soul. Labor leaders reciprocated these sentiments. Samuel Gompers, head of the New American Federation of Labor, was a member of the New York Society for Ethical Culture. Ironically, by 1890 the school had so many students that Adler felt compelled to subsidize the Ethical Culture Society's budget by admitting some tuition-paying students. At a time when many elite private schools were closing their doors to Jews, scores of prosperous Jewish businessmen were clamoring to have their children admitted to the Working Men's School. By 1895, Adler had added a high school and renamed the school the Ethical Culture School. Decades later, it was renamed the Fieldston School. By the time Robert Oppenheimer enrolled in 1911, only about 10% of the student body came from a working-class background. But the school nevertheless retained its liberal, socially responsible outlook. These sons and daughters of the relatively prosperous patrons of the Ethical Culture Society were infused with the notion that they were being groomed to reform the world, that they were the vanguard of a highly modern ethical gospel. Robert was a star student. Needless to say, Robert's adult political sensibilities can easily be traced to the progressive education he received at Felix Adler's remarkable school. Throughout the formative years of his childhood and education, he was surrounded by men and women who thought of themselves as catalysts for a better world. In the years between the turn of the century and the end of World War I, ethical culture members served as agents of change on such politically charged issues as race relations, labor rights, civil liberties and environmentalism. In 1909, for instance, such prominent ethical culture members as Dr. Henry Moskowitz, John Lovejoy Elliott, Anna Garland Spencer and William Salter helped to found the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Dr. Moskowitz similarly played an important role in the garment workers' strikes that occurred between 1910 and 1915. Other ethical culturists helped to found the National Civil Liberties Bureau, a forerunner of the American Civil Liberties Union. Though they shunned notions of class struggle, members of the society were pragmatic radicals committed to playing an active role in bringing about social change. They believed that a better world required hard work, persistence and political organization. In 1921, the year Robert graduated from the Ethical Culture High School, Adler exhorted his students to develop their ethical imagination, to see things not as they are, but as they might be. Robert was fully aware of Adler's influence not only on himself but on his father. And he was not above teasing Julius about it. At 17, he wrote a poem on the occasion of his father's 50th birthday that included the line, "And after he came to America, he swallowed Dr. Adler like morality compressed." Like many Americans of German background, Dr. Adler was deeply saddened and conflicted when America was drawn into World War I. Unlike another prominent member of the Ethical Culture Society, Oswald Garrison Villard, editor of The Nation magazine, Adler was not a pacifist. When a German submarine sank the British passenger ship Lusitania, he supported the arming of American merchant ships. While he opposed American entry into the conflict, when the Wilson administration declared war in April 1917, Adler urged his congregation to give its undivided allegiance to America. At the same time, he declared that he could not label Germany the only guilty party. As a critic of the German monarchy, at the war's end he welcomed the downfall of imperial rule and the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But as a fierce anti-colonialist, he openly deplored the hypocrisy of a victor's peace that appeared only to strengthen the British and French empires. Naturally, his critics accused him of pro-German sentiments. As a trustee of the society and as a man who deeply admired Dr. Adler, Julius Oppenheimer likewise felt conflicted about the European war and his identity as a German-American. But there is no evidence of how young Robert felt about the conflict. His teacher at school in ethical studies, however, was John Lovejoy Elliott, who remained a fierce critic of American entry into the war. Born in 1868 to an Illinois family of abolitionists and freethinkers, Elliott became a beloved figure in the progressive humanist movement of New York City. A tall, affectionate man, Elliott was the pragmatist who put into practice Adler's ethical culture principles. He built one of the country's most successful settlement houses, the Hudson Guild, in New York's poverty-stricken Chelsea district. A lifelong trustee of the ACLU, Elliott was politically and personally fearless. When two Austrian leaders of the Ethical Culture Society in Vienna were arrested by Hitler's Gestapo in 1938, Elliott, at the age of 70, went to Berlin and spent several months negotiating with the Gestapo for their release. After paying a bribe, Elliott succeeded in spiriting the two men out of Nazi Germany. When he died in 1942, the ACLU's Roger Baldwin eulogized him as a witty saint, a man who so loved people that no task to aid them was too small. It was to this witty saint that the Oppenheimer brothers were exposed throughout the years of their weekly dialogues in ethics class. Years later, when they were young men, Elliott wrote their father, "I did not know how close I could get to your boys. Along with you, I am glad and grateful for them." Elliott taught ethics in a Socratic-style seminar where students discussed specific social and political issues. Education in life problems was a required course for all of the high school students. Often he would pose a personal moral dilemma for his students, such as asking them if they had a choice between a job teaching or a job that paid more working in Wrigley's chewing gum factory, which would they choose? During Robert's years at the school, some of the topics vigorously debated included the Negro problem, the ethics of war and peace, economic inequality, and understanding sex relations. In his senior year, Robert was exposed to an extended discussion on the role of the state. The curriculum included a short catechism of political ethics, including the ethics of loyalty and treason. It was an extraordinary education in social relations and world affairs, an education that planted deep roots in Robert's psyche, and one that would produce a bountiful harvest in the decades to come. "I was an unctuous, repulsively good little boy," Robert remembered. My life as a child did not prepare me for the fact that the world is full of cruel and bitter things. His sheltered home life had offered him no normal, healthy way to be a bastard. But it had created an inner toughness, even a physical stoicism, that Robert himself may not have recognized. Anxious to get him out of doors and among boys his own age, Julius decided to send Robert, at the age of 14, to a summer camp. For most of the other boys there, Camp Koenig was a mountain paradise of fun and camaraderie. For Robert, it was an ordeal. Everything about him made him a target for the cruelties young adolescents delight in inflicting on those who are shy, sensitive or different. The other boys soon began calling him cutie and teased him mercilessly. But Robert refused to fight back. Shunning athletics, he walked the trails, collecting rocks. He made one friend, who recalled that Robert was obsessed that summer with the writings of George Eliot. The novelist's major work, Middlemarch, appealed to him greatly, perhaps because it explored so thoroughly a topic he found so mysterious, the life of the inner mind in relation to the making and breaking of human relationships. Then, however, Robert made the mistake of writing his parents that he was glad he had come to camp because the other boys were teaching him the facts of life. This prompted a quick visit by the Oppenheimers, and subsequently the camp director announced a crackdown on the telling of salacious stories. Inevitably, Robert was fingered for tattling, and so one night he was carried off to the camp icehouse, stripped and knocked about. As a final humiliation, the boys doused his buttocks and genitals with green paint. Robert was then left naked and locked inside the icehouse for the night. His one friend later said of this incident that Robert had been tortured. Robert suffered this gross degradation in stoic silence. He neither left the camp nor complained. "I don't know how Robert stuck out those remaining weeks," said his friend. "Not many boys would have, or could have, but Robert did. It must have been hell for him." As his friends often discovered, Robert's seemingly brittle and delicate shell actually disguised a stoic personality built of stubborn pride and determination, a characteristic that would reappear throughout his life. Back in school, Robert's highbrow personality was nurtured by the ethical culture school's attentive teachers, all of whom had been carefully selected by Dr. Adler as models of the progressive education movement. When Robert's math teacher, Matilda Auerbach, noticed that he was bored and restless, she sent him to the library to do independent work, and later he was allowed to explain to his fellow students what he had learned. His Greek and Latin instructor, Alberta Newton, recalled that he was a delight to teach. He received every new idea as perfectly beautiful. He read Plato and Homer in Greek, and Caesar, Virgil and Horace in Latin. Robert always excelled. As early as 3rd grade, he was doing laboratory experiments, and by the time he was 10 years old, in 5th grade, he was studying physics and chemistry. So clearly eager was Robert to study the sciences that the curator at the American Museum of Natural History agreed to tutor him. As he had skipped several grades, everyone regarded him as precocious, and sometimes too precious. When he was 9, he was once overheard telling an older girl cousin, "Ask me a question in Latin and I will answer you in Greek." Robert's peers thought him distant at times. "We were thrown together a lot," said a childhood acquaintance, "and yet we were never close. He was usually preoccupied with whatever he was doing or thinking." Another classmate recalled him sitting laconically in class, exactly as though he wasn't getting enough to eat or drink. Some of his peers thought him rather gauche. He didn't really know how to get along with other children. Robert himself was painfully aware of the costs of knowing so much more than his classmates. "It's no fun," he once told a friend, "to turn the pages of a book and say, 'Yes, yes, of course, I know that.'" Jeanette Mirsky knew Robert well enough in their senior year to think of him as a special friend. She never thought of him as shy in the usual sense, only distant. He bore a certain hubris, she thought, of the kind that carries with it the seeds of its own destruction. Everything about Robert's personality, from his abrupt, jerky way of walking to such little things as the making of a salad dressing, displayed, she thought, a great need to declare his preeminence. Throughout his high school years, Robert's homeroom teacher was Herbert Winslow Smith, who had joined the English department in 1917 after receiving his master's degree from Harvard. A man of remarkable intellect, Smith was well on his way to obtaining a doctorate when he was recruited to teach. He was so taken by his initial experience at ethical culture that he never went back to Cambridge. Smith would spend his entire career at ethical culture, eventually becoming the school's principal. Barrel-chested and athletic, he was a warm and gentle teacher who somehow always managed to find out what each student was most curious about and then relate it to the topic at hand. After his lectures, students invariably could be found lingering around his desk, trying to squeeze a little more conversation out of their teacher. Though Robert's first passion was clearly science, Smith stoked his literary interests. He thought Robert already had a magnificent prose style. Once, after Robert wrote an entertaining essay on oxygen, Smith suggested, "I think your vocation is to be a science writer." Smith would become Robert's friend and counselor. He was very, very kind to his students, Francis Ferguson recalled. He took on Robert and me and various other people, saw them through their troubles and advised them what to do next. Robert had his breakthrough year as a junior, when he took a course in physics with Augustus Clock. "He was marvelous," Robert said. "I got so excited after the first year, I arranged to spend the summer working with him setting up equipment for the following year, when I would then take chemistry. We must have spent 5 days a week together. Once in a while we would even go off on a mineral hunting junket as a reward. He began to experiment with electrolytes and conduction. I loved chemistry so deeply. Compared to physics, it starts right in the heart of things and very soon you have that connection between what you see and a really very sweeping set of ideas which could exist in physics but is very much less likely to be accessible." Robert would always feel indebted to Clock for having set him on the road to science. He loved the bumpy contingent nature of the way in which you actually find out something, and he loved the excitement that he could stir up in young people. Even 50 years later, Jane Didesham's memories of Robert were particularly vivid. "He blushed extraordinarily easily," she recalled. "He seemed very frail, very pink-cheeked, very shy, and very brilliant of course. Very quickly everybody admitted that he was different from all the others and superior. As far as studies were concerned he was good in everything." The sheltered atmosphere of the ethical culture school was ideal for an unusually awkward adolescent polymath. It allowed Robert to shine when and where he wished, and protected him from those social challenges with which he was not yet prepared to cope. And yet, this same cocoon of security offered by the school may help to explain his prolonged adolescence. He was permitted to remain a child, and allowed to grow gradually out of his immaturity rather than being wrenched abruptly from it. At 16 or 17 he had only one real friend, Francis Ferguson, a scholarship boy from New Mexico who became his classmate during their senior year. By the time Ferguson met him in the fall of 1919, Robert was just coasting. He was just sort of playing around and trying to find something to keep himself occupied, recalled Ferguson. In addition to courses in history, English literature, math and physics, Robert enrolled in Greek, Latin, French and German. He still took straight A's. He would graduate as the valedictorian of his class. Besides hiking and rock collecting, Robert's chief physical activity was sailing. By all accounts, he was an audacious, expert sailor who pushed his boat to the edge. As a young boy he had honed his skills on several smaller boats, but when he turned 16, Julius bought him a 28-foot sloop. He christened it the Trimothy, a name derived from the chemical compound trimethylene dioxide. He loved sailing in summer storms, racing the boat against the tides through the inlet at Fire Island and straight out into the Atlantic. With his younger brother, Frank, hunkered down in the cockpit, Robert would stand with the tiller between his legs, screaming gleefully into the wind as he tacked the boat back into Long Island's Great South Bay. His parents could not reconcile such impetuous behavior with the Robert they knew as a shy introvert. Invariably, Ella found herself standing at the window of their Bay Shore home, searching for a trace of the Trimothy on the skyline. More than once, Julius felt compelled to chase the Trimothy back to port in a motor launch, reprimanding Robert for the risks he was taking with his own and others' lives. "Roberty, Roberty," he would say, shaking his head. Robert, however, was unabashed. Indeed, he never failed to display absolute confidence in his mastery over wind and sea. He knew the full measure of his skill and saw no reason to cheat himself of what was clearly an emotionally liberating experience. Still, if not foolhardy, his behavior in stormy seas struck some friends as an example of Robert's deeply ingrained arrogance, or perhaps a not very surprising extension of his inner resiliency. He had an irresistible urge to flirt with danger. Ferguson would never forget the first time he sailed with Robert. The two friends had both just turned 17. It was a blowy day in spring, very chilly, and the wind made little waves all over the bay, Ferguson said, and there was rain in the air. It was a little bit scary to me, because I didn't know whether he could do it or not. But he was already a pretty skilled sailor. His mother was watching from the upstairs window and probably having palpitations of all kinds. But he had induced her to let him go. She worried, but she put up with it. We got thoroughly soaked, of course, with the wind and the waves. But I was very impressed. Robert graduated from the Ethical Culture School in the spring of 1921, and that summer Julius and Ella took their sons for the summer to Germany. Robert struck out on his own for a few weeks on a prospecting field trip among some of the old mines near Joachimsthal, northeast of Berlin. Ironically, just 2 decades later, the Germans would be mining uranium from this site for their atomic bomb project. After camping out in rugged conditions, he returned with a suitcase full of rock specimens and what turned out to be a near-fatal case of trench dysentery. Shipped home on a stretcher, he was ill and bedridden long enough to force the postponement of his enrollment at Harvard that autumn. Instead, his parents compelled him to remain at home, recuperating from the dysentery and a subsequent case of colitis. The latter would plague him for the rest of his days, aggravated by a stubborn appetite for spicy foods. He was not a good patient. It was a long winter, cooped up in the New York apartment, and at times he acted boorishly, locking himself in his room and brushing aside his mother's ministrations. By the spring of 1922, Julius thought the boy well enough to get him out of the house. To this end, he urged Herbert Smith to take Robert with him that summer on a trip to the Southwest. The ethical culture school teacher had made a similar trip with another student the previous summer, and Julius thought a Western adventure would help to harden his son. Smith agreed. He was taken aback, however, when Robert approached him in private shortly before their departure with a strange proposition. Would Smith agree to let him travel under the name Smith as his younger brother? Smith rejected the suggestion out of hand, and couldn't help but think that some part of Robert was uncomfortable with being identifiably Jewish. Robert's classmate Francis Ferguson later speculated, similarly, that his friend may have felt self-conscious about his Jewishness and his wealth, and his Eastern connections, and that his going to New Mexico was partly to escape from that. Another classmate, Jeanette Mirsky, also thought Robert felt some unease about his Jewishness. "We all did," said Mirsky. Yet just a few years later, at Harvard, Robert seemed much more relaxed about his Jewish heritage, telling a friend of Scotch-Irish ancestry, "Well, neither one of us came over on the Mayflower." Starting out in the South, Robert and Smith gradually made their way across to the mesas of New Mexico. In Albuquerque, they stayed with Ferguson and his family. Robert enjoyed their company and the visit cemented a lifelong friendship. Ferguson introduced Robert to another Albuquerque boy their age, Paul Horgan, an equally precocious boy who later had a successful career as a writer. Horgan happened also to be bound for Harvard, as was Ferguson. Robert liked Horgan and found himself mesmerized by the dark-haired, blue-eyed beauty of Horgan's sister Rosemary. Frank Oppenheimer said that his brother later confided in him that he had been strongly attracted to Rosemary. When they got to Cambridge and continued to hang out together, Horgan quipped that they were this great troika of polymaths. But New Mexico had brought out new attitudes and interests in Robert. In Albuquerque, Horgan's first impressions of Robert were particularly vivid. He combined incredibly good wit and gaiety and high spirits. He had this lovely social quality that permitted him to enter into the moment very strongly, wherever it was and whenever it was. From Albuquerque, Smith took Robert and his 2 friends Paul and Francis, 25 miles northeast of Santa Fe to a dude ranch called Los Pinos, run by a 28-year-old Catherine Chavez Page. This charming and yet imperious young woman would become a lifelong friend. But first there was an infatuation. Robert was intensely attracted to Catherine, who was then newly married. The previous year she had been desperately ill and, seemingly on her deathbed, she had married an Anglo, Winthrop Page, a man her father's age. And then she hadn't died. Page, a businessman in Chicago, rarely spent any time in the Pecos. The Chavezes were an aristocratic Hidalgo family with deep roots in the Spanish Southwest. Catherine's father, Don Amado Chavez, had built the handsome ranch house near the village of Cowles with a majestic view of the Pecos River looking north to the snow-capped Sangre de Cristo mountain range. Catherine was the reigning princess of this realm, and, to his delight, Robert found himself to be her favorite courtier. She became, according to Ferguson, his very good friend. He would bring her flowers all the time and he would flatter her to death whenever he saw her. That summer, Catherine taught Robert horseback riding and soon had him exploring the surrounding pristine wilderness on rides that sometimes lasted 5 or 6 days. Smith was astonished by the boy's stamina and gritty resilience on horseback. Despite his lingering ill health and fragile appearance, Robert clearly relished the physical challenges of horseback riding as much as he had enjoyed skirting the edge of danger in his sailboat. One day they were riding back from Colorado and Robert insisted he wanted to take a snow-laden trail over the highest pass in the mountains. Smith was certain that trail could easily expose them to death by freezing, but Robert was dead set on going anyway. Smith proposed they toss a coin to decide the issue. "Thank God I won," Smith recalled. "I don't know how I'd have got out of it if I hadn't." He thought such foolhardiness on Robert's part bordered on the suicidal. In all his dealings with Robert, Smith sensed that this was a boy who wouldn't allow the prospect of death to keep him from doing something he much wanted to do. Smith had known Robert since he was 14, and the boy had always been physically delicate and somehow emotionally vulnerable. But now, seeing him in the rugged mountains, camping out in Spartan conditions, Smith began to wonder whether Robert's persistent colitis might be psychosomatic. It occurred to him that these episodes invariably came on when Robert heard someone making disparaging remarks about Jews. Smith thought he had developed the habit of kicking an intolerable fact under the rug. It was a psychological mechanism, Smith thought, that, when it was carried to its most dangerous, got him into trouble. Smith was also well caught up on the latest Freudian theories of child development, and he concluded from Robert's relaxed campfire conversations that the boy had pronounced Oedipal issues. "I never heard a murmur of criticism on Robert's part of his mother," Smith recalled. He was certainly critical enough of his father. As an adult, Robert clearly loved his father, deferred to him and indeed, until his father's death, went to extraordinary lengths to accommodate him, introduce him to his friends and generally make room for him in his life. But Smith sensed that as a particularly shy and sensitive child, Robert was profoundly mortified by his father's sometimes maladroit affability. Robert told Smith one night around the campfire about the icehouse incident at Camp Koenig, which of course had been prompted by his father's overreaction to his letter home about the sex talk at camp. As an adolescent, he had become increasingly self-conscious about his father's garment business, which he no doubt saw as a traditional Jewish trade. Smith later recalled that once on that 1922 Western trip, he had turned to Robert as they were packing up and asked him to fold a jacket for his suitcase. "He looked at me sharply," Smith recalled, and said, "Oh yes. The tailor's son would know how to do that, wouldn't he?" Such outbursts aside, Smith thought Robert grew emotionally in stature and confidence during their time together on the Los Pinos ranch. He knew Catherine Page could take a great deal of credit for this. Her friendship was extremely important to Robert. The fact that Catherine and her aristocratic Hidalgo friends could accept this insecure New York Jewish boy in their midst was somehow a watershed event in Robert's inner life. To be sure, he knew he was accepted inside the forgiving womb of the ethical culture community in New York. But here was approbation from people he liked outside his own world. For the first time in his life, Smith thought, Robert found himself loved, admired, sought after. It was a feeling Robert cherished, and in the years ahead he would learn to cultivate the social skills required to call up such admiration on demand. One day he, Catherine and a few others from Los Pinos took packhorses out and, starting from the village of Frijoles west of the Rio Grande, they rode south and ascended the Pajarito, Little Bird, plateau, which rises to a height of over 10,000 feet. They rode through the Valle Grande, a canyon inside the Jemez caldera, a bowl-shaped volcanic crater 12 miles wide. Turning northeast, they then rode 4 miles and came upon another canyon which took its Spanish name from the cottonwood trees that bordered a stream trickling through the valley, Los Alamos. At the time, the only human habitation for many miles consisted of a Spartan boys' school, the Los Alamos Ranch School. Los Alamos, the physicist Emilio Segura would later write when he saw it, was beautiful and savage country. Patches of grazing meadows broke up dense pine and juniper forests. The ranch school stood atop a 2-mile-long mesa bounded on the north and south by steep canyons. When Robert first visited the school in 1922, there were only some 25 boys enrolled, most of them the sons of newly affluent Detroit automobile manufacturers. They wore shorts throughout the year and slept on unheated sleeping porches. Each boy was responsible for tending a horse, and pack trips into the nearby Jemez Mountains were frequent. Robert admired the setting, so obviously a contrast to his ethical culture environment, and in years to come would repeatedly find his way back to this desolate mesa. Robert came away from that summer love struck with the stark desert/mountain beauty of New Mexico. When, some months later, he heard that Smith was planning another trip to Hopi country, Robert wrote him, "Of course I am insanely jealous. I see you riding down from the mountains to the desert at that hour when thunderstorms and sunsets caparison the sky. I see you in the Pecos spending the moonlight on Grass Mountain." Chapter 2, His Separate Prison. The notion that I was traveling down a clear track would be wrong. Robert Oppenheimer. In September 1922, Robert Oppenheimer enrolled at Harvard. Although the university awarded him a fellowship, he didn't accept it because I could get along well without the money. In lieu of the scholarship, Harvard gave him a volume of Galileo's early writings. He was assigned a single room in Standish Hall, a freshman dormitory facing the Charles River. At 19, Robert was an oddly handsome young man. Every feature of his body was of an extreme. His fine pale skin was drawn taut across high cheekbones. His eyes were the brightest pale blue, but his eyebrows were glossy black. He wore his coarse, kinky black hair long on top, but short at the sides, so he seemed even taller than his lanky 5 feet, 10-inch frame. He weighed so little, never more than 130 pounds, that he gave an impression of flimsiness. His straight Roman nose, thin lips and large, almost pointed ears accentuated an image of exaggerated delicacy. He spoke in fully grammatical sentences with the kind of ornate European politeness his mother had taught him. But as he talked, his long, thin hands made his gestures seem somehow contorted. His appearance was mesmerizing, and slightly bizarre. His behavior in Cambridge over the next 3 years did nothing to soften the impression his appearance gave of a studious, socially inept and immature young man. As surely as New Mexico had opened up Robert's personality, Cambridge drove him back to his former introversion. At Harvard his intellect thrived, but his social development floundered, or so it seemed to those who knew him. Harvard was an intellectual bazaar filled with delights for the mind. But it offered Robert none of the careful guidance and devoted nurturing of his ethical culture experience. He was on his own, and so he retreated into the security his powerful intellect assured. He seemed incapable of not flaunting his eccentricities. His diet often consisted of little more than chocolate, beer and artichokes. Lunch was often just a black and tan, a piece of toast slathered with peanut butter and topped with chocolate syrup. Most of his classmates thought him diffident. Fortunately, both Francis Ferguson and Paul Horgan were also at Harvard that year, so he had at least 2 soul mates. But he made very few new friends. One was Jeffries Wyman, a Boston Brahmin who was beginning graduate studies in biology. He, Robert, found social adjustment very difficult, Wyman recalled, and I think he was often very unhappy. I suppose he was lonely and felt he didn't fit in well. We were good friends, and he had some other friends, but there was something that he lacked, because our contacts were largely, I should say wholly, on an intellectual basis. Introverted and intellectual, Robert was already reading such dark-spirited writers as Chekhov and Catherine Mansfield. His favorite Shakespearean character was Hamlet. Horgan recalled years later that Robert had bouts of melancholy, deep depressions as a youngster. He would seem to be incommunicado emotionally for a day or 2 at a time. That happened while I was staying with him once or twice, and I was very distressed, had no idea what was causing it. Sometimes Robert's flair for the intellectual went beyond the merely ostentatious. Wyman recalled a hot spring day when Oppenheimer walked into his room and said, "What intolerable heat. I have been spending all afternoon lying on my bed reading Jean's dynamical theory of gases. What else can one do in weather like this?" 40 years later, Oppenheimer still had in his possession a weathered and salt-encrusted copy of James Hopwood Jean's book Electricity and Magnetism. In the spring of Robert's freshman year, he formed a friendship with Frederick Bernheim, a pre-med student who had graduated from the Ethical Culture School a year after him. They shared an interest in science, and with Ferguson about to leave for England on a Rhodes Scholarship, Robert soon anointed Bernheim as his new best friend. Unlike most college-age men, who tend to have many acquaintances and few deep friendships, Robert's friendships were few and intense. In September 1923, at the beginning of their sophomore year, he and Bernheim decided to share adjacent rooms in an old house at 60 Mount Auburn Street, close to the offices of the Harvard Crimson. Robert decorated his room with an oriental rug, oil paintings and etchings he brought from home, and insisted on making tea from a charcoal-fired Russian samovar. Bernheim was more amused than annoyed by his friend's eccentricities. He wasn't a comfortable person to be around, in a way, because he always gave the impression that he was thinking very deeply about things. When we roomed together he would spend evenings locked in his room, trying to do something with Planck's constant or something like that. I had visions of him suddenly bursting forth as a great physicist, and here I was just trying to get through Harvard. Bernheim thought Robert was something of a hypochondriac. He went to bed with an electric pad every night, and one day it started to smoke. Robert woke up and ran to the bathroom with the burning pad. He then went back to sleep, unaware that the pad was still burning. Bernheim recalled having to put the thing out before it burned the house down. Living with Robert was always a little bit of a strain, Bernheim noted, because you had to more or less adjust to his standards or moods. He was really the dominant one. Difficult or not, Bernheim roomed with Robert for their 2 remaining years at Harvard and credited him with inspiring his later career in medical research. Only one other Harvard student dropped by their empty Auburn Street quarters with any regularity. William Clouser Boyd had met Robert in chemistry class one day and took an instant liking to him. We had lots of interests in common aside from science, he recalled. They both tried to write poetry, sometimes in French, and short stories imitative of Chekhov. Robert always called him Clouser, purposely misspelling his middle name. Clouser often joined Robert and Fred Bernheim on occasional weekend expeditions to Cape Ann, an hour's drive northeast of Boston. Robert didn't yet know how to drive, so the boys would go in Bernheim's Willis Overland and spend the night at an inn in Folly Cove outside of Gloucester where the food was particularly good. Boyd would finish Harvard in 3 years, and, like Robert, he worked hard to do it. But while Robert obviously spent many long hours in his room studying, Boyd remembers that he was pretty careful not to let you catch him at it. He thought Robert could run circles around him intellectually. He had a very quick mind. For instance, when someone would propose a problem, he would give 2 or 3 wrong answers, followed by the right one, before I could think of a single answer. The one thing Boyd and Oppenheimer did not have in common was music. I was very fond of music, Boyd recalled, but once a year he would go to an opera, with me and Bernheim usually, and he'd leave after the first act. He just couldn't take any more. Herbert Smith had also noticed this peculiarity, and once said to Robert, "You're the only physicist I've ever known who wasn't also musical." Initially, Robert was not sure which academic path he should choose. He took a variety of unrelated courses, including philosophy, French literature, English, introductory calculus, history and 3 chemistry courses, qualitative analysis, gas analysis and organic chemistry. He briefly considered architecture, but because he had loved Greek in high school he also toyed with the thought of becoming a classicist or even a poet or painter. The notion that I was traveling down a clear track, he recalled, would be wrong. But within months he settled on his first passion, chemistry, as a major. Determined to graduate in 3 years, he took the maximum number of allowed courses, 6. But each semester he also managed to audit 2 or 3 others. With virtually no social life, he studied long hours, though he made an effort to hide the fact because somehow it was important to him that his brilliance appear effortless. He read all 3,000 pages of Gibbon's classic history, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. He also read widely in French literature and began writing poetry, a few examples of which appeared in Hound and Horn, a student journal. "When I am inspired," he wrote Herbert Smith, "I jot down verses. As you so neatly remarked, they aren't either meant or fit for anyone's perusal, and to force their masturbatic excesses on others is a crime. But I shall stuff them in a drawer for a while and, if you want to see them, send them off." That year, T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land was published, and when Robert read it, he instantly identified with the poet's sparse existentialism. His own poetry dwelt with themes of sadness and loneliness. Early in his tenure at Harvard, he wrote these lines, "The dawn invests our substance with desire and the slow light betrays us, and our wistfulness, when the celestial saffron is faded and grown colorless, and the sun gone sterile, and the growing fire stirs us to waken. We find ourselves again each in his separate prison ready, hopeless for negotiation with other men." Harvard's political culture in the early 1920s was decidedly conservative. Soon after Robert's arrival, the university imposed a quota to restrict the number of Jewish students. By 1922, the Jewish student population had risen to 21%. In 1924, the Harvard Crimson reported on its front page that the university's former president Charles W. Eliot had publicly declared it unfortunate that growing numbers of the Jewish race were intermarrying with Christians. Few such marriages, he said, turned out well, and because biologists had determined that Jews are prepotent, the children of such marriages will look like Jews only. While Harvard accepted a few Negroes, President A. Lawrence Lowell staunchly refused to allow them to reside in the freshman dormitories with whites. Oppenheimer was not oblivious to these issues. Indeed, early that autumn of 1922 he joined the Student Liberal Club, founded 3 years earlier as a forum for students to discuss politics and current events. In its early years, the club attracted large audiences with such speakers as the liberal journalist Lincoln Steffens, Samuel Gompers of the American Federation of Labor and the pacifist A. J. Must. In March 1923, the club took a formal stand against the university's discriminatory admissions policies. Though it cultivated a reputation for radical views, Robert was not impressed, and wrote to Smith of the asinine pomposity of the Liberal Club. In this, his first introduction to organized politics, he felt himself very much a fish out of water. Nevertheless, lunching one day at the club's rooms at 66, Winthrop Street, he was introduced to a senior, John Edsel, who quickly convinced him to help edit a new student journal. Drawing on his Greek, he persuaded Edsel to call the journal the Gadfly. The title page reproduced a quotation in Greek describing Socrates as the gadfly of the Athenians. The first issue of the Gadfly came out in December 1922, and Robert was listed on its masthead as an associate editor. He remembered writing a few unsigned articles, but the Gadfly did not become a permanent fixture on campus and only 4 issues survive. However, Robert's friendship with Edsel continued. By the end of his freshman year at Harvard, Robert decided that he had made a mistake in selecting chemistry as his major. I can't recall how it came over me that what I liked in chemistry was very close to physics, Oppenheimer said. It's obvious that if you were reading physical chemistry and you began to run into thermodynamical and statistical mechanical ideas you'd want to find out about them. It's a very odd picture. I never had an elementary course in physics. Though committed to a chemistry major, that spring he petitioned the physics department for graduate standing, which would allow him to take upper-level physics courses. To demonstrate that he knew something about physics, he listed 15 books he claimed to have read. Years later, he heard that when the faculty committee met to consider his petition, one professor, George Washington Pierce, quipped, "Obviously, if he, Oppenheimer, says he's read these books, he's a liar, but he should get a Ph.D. for knowing their titles." His primary tutor in physics became Percy Bridgman, 1882 to 1961, who later won a Nobel Prize. "I found Bridgman a wonderful teacher," Oppenheimer remembered, "because he never really was quite reconciled to things being the way they were and he always thought them out." A very intelligent student, Bridgman later said of Oppenheimer. He knew enough to ask questions. But when Bridgman assigned him a lab experiment that required making a copper-nickel alloy in a self-built furnace, Oppenheimer didn't know one end of the soldering iron from the other. Oppenheimer was so clumsy with the lab's galvanometer that its delicate suspensions had to be replaced every time he used the apparatus. Robert nevertheless showed persistence and Bridgman found the results interesting enough to publish them in a scientific journal. Robert was both precocious and, on occasion, irritatingly brash. One evening Bridgman invited him to his home for tea. In the course of the evening, the professor showed his student a photograph of a temple built, he said, about 400 BC in Segesta, Sicily. Oppenheimer quickly disagreed. "I judge from the capitals on the columns that it was built about 50 years earlier." When the famous Danish physicist Niels Bohr gave 2 lectures at Harvard in October 1923, Robert made a point of attending both. Bohr had just won the Nobel the previous year for his investigations of the structure of atoms and of the radiation emanating from them. Oppenheimer would later say that, "It would be hard to exaggerate how much I venerate Bohr." Even on this occasion, his first glimpse of the man, he was deeply moved. Afterwards, Professor Bridgman noted that, the impression he, Bohr, made on everyone who met him was a singularly pleasant one personally. "I have seldom met a man with such evident singleness of purpose and so apparently free from guile. He is now idolized as a scientific god through most of Europe." Oppenheimer's approach to learning physics was eclectic, even haphazard. He focused on the most interesting, abstract problems in the field, bypassing the dreary basics. Years later, he confessed to feeling insecure about the gaps in his knowledge. To this day, he told an interviewer in 1963, "I get panicky when I think about a smoke ring or elastic vibrations. There's nothing there, just a little skin over a hole." In the same way my mathematical formation was, even for those days, very primitive. I took a course from J.E. Littlewood on number theory. Well, that was nice, but that wasn't really how to go about learning mathematics for the professional pursuit of physics. When Alfred North Whitehead arrived on campus, only Robert and one other undergraduate had the courage to sign up for a course with the philosopher and mathematician. They painstakingly worked their way through the 3 volumes of Principia Mathematica, co-authored by Whitehead and Bertrand Russell. "I had a very exciting time," Oppenheimer recalled, reading the Principia with Whitehead, who had forgotten it, so that he was both teacher and student. Despite this experience, Oppenheimer always thought he was deficient in mathematics. "I never did learn very much. I probably learned a good deal by a method that is never given enough credit, that is, by being with people. I should have learned more mathematics. I think I would have enjoyed it, but it was a part of my impatience that I was careless about it." But if there were gaps in his education, he could admit to his friend Paul Horgan that Harvard was good for him. In the autumn of 1923, Robert wrote Horgan a satirical letter in which he wrote about himself in the third person. "Oppenheimer has grown to be quite a man now. You have no idea how Harvard has changed him. I am afraid it is not for the good of his soul to study so hard. He says the most terrible things. Only the other night I was arguing with him and I said, 'But you believe in God, don't you?' And he said, 'I believe in the second law of thermodynamics, in Hamilton's principle, in Bertrand Russell, and would you believe it, Siegfried, Freud.'" Horgan thought Robert enthralling and charming. Horgan was himself a brilliant young man, and in the course of his long life he would eventually write 17 novels and 20 works of history, winning the Pulitzer Prize twice. But he would always regard Oppenheimer as a rare and invaluable polymath. "Leonardos and Oppenheimers are scarce," Horgan wrote in 1988, "but their wonderful love and projection of understanding as both private connoisseurs and historical achievers offer us at least an ideal to consider and measure by." Throughout his years at Harvard, Robert kept up a frequent correspondence with his ethical culture school teacher and New Mexico guide, Herbert Smith. In the winter of 1923, he tried to convey with elaborate irony what his life was like at Harvard. "Generously, you ask what I do," Oppenheimer wrote Smith. "Aside from the activities exposed in last week's disgusting note, I labor, and write innumerable theses, notes, poems, stories and junk. I go to Math Lib, Rari, and read, and to the Phil-osophy Lib, and divide my time between Minair, Bertrand, Russell and the contemplation of a most beautiful and lovely lady who is writing a thesis on Spinoza, charmingly ironic, at that, don't you think? I make stenches in 3 different labs, listen to Professor Lewis, Allard gossip about Racine, serve tea, and talk learnedly to a few lost souls, go off for the weekend to distill low-grade energy into laughter and exhaustion, read Greek, commit faux pas, search my desk for letters, and wish I were dead. Voila." Dark wit aside, Robert still suffered periodic bouts of depression. Some of these episodes were brought on by his family's visits to Cambridge. Ferguson remembers going out to dinner with Robert and some of his relatives, not his parents, and watching as his friend turned visibly green from the strain of being polite. Afterwards, Robert would drag Ferguson with him as he pounded the pavement for miles, talking all the while in his quiet, even voice about some physics problem. Walking was his only therapy. Fred Bernheim recalled hiking one winter night until 3 a.m. On one of these cold winter walks, someone dared the boys to jump in the river. Robert and at least one of his friends stripped and plunged into the icy water. In retrospect, all of his friends noted that he seemed to be wrestling in these years with inner demons. "My feeling about myself," Oppenheimer later said of this period in his life, "was always one of extreme discontent. I had very little sensitiveness to human beings, very little humility before the realities of this world." Unfulfilled sexual desires certainly lay behind some of Robert's troubles. At the age of 20, he was not alone, of course. Few of his friends had a social life that included women. And none of them remember Robert ever taking a woman on a date. Wyman recalled that he and Robert were too much in love with intellectual life to be thinking about girls. "We were all going through a series of love affairs, with ideas, but perhaps we lacked some of the more mundane forms of love affairs that make life easier. Robert certainly felt a welter of sensuous desires, as evidenced by some of the decidedly erotic poetry he wrote during this period. Tonight she wears a sealskin cape, glistening black diamonds where the water swathes her thighs, and noxious glints conspire to surprise a pulse condoning eagerness with rape. In the winter of 1923-24, he wrote what he called "My First Love Poem," to honor that most beautiful and lovely lady who is writing a thesis on Spinoza. He contemplates this mystery woman from afar in the library, but apparently never speaks to her. No, I know that there have been others who have read Spinoza, even I, others who have crossed their white arms across the umber pages, others too pure to glance, even a second, beyond the sacred sphincter of their erudition. But what is all that to me? You must come, I say, and see the sea gulls, gold in the late sun. You must come and talk to me and tell me why in this same world, little white puffs of cloud-like cotton batting, if you will, or lingerie, I have heard that before, little white puffs of cloud should float so quietly across the cleanly sky, and you should sit, pale, in a black dress that would have graced the stern ascetic conscience of a Benedict. And read Spinoza, and let the wind blow the clouds by, and let me drown myself in an ecstasy of dearth. Well, what if I do forget Spinoza and your constancy, forget everything, till there stays with me only a faint half-hope and half-regret and the unnumbered stretches of the sea? Unable to initiate a relationship, he remained aloof, hoping, as the poem says, that the young woman would make the first move. You must come and talk to me. He feels a faint half-hope and half-regret. Such a mix of powerful emotions is not, of course, unusual for a young man coming of age. But Robert had to be told that he was not alone. Again and again, whenever he was in anguish, Robert turned to his old teacher for help. In the late winter of 1924, he wrote Smith in the great distress of some emotional crisis. That letter has not survived, but we have Robert's reply to Smith's letter of reassurance. What has soothed me most, I think, he told Smith, is that you perceived in my distress a certain similarity to that from which you had suffered. It had never occurred to me that the situation of anyone who now appeared to me in all respects so impeccable and so enviable could be in any way comparable with my own. Abstractly, I feel that it is a terrible pity that there should be so many good people I shall not know, so many joys missed. But you are right. At least for me the desire is not a need, it is an impertinence. After Robert finished his first year at Harvard, his father found him a summer job in a New Jersey laboratory. But he was bored. The job and people are bourgeois and lazy and dead, he wrote Francis Ferguson, who was himself back in lovely Los Pinos. There is little work and nothing to puzzle at. How I envy you. Francis, you choke me with anguish and despair. All I can do is admit to my hierarchy of physico-chemical immutabilities the Chaucerian amor vincit omnia. Robert's friends were used to this florid language. Everything he takes up, Francis later observed, he exaggerates. Paul Horgan too recalled Robert's Baroque tendency to exaggerate. But it was also true that he quit the lab job and spent the month of August back at Bay Shore, much of the time sailing with Horgan, who had agreed to spend his vacation with him. In June 1925, after only 3 years of study, Robert was graduated summa cum laude with a bachelor's degree in chemistry. He made the dean's list and was one of only 30 students to be selected for membership in Phi Beta Kappa. Tongue-in-cheek, he wrote Herbert Smith that year, even in the last stages of senile aphasia, I will not say that education, in an academic sense, was only secondary when I was at college. I plow through about 5 or 10 big scientific books a week, and pretend to research. Even if, in the end, I've got to satisfy myself with testing toothpaste, I don't want to know it till it has happened. Testing toothpaste was hardly a likely future for a Harvard senior who that year had taken such courses as colloid chemistry, History of England from 1688 to the present time, Introduction to the Theory of Potential Functions and Laplace's Equation, the Analytical Theory of Heat and Problems of Inelastic Vibrations, and Mathematical Theory of Electricity and Magnetism. But decades later, he would look back on his undergraduate years and confess, although I liked to work, I spread myself very thin and got by with murder. I got A's in all these courses which I don't think I should have. He thought he had acquired a very quick, superficial, eager familiarization with some parts of physics with tremendous lacunae and often with a tremendous lack of practice and discipline. Skipping the commencement ceremonies, Robert and 2 friends, William C. Boyd and Frederick Bernheim, celebrated privately with laboratory alcohol in a dorm room. Boyd and I got plastered, Bernheim recalled. Robert, I think, only took one drink and retired. Later that weekend, Robert took Boyd to the summer house in Bay Shore and sailed his beloved Timothy to Fire Island. We took off our clothes, Boyd remembered, and walked up and down the beach getting a sunburn. Robert could have stayed at Harvard, he was offered a graduate fellowship, but he already had loftier ambitions. He had graduated as a chemistry major, but it was physics that called him, and he knew that in the world of physics Cambridge, England, was more near the center. Hoping that the eminent English physicist Ernest Rutherford, celebrated as the man who had first developed a model of the nuclear atom in 1911, would take him under his wing, Robert persuaded his physics teacher Percy Bridgman to write a letter of recommendation. In his letter, Bridgman wrote candidly that Oppenheimer had a perfectly prodigious power of assimilation, but that his weakness is on the experimental side. His type of mind is analytical, rather than physical, and he is not at home in the manipulations of the laboratory. It appears to me that it is a bit of a gamble as to whether Oppenheimer will ever make any real contributions of an important character, but if he does make good at all, I believe he will be a very unusual success. Bridgman then closed with remarks, not unusual for that time and place, on Oppenheimer's Jewish background. As appears from his name, Oppenheimer is a Jew, but entirely without the usual qualifications of his race. He is a tall, well-set-up young man, with a rather engaging diffidence of manner, and I think you need have no hesitation whatever for any reason of this sort in considering his application. With the hope that Bridgman's recommendation would gain him admittance to Rutherford's laboratory, Robert spent the month of August in his beloved New Mexico. Significantly, he took his parents with him and introduced them to his few acres of heaven. The Oppenheimers boarded for a time at Bishop's Lodge on the outskirts of Santa Fe, and then journeyed north to Catherine Page's Los Pinos ranch. The parents are really quite pleased with the place, Robert wrote with obvious pride to Herbert Smith, and are starting to ride a little. Curiously enough, they enjoy the frivolous courtesy of the place. Together with Paul Horgan, who was back from Harvard for the summer, and Robert's brother, Frank, now aged 13, the boys went for long horseback rides in the mountains. Horgan recalls renting horses in Santa Fe and riding with Robert on the Lake Peak Trail across the Sangre de Cristo Range and down to the village of Cowles. We hit the divide at the very top of that mountain in a tremendous thunderstorm, immense, huge pounding rain. We sat under our horses for lunch and ate oranges, and we were drenched. I was looking at Robert and all of a sudden I noticed his hair was standing straight up, responding to the static. Marvelous. When they finally rode into Los Pinos that night after dark, Katie Page's windows were lit. It was a very welcome sight, Horgan said. She received us and we had a beautiful time for several days there. She referred to us always then and afterward as her slaves. Here come my slaves. While Mrs. Oppenheimer sat on the shaded, wraparound porch of the Los Pinos ranch house, Page and her slaves went out on day-long rides in the surrounding mountains. On one of these expeditions, Robert found a small, uncharted lake on the eastern slopes of the Santa Fe Baldy, which he named Lake Catherine. It was probably on one of these long rides that he smoked his first tobacco. Page taught the boys to ride light, packing the bare minimum. One night on the trail Robert found himself out of food, and someone offered him a pipe to quell the pangs of hunger. Pipe tobacco and cigarettes quickly became thereafter a lifelong addiction. Upon his return to New York, Robert opened his mail to learn that Ernest Rutherford had rejected him. Rutherford wouldn't have me, Oppenheimer recalled. He didn't think much of Bridgman and my credentials were peculiar. In the event, however, Rutherford passed Robert's application along to J. Thomson, Rutherford's celebrated predecessor as director of Cavendish Laboratory. At 69 years of age, Thomson, who had won the 1906 Nobel Prize in Physics for his detection of the electron, was well past his prime as a working physicist. In 1919 he had resigned his administrative responsibilities, and by 1925 he came into the laboratory sporadically and tutored only the occasional student. Robert was nonetheless greatly relieved when he learned that Thomson had agreed to supervise his studies. He had chosen physics as his vocation, and he was confident that its future, and his, lay in Europe. Chapter 3, I am having a pretty bad time, I am not well, and I am afraid to come to see you now for fear something melodramatic might happen. Robert Oppenheimer, January 23, 1926. Harvard had been a mixed experience for Robert. He had grown intellectually, but his social experiences had been such as to leave his emotional life taut and strained. The daily routines of structured undergraduate existence had provided him with a protective shield. Once again, he had been a superstar in the classroom. Now the shield was gone, and he was about to undergo a series of nearly disastrous existential crises that would begin that autumn and stretch into the spring of 1926. In mid-September 1925, he boarded a ship bound for England. He and Frances Ferguson had agreed that they would meet in the little village of Swanage in Dorsetshire, in southwest England. Ferguson had spent the entire summer traveling about Europe with his mother and was now eager for some male companionship. For 10 days they walked along the coastal cliffs, confiding to each other their latest adventures. Though they had not seen each other for 2 years, they had kept in touch through correspondence and remained close. When I met him at the station, Ferguson wrote afterwards, he seemed more self-confident, strong and upstanding, he was far less embarrassed with mother. This, I afterwards found out, was because he had nearly managed to fall in love with an attractive Gentile in New Mexico. Still, at the age of 21, Robert, Ferguson sensed, was completely at a loss about his sex life. For his part, Ferguson unfolded to him all the things that had pleased me, and that I had to keep quiet about. In retrospect, however, Ferguson thought he had unburdened himself too much. I was cruel and stupid enough, he wrote, to go over with Robert, these things, at length, finally completing what Jean, a friend, would have called a first-class mental rape. By then, Ferguson had spent 2 full years as a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford. Frances had always been more mature than Robert, who now found himself dazzled by his friend's ease and social polish. To begin with, Frances had had a girlfriend for some 3 years, a young woman Robert had known from the ethical culture school named Frances Keeley. He was also impressed that Ferguson had demonstrated the self-confidence to abandon his major in biology for his first passion, literature and poetry. He was moving in elite social circles, visiting upper-class English families in their country houses. Robert found himself envious of his friend's blossoming sophistication. They parted ways, one off to Oxford, the other to Cambridge, promising to meet again over Christmas break. Robert's arrival at Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge coincided with a time of great excitement in the world of physics. By the early 1920s some European physicists, Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg, among others, were building a theory that they called quantum physics, or quantum mechanics. Briefly stated, quantum physics is the study of the laws that apply to the behavior of phenomena on a very small scale, the scale of molecules and atoms. Quantum theory was soon to replace classical physics when dealing with subatomic phenomena such as an electron orbiting around the nucleus of a hydrogen atom. But if this was a hot time for physicists in Europe, Oppenheimer and many more senior American physicists were oblivious. I was still, in the bad sense of the word, a student, recalled Oppenheimer. I didn't learn about quantum mechanics until I got to Europe. I didn't learn about electron spin until I got to Europe. I don't believe that they were actually known in 25 in the spring in America, anyway, I didn't know them. Robert settled into a depressing apartment that he later called a miserable hole. He took all his meals at the college and spent his days in a corner of J. Thomson's basement laboratory, trying to make thin beryllium films for use in the study of electrons. It was a laborious process which required the evaporation of beryllium onto collodion. Afterwards, the collodion had to be painstakingly discarded. Clumsy and inept at this meticulous work, Robert soon found himself avoiding the laboratory. Instead, he spent his time attending seminars and reading physics journals. But if his lab work was quite a sham, it nevertheless provided the occasion for him to meet physicists like Rutherford, Chadwick and C.F. Powell. I met Patrick M.S. Blackett, whom I liked very much. Oppenheimer recalled decades later. Patrick Blackett, who would win the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1948, soon became one of Robert's tutors. A tall, elegant Englishman with forthright socialist politics, Blackett had completed his physics degree at Cambridge just 3 years earlier. In November 1925, Robert wrote Ferguson that, "The place is very rich, and has plenty of luscious treasures, and although I am altogether unable to take advantage of them, yet I have a chance to see many people, and a few good ones. There are certainly some good physicists here, the young ones, I mean. I have been taken to all sorts of meetings, high maths at Trinity, a secret pacifist meeting, a Zionist club, and several rather pallid science clubs. But I have seen no one here who is of any use who is not doing science." But then he dropped the bravado and confessed, "I am having a pretty bad time. The lab work is a terrible bore, and I am so bad at it that it is impossible to feel that I am learning anything. The lectures are vile. His difficulties in the laboratory were compounded by his deteriorating emotional state. One day Robert caught himself staring at an empty blackboard with a piece of chalk in his hand, muttering over and over, "The point is, the point is, the point is." His Harvard friend Jeffries Wyman, who was also at Cambridge that year, detected signs of distress. Walking into his room one day, Wyman found Robert lying on the floor, groaning and rolling from side to side. In another account of this incident, Wyman reported Oppenheimer as telling him that he felt so miserable in Cambridge, so unhappy, that he used sometimes to get down on the floor and roll from side to side. "He told me that." On another occasion, Rutherford witnessed Oppenheimer collapsing in a heap on the floor of the laboratory. Neither was it any comfort that some of his closest friends were headed toward early domesticity. His Harvard roommate, Fred Bernheim, was also in Cambridge and had met a woman who would soon become his wife. Robert could see that his friendship with Bernheim was, predictably, petering out. "There are some terrible complications with Fred," Oppenheimer explained to Ferguson, "and an awful evening, 2 weeks ago, in the Moon. I have not seen him since, and blush when I think of him." And a Dostoevskian confession from him. Robert demanded much of his friends, and sometimes his demands were just too much. In a way, Bernheim recalled, it was a relief. His intensity and his drive always made me feel slightly uncomfortable. Bernheim felt drained in Robert's presence. Robert stubbornly tried to revive the friendship, but Bernheim finally told him that he was going to marry and that we couldn't re-establish what we'd had at Harvard. Robert was not so much offended as perplexed that someone he had known so well could decide to spin out of his orbit. Similarly, he was astonished to learn of the early marriage of Jane Dideshame, another classmate from the ethical culture school. Robert had always been fond of Jane and seemed taken aback that a woman his own age could already be married, to a Frenchman, and with child. By the end of that autumn term, Ferguson concluded that Robert had a first-class case of depression. His parents also had some inkling that their son was in crisis. According to Ferguson, Robert's depression was further increased and made specific by the struggle he was carrying on with his mother. Ella and Julius now insisted on rushing across the Atlantic to be with their troubled son. He wanted her, Ferguson wrote in his diary, but felt he ought to discourage her coming. So that when he got on the train for Southampton where he was to meet her, he was exploding with every kind of wild revolution. Ferguson was a witness to only some of the extraordinary events that followed that winter. But clearly many of the details that Ferguson recorded could only have come from Robert, and it is quite possible, indeed, it is almost certain, that in recounting his experiences, Robert allowed his vivid imagination to color his stories. Ferguson's account of the adventures of Robert Oppenheimer in Europe is dated simply February 26, and the context suggests that it was written contemporaneously in February 1926. In any case, Ferguson did not reveal his friend's confidences until many years after Robert's death. According to Ferguson's account, an episode occurred aboard the train that indicated that Robert was losing control emotionally. He found himself in a third-class carriage with a man and woman who were making love, kissing and perhaps fondling each other, we assume, and though he tried to read thermodynamics he could not concentrate. When the man left Robert, kissed the woman. She did not seem unduly surprised. But he was at once overcome with remorse, fell on his knees, his feet sprawling, and with many tears, begged her pardon. Hastily gathering up his luggage, Robert then fled the compartment. His reflections were so bitter that, on the way out of the station, when they were going downstairs, and he saw the woman below him, he was inspired to drop his suitcase on her head. Fortunately, he missed. Assuming that Ferguson accurately reported the story he was told, it seems clear that Robert was caught up in a fantasy. He wanted to kiss the woman. He did kiss her. He didn't. What happened exactly in that train compartment is uncertain. But what is reported to have occurred exiting the station surely did not happen, although Robert needed to tell Ferguson that it did. He was in trouble, he was losing control, and his fantastic tale was an expression of his distress. In this agitated state, Robert proceeded on to the port where he was scheduled to greet his parents. The first person he saw on the gangplank was not his mother or father, but Inez Polak, a classmate from the ethical culture school. Robert had corresponded with Inez while she attended Vassar, and he had seen her on occasion in New York during vacations. In an interview decades later, Ferguson said he thought that Ella saw to it that there came with them, to England, a young woman that he, Robert, had seen in New York, and she tried to put them together and it didn't work. In his diary, Ferguson writes that upon seeing Inez on the gangplank, Robert's first impulse had been to turn and run. Now it would have been difficult, Ferguson wrote, to say who was the more terrified, Inez or Robert. For her part, Inez apparently saw in Robert an escape from her life in New York, where her mother had grown intolerable to her. Ella had agreed to escort her to England, thinking that Inez might help to distract Robert from his depression. But at the same time, according to Ferguson, Ella regarded Inez as ridiculously unworthy of her son, and as soon as she saw that Robert was actually showing an interest in the girl, she took Robert aside and spoke of how tiresome it was for Inez to have come over. Inez nevertheless accompanied the Oppenheimers to Cambridge. Robert busied himself with his physics, but in the afternoons he began taking Inez on long walks about town. According to Ferguson, Robert went through the motions of courting her. He did a very good, and chiefly rhetorical, imitation of being in love with her. She responded in kind. For a short time, the couple were at least informally engaged. And then one evening they went to Inez's room and crawled into bed together. There they lay, tremulous with cold, afraid to do anything. And Inez began to sob. Then Robert began to sob. After a time there was a knock at the door, and they heard Mrs. Oppenheimer's voice saying, "Let me in, Inez, why won't you let me in? I know Robert is in there." Ella finally stomped off in a huff, and Robert emerged, miserable and thoroughly humiliated. Pollock left almost immediately for Italy, taking with her a copy of Dostoevsky's The Possessed as a gift from Robert. Naturally, the collapse of this relationship only deepened Robert's melancholy. Just before classes broke for Christmas, he wrote Herbert Smith a sad, wistful letter. Apologizing for his silence, he explained that really I have been engaged in the far more difficult business of making myself for a career. And I have not written, simply because I have lacked the comfortable conviction and assurance which are necessary to an adequately splendid letter. Referring to Francis, he wrote, he has changed a great deal. Exempli gratia, he is happy. He knows everyone at Oxford, he goes to tea with Lady Adeline Morel, the high priestess of civilized society, and the patroness of T.S. Eliot and Bertrand Russell. To the concern of his friends and family, Robert's emotional state continued to deteriorate. He seemed oddly unsure of himself and stubbornly morose. Among other complaints, he talked about his troubled relationship with his head tutor, Patrick Blackett. Robert liked Blackett and eagerly sought his approval, but Blackett, being a hands-on, experimental physicist, hounded Robert to do more of what he wasn't good at, laboratory work. Blackett probably thought nothing of it, but in Oppenheimer's agitated state, the relationship became a source of intense anxiety. Late that autumn of 1925, Robert did something so stupid that it seemed calculated to prove that his emotional distress was overwhelming him. Consumed by feelings of inadequacy and intense jealousy, he poisoned an apple with chemicals from the laboratory and left it on Blackett's desk. Jeffries Wyman later said, whether or not this was an imaginary apple, or a real apple, whatever it was an act of jealousy. Fortunately, Blackett did not eat the apple, but university officials somehow were informed of the incident. As Robert himself confessed to Ferguson 2 months later, he had kind of poisoned the head steward. It seemed incredible, but that was what he said. And he had actually used cyanide or something somewhere. And fortunately the tutor discovered it. Of course there was hell to pay with Cambridge. If the alleged poison was potentially lethal, what Robert had done amounted to attempted murder. But this seems improbable, given what happened next. More likely, Robert had laced the apple with something that merely would have made Blackett sick, but this was still a serious matter, and grounds for expulsion. As Robert's parents were still visiting Cambridge, the university authorities immediately informed them of what had happened. Julius Oppenheimer frantically, and successfully, lobbied the university not to press criminal charges. After protracted negotiations, it was agreed that Robert would be put on probation and have regular sessions with a prominent Harley Street psychiatrist in London. As Robert's old ethical culture school mentor, Herbert Smith, put it, he was retained at Cambridge for a while only on condition that he had periodic interviews with a psychiatrist. Robert traveled to London for regularly scheduled sessions, but it was not a good experience. A Freudian psychoanalyst diagnosed dementia praecox, now archaic label for symptoms associated with schizophrenia. He concluded that Oppenheimer was a hopeless case and that further analysis would do more harm than good. Ferguson went to meet Oppenheimer one day just after Robert had finished a session with the psychiatrist. He looked crazy at that time. I saw him standing on the corner, waiting for me, with his hat on one side of his head, looking absolutely weird. He was sort of standing around, looking like he might run or do something drastic. The two old friends took off together at a more than brisk pace, Robert walking his peculiar walk with his feet turned out at a severe angle. I asked him how it had been. He said that the guy was too stupid to follow him and that he knew more about his troubles than the doctor did, which was probably true. At the time, Ferguson was still unaware of the poisoned apple incident, so he did not understand what had precipitated the psychiatric visits. And though he could see that Robert was in considerable distress, he nevertheless had confidence that his friend had the ability to bring himself up, to figure out what his trouble was, and to deal with it. The crisis, however, had not passed. During the Christmas holidays, Robert found himself walking along the Brittany coast near the village of Cancale, where his parents had taken him for the holiday. It was a rainy, dreary winter day and years later Oppenheimer said he had a vivid realization, I was on the point of bumping myself off. This was chronic. Sometime shortly after New Year's 1926, Ferguson arranged to meet Oppenheimer in Paris, where Robert's parents had taken him for the remainder of the 6-week-long winter break. On one of their long walks through the streets of Paris, Robert finally confided in his friend, explaining what had precipitated his visits to the London psychiatrist. At this point, Robert thought the Cambridge authorities might not even let him return. My reaction was dismay, Ferguson recalled. But then, when he talked about it, I thought he had sort of gone beyond it, and that he was having trouble with his father. Robert acknowledged that his parents were very worried, that they were trying to help him, but that they were not succeeding. Robert was getting very little sleep and, according to Ferguson, he began to get very queer. One morning he locked his mother in her hotel room and left. Ella was furious. After this incident, Ella insisted that he see a French psychoanalyst. After several sessions this doctor announced that Robert was suffering a crise morale associated with sexual frustration. He prescribed un femme and a course of aphrodisiacs. Years later, Ferguson observed of that time, he, Robert, was completely at a loss about his sex life. Soon, Robert's emotional crisis took another violent turn. Sitting in his Paris hotel room with Robert, Ferguson sensed that his friend was in one of his ambiguous moods. Perhaps in an attempt to divert him from his depression, Ferguson showed him some poetry written by his girlfriend, Frances Keeley, and then announced that he had proposed to Keeley and she had accepted. Robert was stunned at this news, and he snapped. I leaned over to pick up a book, Ferguson recalled, and he jumped on me from behind with a trunk strap and wound it around my neck. I was quite scared for a little while. We must have made some noise. And then I managed to pull aside and he fell on the ground weeping. Robert may have been provoked by simple jealousy over his friend's love affair. He had already lost one friend, Fred Bernheim, to a woman. Perhaps the thought of losing another under the same circumstances was just too much for him at that point. Ferguson himself noted the deep glares that Robert kept darting theatrically at her, Frances Keeley. How easy it was for him to act the violent lover, how I know the feeling from experience. Despite the choking incident, Ferguson stood by his friend. Indeed, he may even have felt some guilt, since he had been forewarned in a letter by none other than Herbert Smith, who knew Robert's vulnerabilities all too well. I've a notion, by the way, that your ability to show him, Robert, about should be exercised with great tact, rather than in royal profusion. Your 2 years start and social adaptivity are likely to make him despair. And instead of flying at your throat, as I remember your being ready to do for George what's-his-name, when you were similarly awed by him, italics added, I'm afraid he'd merely cease to think his own life worth living. Smith's letter raises the question of whether Ferguson, an aspiring writer, may have conflated his own experience with George and Oppenheimer's behavior. But Robert would apologize in a manner that makes Ferguson's story credible. Ferguson understood that his friend had a neurotic streak, but he also thought he could see Robert growing out of it. He knew that I knew that this was a momentary spasm. I think that I would have been more worried if I hadn't realized how rapidly he was changing. I liked him very much. The two men would remain lifelong friends. All the same, for some months after the assault, Ferguson felt it prudent to be on his guard. He moved out of the hotel, and he hesitated when Robert insisted that he visit him in Cambridge that spring. Robert was no doubt as perplexed by his own behavior as was Francis. He wrote his friend a few weeks after the incident that, "You should have, not a letter, but a pilgrimage to Oxford, made in a hair shirt, with much fasting in snow and prayer. But I will keep my remorse and gratitude, and the shame I feel for my inadequacy to you, until I can do something rather less useless for you. I do not understand your forbearance nor your charity, but you must know that I will not forget them," for through all this turmoil, Robert had become something of his own psychoanalyst, consciously trying to confront his emotional fragility. In a letter to Ferguson on January 23, 1926, he suggested that his mental state had something to do with the awful fact of excellence. "It is that fact now, combined with my inability to solder two copper wires together, which is probably succeeding in getting me crazy." He then confessed, "I am not well, and I am afraid to come to see you now for fear something melodramatic might happen." Setting aside his qualms, Ferguson eventually agreed to visit Cambridge early that spring. "He put me in a room next door, and I remember thinking that I'd better make sure that he didn't turn up in the night, so I put a chair up against the door. But nothing happened. By then, Robert seemed to be on the mend. When Ferguson briefly raised the matter, he said that he needn't worry, that he was over that. Indeed, Robert had been seeing yet another psychoanalyst, his third within 4 months, in Cambridge. By this time, Robert had read a good deal about psychoanalysis, and according to his friend John Edsel, he took it very seriously. He also thought that his new analyst, a Dr. M., was a wiser and more sensible man than either of the doctors he had consulted in London and Paris. Robert apparently continued to see this analyst throughout the spring of 1926. But over time their relationship broke down. One day in June, Robert dropped by John Edsel's lodgings and told him that Dr. M has decided that there's no use in going on with the analysis any further. Herbert Smith later ran into one of his psychiatrist friends in New York who knew of the case, and claimed that Robert gave the psychiatrist in Cambridge an outrageous song and dance. The trouble is, you've got to have a psychiatrist who is abler than the person who's being analyzed. They don't have anybody. In mid-March 1926, Robert left Cambridge on a short vacation. 3 friends, Jeffries Wyman, Frederick Bernheim and John Edsel, had talked him into accompanying them to Corsica. For 10 days they bicycled the length of the island, sleeping in small village inns or camping out in the open. The island's craggy mountains and lightly forested high mesas may well have reminded Robert of New Mexico's rugged beauty. The scenery was magnificent, recalled Bernheim, verbal communication with the natives disastrous, and the local fleas abundantly fed each night. Robert's dark moods occasionally overcame him and he sometimes spoke of feeling depressed. He had been reading a great deal of French and Russian literature in recent months, and as they hiked through the mountains, he enjoyed arguing with Edsel over the relative merits of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. One evening after being drenched by a sudden thunderstorm, the young men sought shelter in a nearby inn. As they hung their wet clothes by a fire and huddled in blankets, Edsel insisted, "Tolstoy is the writer I most enjoy." "No, Dostoevsky is superior," Oppenheimer said. "He gets to the soul and torment of man." Later, when the conversation turned to their respective futures, Robert remarked, "The kind of person that I admire most would be one who becomes extraordinarily good at doing a lot of things but still maintains a tear-stained countenance." If Robert seemed burdened by such intensely existential thoughts, his companions nevertheless got a strong impression that he was unburdening himself as they hiked around the island. Clearly relishing the dramatic scenery, the good French food and wines, he wrote his brother Frank, "It's a great place, with every virtue from wine to glaciers, and from langouste to brigantines." In Corsica, Wyman believed Robert was passing through a great emotional crisis. And then something strange happened. One day, Wyman recalled decades later, when we'd almost finished our time in Corsica, we were staying in some little inn, the 3 of us, Edsel, Oppenheimer and I, and we were having dinner together. The waiter approached Oppenheimer and told him when the next boat departed for France. Surprised, Edsel and Wyman asked Oppenheimer why he was rushing back earlier than planned. "I can't bear to speak of it," Robert replied, "but I've got to go." Later in the evening, after they had drunk a little more wine, he relented and said, "Well, perhaps I can tell you why I have to go. I've done a terrible thing. I've put a poisoned apple on Blackett's desk and I've got to go back and see what happened." Edsel and Wyman were stunned. I never knew, Wyman recalled, whether it was real or imaginary. Robert didn't elaborate, but he did mention that he had been diagnosed with dementia praecox. Unaware that the poisoned apple incident had actually occurred the previous autumn, Wyman and Edsel assumed that Robert, in a fit of jealousy, had done something to Blackett that spring, just before their trip to Corsica. Clearly, something had happened, but, as Edsel put it later, he, Robert, spoke of it with a sense of reality that Jeffries and I both felt that this must be some kind of hallucination on his part. Over the decades, the truth of the poisoned apple story has been mud-dyed by conflicting accounts. In his 1979 interview with Martin Sherwin, however, Ferguson made it quite plain that the incident occurred in the late autumn of 1925, and not in the spring of 1926. All this happened during his, Robert's, first term at Cambridge. And just before I met him in London, when he was going to the psychiatrist. When Sherwin asked if he really believed the poisoned apple story, Ferguson replied, "Yes, I do. I do." His father then had to engineer the authorities of Cambridge about Robert's attempted murder. Talking with Alice Kimball Smith in 1976, Ferguson referred to the time when he, Robert, tried to poison one of his people. He told me about it at the time, or shortly thereafter, in Paris. I always assumed that it was probably true. But I don't know. He was doing all sorts of crazy things then. Ferguson certainly appeared to Smith to be a reliable source. As she noted after interviewing him, he doesn't pretend to remember anything he doesn't. Oppenheimer's prolonged adolescence was finally coming to an end. Sometime during his short stay in Corsica, something happened to him in the nature of an awakening. Whatever it was, Oppenheimer made sure that it remained a carefully cultivated mystery. Perhaps it was a fleeting love affair, but more likely not. Years later, he would respond to a query from the author Newell Farr Davis. The psychiatrist was a prelude to what began for me in Corsica. You ask whether I will tell you the full story or whether you must dig it out. But it is known to few and they won't tell. You can't dig it out. What you need to know is that it was not a mere love affair, not a love affair at all, but love. The encounter held some kind of mystical, transcendental meaning for Oppenheimer. Geography was henceforth the only separation I recognized, but for me it was not a real separation. It was, he told Davis, a great thing in my life, a great and lasting part of it, more to me now, even more as I look back when my life is nearly over. So what actually happened in Corsica? Probably nothing. Oppenheimer deliberately answered Davis's query about Corsica with an enigma sure to frustrate his biographers. He coyly called it love and not a mere love affair. Obviously, the distinction was important to him. In the company of his friends, he had no opportunity for a real affair. But he did read a book that appears to have resulted in an epiphany. The book was Marcel Proust's Et la recherche du temps perdu, a mystical and existential text that spoke to Oppenheimer's troubled soul. Reading it in the evening by flashlight during his walking tour of Corsica, he later claimed to his Berkeley friend Håkan Chevalier, was one of the great experiences of his life. It snapped him out of his depression. Proust's work is a classic novel of introspection, and it left a deep and lasting impression on Oppenheimer. More than a decade after he first read Proust, Oppenheimer startled Chevalier by quoting from memory a passage in Volume 1 that discusses cruelty. Perhaps she would not have considered evil to be so rare, so extraordinary, so estranging a state, to which it was so restful to emigrate, had she been able to discern in herself, as in everyone, that indifference to the sufferings one causes, an indifference which, whatever other names one may give it, is the terrible and permanent form of cruelty. As a young man in Corsica, Robert no doubt memorized these words precisely because he saw in himself an indifference to the sufferings he caused others. It was a painful insight. One can only speculate about a man's inner life, but perhaps seeing an expression of his own dark and guilt-laden thoughts in print somehow lightened Robert's psychological burden. It had to be comforting to know that he was not alone, that this was part of the human condition. He no longer need despise himself, he could love. And perhaps it was also reassuring, particularly for an intellectual, that Robert could tell himself that it was a book, and not a psychiatrist, which had helped to wrench him from the black hole of his depression. Oppenheimer returned to Cambridge with a lighter, more forgiving attitude about life. I felt much kinder and more tolerant, he recalled. I could now relate to others. By June 1926, he decided to end his sessions with the Cambridge psychiatrist. It also lifted his spirits that spring to leave the miserable hole he had till then occupied in Cambridge and move into less miserable quarters along the River Cam, halfway to Grantchester, a quaint village 1 mile south of Cambridge. As he despised laboratory work, and clearly was inept as an experimental physicist, he now wisely turned to the abstractions of theoretical physics. Even in the midst of his long winter depression, he had managed to read enough to realize that the entire field was in a state of ferment. One day in a Cavendish seminar, Robert watched as James Chadwick, the discoverer of the neutron, opened a copy of Physical Review to a new paper by Robert Millikan and quipped, "Another cackle. Will there ever be an egg?" Sometime in early 1926, after reading a paper by the young German physicist Werner Heisenberg, he realized that there was emerging a wholly new way of thinking about how electrons behaved. About the same time, an Austrian physicist, Erwin Schrödinger, published a radical new theory about the structure of the atom. Schrödinger proposed that electrons behave more precisely as a wave curving around the nucleus of the atom. Like Heisenberg, he crafted a mathematical portrait of his fluid atom and called it quantum mechanics. After reading both papers, Oppenheimer suspected that there had to be a connection between Schrödinger's wave mechanics and Heisenberg's matrix mechanics. They were, in fact, two versions of the same theory. Here was an egg, and not merely another cackle. Quantum mechanics now became the hot topic at the Kapitsa Club, an informal physics discussion group named for its founder, Peter Kapitsa, young Russian physicist. In a rudimentary way, recalled Oppenheimer, I began to get pretty interested. That spring he also met another young physicist, Paul Dirac, who would earn his doctorate that May from Cambridge. By then, Dirac had already done some groundbreaking work on quantum mechanics. Robert remarked with considerable understatement that Dirac's work was not easily understood, and he was not concerned to be understood. I thought he was absolutely grand. On the other hand, his first impression of Dirac may not have been so favorable. Robert told Jeffries Wyman that he didn't think Dirac, amounted to anything. Dirac was himself an extremely eccentric young man, and notoriously single-minded in his devotion to science. One day some years later, when Oppenheimer offered his friend several books, Dirac politely declined the gift, remarking that reading books interfered with thought. It was about this same time that Oppenheimer met the great Danish physicist Niels Bohr, whose lectures he had attended at Harvard. Here was a role model finely attuned to Robert's sensibilities. 19 years older than Oppenheimer, Bohr was born, like Oppenheimer, into an upper-class family surrounded by books, music and learning. Bohr's father was a professor of physiology, and his mother came from a Jewish banking family. Bohr obtained his doctorate in physics at the University of Copenhagen in 1911. 2 years later, he achieved the key theoretical breakthrough in early quantum mechanics by postulating quantum jumps in the orbital momentum of an electron around the nucleus of an atom. In 1922, he won the Nobel Prize for this theoretical model of atomic structure. Tall and athletic, a warm and gentle soul with a wry sense of humor, Bohr was universally admired. He always spoke in a self-effacing near whisper. Not often in life, Albert Einstein wrote to Bohr in the spring of 1920, "Has a human being caused me such joy by his mere presence as you did?" Einstein was charmed by Bohr's manner of uttering his opinions like one perpetually groping and never. Like one who believed himself to be in the possession of definite truth. Oppenheimer came to speak of Bohr as his god. At that point I forgot about beryllium and films and decided to try to learn the trade of being a theoretical physicist. By that time I was fully aware that it was an unusual time, that great things were afoot. That spring, with his mental health on the mend, Oppenheimer worked steadily on what would become his first major paper in theoretical physics, a study of the collision, or continuous spectrum, problem. It was hard work. One day he walked into Ernest Rutherford's office and saw Bohr sitting in a chair. Rutherford rose from behind his desk and introduced his student to Bohr. The renowned Danish physicist then asked politely, "How is it going?" Robert replied bluntly, "I'm in difficulties." Bohr asked, "Are the difficulties mathematical or physical?" When Robert replied, "I don't know," Bohr said, "That's bad." Bohr vividly remembered the encounter. Oppenheimer had looked uncommonly youthful, and after he left the room, Rutherford had turned to Bohr and remarked that he had high expectations for the young man. Years later, Robert reflected that Bohr's question, "Are the problems mathematical or physical?" was a very good one. I thought it put a rather useful glare on the extent to which I became embroiled in formal questions without stepping back to see what they really had to do with the physics of the problem. Later he realized that some physicists rely almost exclusively on mathematical language to describe the reality of nature. Any verbal description is only a concession to intelligibility, it's only pedagogical. I think this is largely true of Paul Dirac. I think that his invention is never initially verbal but initially algebraic. By contrast, he realized that a physicist like Bohr regarded mathematics as Dirac regards words, namely, as a way to make himself intelligible to other people. So there's a very wide spectrum. At Cambridge, I was simply learning and hadn't learned very much. By temperament and talent, Robert was very much a verbal physicist in the style of Bohr. Late that spring, Cambridge organized a week-long visit to the University of Leiden for American physics students. Oppenheimer went on the trip and met a number of German physicists. It was wonderful, he recalled, and I realized then that some of the troubles of the winter had been exacerbated by the English customs. Upon his return to Cambridge, he met another German physicist, Max Born, director of the Institute of Theoretical Physics at the University of Göttingen. Born was intrigued by Oppenheimer, partly because the 22-year-old American was grappling with some of the same theoretical problems raised in the recent papers by Heisenberg and Schrödinger. Oppenheimer seemed to me, Born said, right from the beginning a very gifted man. By the end of that spring, Oppenheimer had accepted an invitation from Born to study at Göttingen. Cambridge had been a disastrous year for Robert. He had narrowly escaped expulsion over the poison apple incident. For the first time in his life, he had found himself incapable of excelling intellectually. And his closest friends had witnessed more than one episode of emotional instability. But he had overcome a winter of depression, and was now ready to explore an entirely new field of intellectual endeavor. When I got to Cambridge, Robert said, I was faced with the problem of looking at a question to which no one knew the answer, but I wasn't willing to face it. When I left Cambridge, I didn't know how to face it very well, but I understood that this was my job. This was the change that occurred that year. Robert later recalled that he still had very great misgivings about myself on all fronts, but I clearly was going to do theoretical physics if I could. I felt completely relieved of the responsibility to go back into a laboratory. I hadn't been good, I hadn't done anybody any good, and I hadn't had any fun whatever, and here was something I felt just driven to try. Chapter 4, I find the work hard, thank God, and almost pleasant. You would like Göttingen, I think. The science is much better than at Cambridge, and on the whole, probably the best to be found. I find the work hard, thank God, and almost pleasant. Robert Oppenheimer to Francis Ferguson, November 14, 1926. Late in the summer of 1926, Robert, in far better spirits and considerably more mature than a year earlier, traveled by train through Lower Saxony to Göttingen, a small medieval town that boasted a city hall and several churches dating back to the 14th century. At the corner of Barfusserstrasse and Judenstrasse, Barefoot Street and Street of the Jews, he could dine on Wiener Schnitzel at the 400-year-old Junkers Hall, sitting beneath a steel engraving of Otto von Bismarck and surrounded by 3 stories of stained glass. Quaint half-timbered houses were scattered about the town's narrow, winding streets. Nestled on the banks of the Lane Canal, Göttingen had as its chief attraction Georgia Augusta University, founded in the 1730s by a German prince. By tradition, graduates of the university were expected to wade into a fountain that stood before the ancient city hall and kiss the goose girl, a bronze maiden that served as the fountain's centerpiece. If Cambridge could claim to be Europe's great center for experimental physics, Göttingen was undoubtedly the center of theoretical physics. German physicists at the time thought so little of their American counterparts that copies of Physical Review, the monthly research journal of the American Physical Society, routinely sat unread for more than a year before the university librarian got around to putting them on the shelf. It was Oppenheimer's good fortune to arrive shortly before an extraordinary revolution in theoretical physics drew to its close: Max Planck's discovery of quanta, photons, Einstein's magnificent achievement, the special theory of relativity, Niels Bohr's description of the hydrogen atom, Werner Heisenberg's formulation of matrix mechanics, and Erwin Schrödinger's theory of wave mechanics. This truly innovative period began to wind down with Born's 1926 paper on probability and causality. It was completed in 1927 with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and Bohr's formulation of the theory of complementarity. By the time Robert left Göttingen, the foundations for a post-Newtonian physics had been laid. As chairman of the physics department, Professor Max Born nurtured the work of Heisenberg, Eugene Wigner, Wolfgang Pauli, and Enrico Fermi. It was Born who in 1924 coined the term quantum mechanics, and it was Born who suggested that the outcome of any interaction in the quantum world is determined by chance. In 1954 he would be awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. A pacifist and a Jew, Born was regarded by his students as an unusually warm and patient teacher. He was the ideal mentor for a young student with Robert's delicate temperament. That academic year Oppenheimer would find himself in the company of an extraordinary collection of scientists. James Franck, with whom Robert was also studying, was an experimental physicist who had won the Nobel Prize just a year earlier. The German chemist Otto Hahn would in just a few years contribute to the discovery of nuclear fission. Another German physicist, Ernst Pascual Jordan, was collaborating with Born and Heisenberg to formulate the matrix mechanics version of quantum theory. The young English physicist Paul Dirac, whom Oppenheimer had met at Cambridge, was then working on early quantum field theory, and in 1933 he would share a Nobel Prize with Erwin Schrödinger. The Hungarian-born mathematician John von Neumann would later work for Oppenheimer on the Manhattan Project. George Eugene Uhlenbeck was an Indonesian-born Dutchman who, together with Samuel Abraham Goudsmit, discovered the concept of electron spin in late 1925. Robert quickly drew the attention of these men. He had met Uhlenbeck the previous spring during his week-long visit to the University of Leiden. "We got along very well immediately," recalled Uhlenbeck. Robert was so deeply immersed in physics that it seemed to Uhlenbeck as if we were old friends. Robert found lodging in a private villa owned by a Göttingen physician who had lost his medical license for malpractice. Once very well-to-do, the Cario family now had a spacious granite villa with a walled garden of several acres near the center of Göttingen, and no money. With the family's fortune eaten away by Germany's post-war inflation, they were compelled to take on boarders. Fluent in German, Robert quickly grasped the debilitating political atmosphere of the Weimar Republic. He later speculated that the Carios had the typical bitterness on which the Nazi movement rested. That autumn, he wrote his brother that everyone seemed concerned with trying to make Germany a practically successful and sane country. Neuroticism is very severely frowned upon. So are Jews, Prussians and French. Outside the university's gate, Robert could see that times were tough for most Germans. Although this university society was extremely rich and warm and helpful to me, it was parked there in a very miserable German mood. He found many Germans bitter, sullen, angry and loaded with all those ingredients which were later to produce a major disaster. And this I felt very much. He had one German friend, a member of the wealthy Ullstein publishing family, who owned a car. He and Robert used to take long drives in the countryside together. But Oppenheimer was struck by the fact that his friend parked this car in a barn outside Göttingen because he thought it was dangerous to be seen driving it. Life for the American expatriates, and especially for Robert, was quite a different matter. For one thing, he was never short of money. At 22, he dressed casually in rumpled herringbone suits made of the finest English wool. His fellow students noted that, in contrast to their own cloth luggage, Oppenheimer packed his belongings in gleaming, expensive pigskin suitcases. And when they strolled down to the 15th-century Zum Schwarzenbären, the Black Bear pub, to drink Frisch's beer or went to sip coffee at the Kron and Conlands coffee shop, it was often Robert who picked up the tab. He was transformed, he was now confident, excited and focused. Material possessions were unimportant to him, but the admiration of others was something he sought every day. To that end, he would use his wit, his erudition and his fine things to attract those people he wanted within his orbit of admirers. He was, said Uhlenbeck, so to say, clearly a center of all the younger students. He was really a kind of oracle. He knew very much. He was very difficult to understand, but very quick. Uhlenbeck thought it remarkable that so young a man already had a whole group of admirers trailing around after him. In contrast to Cambridge, at Göttingen Oppenheimer felt a pleasant camaraderie with his fellow students. I was part of a little community of people who had some common interests and tastes and many common interests in physics. At Harvard and Cambridge, Robert's intellectual pursuits had been solitary forays into books. At Göttingen, for the first time, he realized that he could learn from others. Something which for me, more than most people, is important began to take place, namely, I began to have some conversations. Gradually, I guess, they gave me some sense and, perhaps more gradually, some taste in physics, something that I probably would not have ever gotten to if I'd been locked up in a room. Lodging with him in the Cario family villa was Carl T. Compton, age 39, a professor of physics at Princeton University. Compton, a future president of MIT, felt intimidated by Oppenheimer's extraordinary versatility. He could hold his own with the young man when the topic was science, but found himself at a loss when Robert began talking about literature, philosophy, or even politics. No doubt with Compton in mind, Robert wrote his brother that most of the other American expatriates in Göttingen were professors at Princeton or California or some such place, married, respectable. They are mostly pretty good at physics, but completely uneducated and unspoiled. They envy the Germans their intellectual adroitness and organization, and want physics to come to America. In short, Robert thrived in Göttingen. That autumn he wrote enthusiastically to Francis Ferguson, "You would like Göttingen, I think. Like Cambridge, it is almost exclusively scientific, and such philosophers as are here are pretty largely interested in epistemological paradoxes and tricks. The science is much better than at Cambridge, and on the whole, probably the best to be found. They are working very hard here, and combining a fantastically impregnable metaphysical disingenuousness with the go-getting habits of a wallpaper manufacturer. The result is that the work done here has an almost demoniac lack of plausibility to it, and is highly successful. I find the work hard, thank God, and almost pleasant." Most of the time, he felt himself on an even keel emotionally. But there were some momentary relapses. One day, Paul Dirac saw him faint and fall to the floor, just as he had done the previous year in Rutherford's laboratory. "I still was not entirely well," Oppenheimer recalled decades later, "and I had several attacks during the year, but they became much more isolated and interfered less and less with work." Another physics student, Thorfinn Högnäs, and his wife, Phoebe, also roomed that year in the Cario mansion and found Oppenheimer's behavior sometimes odd. Phoebe often saw him lying in bed, doing nothing. But then these periods of hibernation were invariably followed by episodes of incessant talking. Phoebe thought him highly neurotic. On occasion, some witnessed Robert trying to overcome an episode of stuttering. Gradually, with his self-assurance returning, Oppenheimer found that his reputation had preceded him. One of his last acts before leaving Cambridge had been to present 2 papers before the Cambridge Philosophical Society titled On the Quantum Theory of Vibration Rotation Bands, and On the Quantum Theory of the Problem of the Two Bodies. The first paper dealt with molecular energy levels and the second investigated transitions to continuum states in hydrogenic atoms. Both papers represented small but important advances in quantum theory, and Oppenheimer was pleased to learn that the Cambridge Philosophical Society had published them by the time he arrived in Göttingen. Robert responded to the recognition his publications brought him by throwing himself enthusiastically into seminar discussions, with such abandon that he often annoyed his fellow students. He was a man of great talent, Professor Max Born later wrote, and he was conscious of his superiority in a way which was embarrassing and led to trouble. In Born's seminar on quantum mechanics, Robert routinely interrupted whoever was speaking, not excluding Born, and, stepping to the blackboard with chalk in hand, would declare in his American-accented German, "This can be done much better in the following manner." Though other students complained about these interruptions, Robert was oblivious to his professor's polite, half-hearted attempts to change his behavior. One day, however, Maria Goppert, a future Nobelist, presented Born with a petition written on thick parchment and signed by her and most of the other members of the seminar. Unless the child prodigy was reined in, his fellow students would boycott the class. Still unwilling to confront Oppenheimer, Born decided to leave the document on his desk in a place where Robert could not help but see it when he next came to discuss his thesis. To make this more certain, Born later wrote, "I arranged to be called out of the room for a few minutes." This plot worked. When I returned I found him rather pale and not so voluble as usual. Thereafter his interruptions ceased altogether. Not that he was by any means completely tamed. Robert could startle even his professors with his bruising candor. Born was a brilliant theoretical physicist, but because he sometimes made small mistakes in his long calculations, he often asked a graduate student to recheck his math. On one occasion, Born recalled, he gave a set of calculations to Oppenheimer. After a few days, Robert returned and said, "I couldn't find any mistake. Did you really do this alone?" All of Born's students knew of his propensity for calculation errors, but, as Born later wrote, Oppenheimer was the only one frank and rude enough to say it without joking. "I was not offended, it actually increased my esteem for his remarkable personality. Born soon began collaborating with Oppenheimer, who wrote one of his Harvard physics professors, Edwin Kemble, a veritable summary of their work. Almost all of the theorists seem to be working on Q mechanics. Professor Born is publishing a paper on the adiabatic theorem, and Heisenberg on Schwankungen, fluctuations. Perhaps the most important idea is one of Wolfgang Pauli's, who suggests that the usual Schrödinger psi functions are only special cases, and only in special cases, the spectroscopic one, give the physical information we want. I have been working for some time on the quantum theory of aperiodic phenomena. Another problem on which Professor Born and I are working is the law of deflection of, say, an alpha particle by a nucleus. We have not made very much progress with this, but I think we shall soon have it. Certainly the theory will not be so simple, when it is done, as the old one based on corpuscular dynamics. Professor Kemble was impressed. After less than 3 months in Göttingen, his former student seemed steeped in the excitement of unraveling the mysteries of quantum mechanics. By February 1927, Robert felt so confident of his mastery of the new quantum mechanics that he was writing his Harvard physics professor, Percy Bridgman, to explain its finer points. On the classical quantum theory, an electron in one of two regions of low potential which were separated by a region of high potential, could not cross to the other without receiving enough energy to clear impediment. On the new theory that is no longer true, the electron will spend part of its time in one region, and part in the other. On one point the new mechanics suggests a change, however. The electrons, which are free in the sense defined above, are not free in the sense that they are carriers of equipartition thermal energy. In order to account for the Weidmann-Franz law, one might have to adopt the suggestion, due, I think, to Professor Bohr, that when an electron jumps from one atom to another the two atoms may exchange momentum. With best greetings, yours, J. R. Oppenheimer. Bridgman was no doubt impressed by his former student's command of the new theory. But Robert's lack of tact made others leery. He could be engaging and considerate one moment and in the next rudely cut someone off. At the dinner table, he was polite and formal to an extreme. But he seemed incapable of tolerating banalities. The trouble is that Oppie is so quick on the trigger intellectually, complained one of his fellow students, Edward U. Condon, that he puts the other guy at a disadvantage. And, damn it, he is always right, or at least right enough. Having just earned his Ph.D. from Berkeley in 1926, Condon was struggling to support a wife and an infant child on a small postdoctoral fellowship. It annoyed him that Oppenheimer spent money so casually on food and fine clothes while seeming blissfully unaware of his friend's familial responsibilities. One day, Robert invited Ed and Emily Condon out for a walk, but Emily explained that she had to stay with the baby. The Condons were startled when Robert replied, "All right, we'll leave you to your peasant tasks." And yet, despite his occasional cutting remarks, Robert often displayed a sense of humor. Upon seeing Carl Compton's 2-year-old daughter pretending to read a small red book, which just happened to be on the topic of birth control, Robert looked over at the very pregnant Mrs. Compton and quipped, "A little late." Paul Dirac arrived in Göttingen for the winter term of 1927, and he too rented a room in the Cario Villa. Robert relished any contact with Dirac. "The most exciting time in my life," Oppenheimer once said, "was when Dirac arrived and gave me the proofs of his paper on the quantum theory of radiation." The young English physicist was perplexed, however, by his friend's determined intellectual versatility. "They tell me you write poetry as well as working at physics," Dirac said to Oppenheimer. "How can you do both? In physics we try to tell people in such a way that they understand something that nobody knew before. In the case of poetry, it's the exact opposite." Flattered, Robert just laughed. He knew that for Dirac life was physics and nothing else. By contrast, his own interests were extravagantly Catholic. He still loved French literature, and while in Göttingen he found time to read Paul Claudel's dramatic comedy Jeune Fille Violaine, F. Scott Fitzgerald's short story collections, The Sensible Thing and Winter Dreams, Anton Chekhov's play Ivanov and the works of Johann Hölderlin and Stefan Zweig. When he discovered that two friends were regularly reading Dante in the original Italian, Robert disappeared from Göttingen's cafes for a month and returned with enough Italian to read Dante aloud. Dirac was unimpressed, grumbling, "Why do you waste time on such trash? And I think you're giving too much time to music and that painting collection of yours." But Robert lived comfortably in worlds beyond Dirac's comprehension and so was merely amused by his friend's urgings, during their long walks around Göttingen, to abandon the pursuit of the irrational. Göttingen was not all physics and poetry. Robert also found himself attracted to Charlotte Riefenstahl, a German physics student, and one of the prettiest women on campus. They had met on a student overnight trip to Hamburg. Riefenstahl was standing on the train platform and she glanced down at the assembled luggage and her eyes were drawn to the one suitcase not made from cheap cardboard or worn brown leather. "What a beautiful thing," she said to Professor Frank, pointing to the shiny tan leather pigskin grip. "Whose is it?" "Who else but Oppenheimer's," said Frank with a shrug. On the train ride back to Göttingen, Riefenstahl asked someone to point out Oppenheimer, and when she sat down beside him he was reading a novel by André Gide, the contemporary French novelist whose works dwelt on the individual's moral responsibility for the affairs of the world. To his astonishment, he discovered that this pretty woman had read Gide and could intelligently discuss his work. Upon arriving in Göttingen, Charlotte casually mentioned how much she admired his pigskin bag. Robert acknowledged the compliment, but seemed perplexed that anyone would bother to admire his luggage. When Riefenstahl later recounted the conversation to a fellow student, he predicted that Robert would soon try to give her the bag. Among his many eccentricities, everyone knew that Robert felt compelled to give away any possession of his that was admired. Robert was smitten with Charlotte and courted her as best as he could in his stiff, excessively polite manner. So too did one of Robert's classmates, Friedrich Georg Houtermans, a young physicist who had made a name for himself with a paper on the energy production of stars. Like Oppenheimer, Fritz, or Fizzle, to some of his friends, had come to Göttingen with a family trust fund. He was the son of a Dutch banker, and his mother was German and half Jewish, a fact that Houtermans was unafraid to advertise. Contemptuous of authority and armed with a dangerous wit, Houtermans liked to tell his Gentile friends, "When your ancestors were still living in the trees, mine were already forging checks." As a teenager growing up in Vienna, he had been expelled from his gymnasium, high school, for publicly reading the Communist Manifesto on May Day. He and Oppenheimer were virtual contemporaries, and both would receive their doctorates in 1927. They shared a passion for literature, and Charlotte. As fate would have it, Oppenheimer and Houtermans would later both work on developing an atomic bomb, but Houtermans would do so in Germany. Physicists had been improvising quantum theory for nearly a quarter of a century when suddenly, in the years 1925 to 27, a series of dramatic breakthroughs made it possible to construct a radical and cohesive theory of quantum mechanics. New discoveries were then made so rapidly that it was hard to keep up with the literature. Great ideas were coming out so fast during that period, Edward Condon recalled, that one got an altogether wrong impression of the normal rate of progress in theoretical physics. One had intellectual indigestion most of the time that year, and it was most discouraging. In the highly competitive race to publish the new findings, more papers on quantum theory were written from Göttingen than from Copenhagen, Cavendish or anywhere else in the world. Oppenheimer himself published 7 papers out of Göttingen, a phenomenal output for a 23-year-old graduate student. Wolfgang Pauli began to refer to quantum mechanics as Knabenphysik, boys' physics, because the authors of so many of these papers were so young. In 1926, Heisenberg and Dirac were only 24 years old, Pauli was 26 and Jordan was 23. The new physics was, to be sure, highly controversial. When Max Born sent Albert Einstein a copy of Heisenberg's 1925 paper on matrix mechanics, an intensely mathematical description of the quantum phenomenon, he explained somewhat defensively to the great man that it looks very mystical, but is certainly correct and profound. But after reading the paper that autumn, Einstein wrote Paul Ehrenfest that Heisenberg has laid a big quantum egg. In Göttingen they believe in it. I don't. Ironically, the author of the theory of relativity would forever believe the Knabenphysik incomplete if not profoundly flawed. Einstein's doubts were only heightened, and in 1927 Heisenberg published his paper on the central role of uncertainty in the quantum world. What he meant was that it is impossible to determine at any given moment both an entity's precise position and its precise momentum. We cannot know, as a matter of principle, the present in all its details. Born agreed, and argued that the outcome of any quantum experiment depended on chance. In 1927, Einstein wrote Born, "An inner voice tells me that this is not the true Jacob. The theory accomplishes a lot, but it does not bring us closer to the secrets of the old one. In any case, I am convinced that he does not play dice." Obviously, quantum physics was a young man's science. The young physicists in turn regarded Einstein's stubborn refusal to embrace the new physics as a sign that his time had passed. A few years down the road, Oppenheimer would visit Einstein in Princeton, and he came away distinctly unimpressed, writing his brother with cocky irreverence that Einstein is completely cuckoo. But in the late 1920s, the boys from Göttingen and Bohr's Copenhagen still had hopes of recruiting Einstein to their quantum vision. The first of Oppenheimer's papers written at Göttingen demonstrated that quantum theory made it possible to measure the frequencies and intensities of the molecular band spectrum. He had become obsessed with what he called the miracle of quantum mechanics precisely because the new theory explained so much about observable phenomena in a harmonious, consistent and intelligible way. By February 1927, Born was so impressed with Oppenheimer's work on the application of quantum theory to transitions in the continuous spectrum that he found himself writing S. W. Stratton, the president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. We have here a number of Americans. One man is quite excellent, Mr. Oppenheimer. For sheer brilliance, Robert's peers ranked him with Dirac and Jordan. There are 3 young geniuses in theory here, reported one young American student, each less intelligible to me than the others. Robert got into the habit of working all night and then sleeping through a good part of the day. Göttingen's damp weather and poorly heated buildings wreaked havoc on his delicate constitution. He walked around with a chronic cough which friends attributed to either his frequent colds or his chain smoking. But in other respects, life in Göttingen was pleasantly bucolic. As Hans Bethe later observed of this golden age in theoretical physics, life at the centers of the development of quantum theory, Copenhagen and Göttingen, was idyllic and leisurely, in spite of the enormous amount of work accomplished. Oppenheimer invariably sought out those young men with growing reputations. Others could not help but feel they had been snubbed. He, Oppenheimer, and Born became very close friends, Edward Condon said rather peevishly years later, and saw a great deal of each other, so much so, that Born did not see much of the other theoretical physics students who had come there to work with him. Heisenberg passed through Göttingen that year and Robert made a point of meeting the brightest of Germany's young physicists. Just 3 years older than Oppenheimer, Heisenberg was articulate, charming and tenacious in argument with his peers. Both men possessed original intellects and knew it. The son of a professor of Greek, Heisenberg had studied with Wolfgang Pauli at the University of Munich, and later he had done postdoctoral work with both Bohr and Born. Like Oppenheimer, Heisenberg had a way of using his intuition to cut to the root of a problem. He was an oddly charismatic young man, whose sparkling intellect commanded attention. By all accounts, Oppenheimer admired Heisenberg and respected his work. He could not have known then that in the years ahead they would become shadowy rivals. Oppenheimer would one day find himself contemplating Heisenberg's loyalty to wartime Germany and wondering whether the man was capable of building an atomic bomb for Adolf Hitler. But in 1927, he was building on Heisenberg's discoveries in quantum mechanics. That spring, prompted by a remark from Heisenberg, Robert became interested in using the new quantum theory to explain, as he put it, why molecules were molecules. In very short order, he found a simple solution to the problem. When he showed Professor Born his notes, the older man was startled and very pleased. They then agreed to collaborate on a paper, and Robert promised that while he was in Paris for Easter, he would write up his notes into a first draft. But Born was horrified when he received from Paris a very spare, 4 or 5 page paper. I thought that this was about right, Oppenheimer recalled. It was very light of touch and it seemed to me all that was necessary. Born eventually lengthened the paper to 30 pages, padding it, Robert thought, with unnecessary or obvious theorems. I didn't like it, but it was obviously not possible for me to protest to a senior author. For Oppenheimer, the central new idea was everything. The context and the academic window dressing were clutter that disturbed his acute aesthetic sense. On the Quantum Theory of Molecules was published later that year. This joint paper containing the Born-Oppenheimer approximation, in reality, just the Oppenheimer approximation, is still regarded as a significant breakthrough in using quantum mechanics to understand the behavior of molecules. Oppenheimer had recognized that the lighter electrons in molecules travel with a much greater speed than the heavier nuclei. By integrating out the higher frequency electron motions, he and Born were then able to calculate the effective wave-mechanical phenomena of nuclear vibrations. The paper laid the foundation for developments more than 7 decades later in high-energy physics. Late that spring, Robert submitted his doctoral thesis, the heart of which contained a complicated calculation for the photoelectric effect in hydrogen and X-rays. Bourne recommended that it be accepted with distinction. The one fault he noted was that the paper was difficult to read. Nevertheless, Bourne recorded that Oppenheimer had written a complicated paper and he did it very well. Years later, Hans Bethe, another Nobel laureate, observed that, in 1926 Oppenheimer had to develop all the methods himself, including the normalization of wave functions in the continuum. Naturally, his calculations were later improved upon, but he correctly obtained the absorption coefficient at the k-edge and the frequency dependence in its neighborhood. Bethe concluded, even today this is a complicated calculation, beyond the scope of most quantum mechanics textbooks. A year later, in a related field, Oppenheimer published the first paper to describe the phenomenon of quantum mechanical tunneling, whereby particles literally are able to tunnel through a barrier. Both papers were formidable achievements. On May 11, 1927, Robert sat down for his oral examination and emerged a few hours later with excellent grades. Afterwards one of his examiners, the physicist James Franck, told a colleague, "I got out of there just in time." He was beginning to ask me questions. At the last moment, the university's authorities discovered to their indignation that Oppenheimer had failed to register formally as a student, and so they threatened to withhold his degree. He was finally awarded his doctorate only after Bourne interceded and falsely told the Prussian Ministry of Education that economic circumstances render it impossible for Herr Oppenheimer to remain in Göttingen after the end of the summer term. That June, Professor Edwin Kemble happened to be visiting Göttingen and soon wrote a colleague, "Oppenheimer is turning out to be even more brilliant than we thought when we had him at Harvard. He is turning out new work very rapidly and is able to hold his own with any of the galaxy of young mathematical physicists here." Curiously, the professor added, "Unfortunately, Bourne tells me that he has the same difficulty about expressing himself clearly in writing which we observed at Harvard." Oppenheimer had long since become an extremely expressive writer. But it was also true that his physics papers were usually brief to the point of being cursory. Kemble thought Robert's command of language was indeed remarkable, but that he became two different people when talking about physics and about any other general topic. Bourne was disheartened to see Oppenheimer depart. "It's all right for you to leave, but I cannot," he told him. "You have left me too much homework." A parting gift from Robert to his mentor was a valuable edition of Lagrange's classic text Mécanique analytique. Decades later, long after he had been forced to flee Germany, Bourne wrote Oppenheimer, "This book has survived all upheavals, revolution, war, emigration and return, and I am glad that it is still in my library, for it represents very well your attitude to science which comprehends it as a part of the general intellectual development in the course of human history." By then Oppenheimer had long eclipsed Bourne in notoriety, although not in scientific achievement. Göttingen was the scene of Oppenheimer's first real triumph as a young man coming of age. Becoming a scientist, Oppenheimer later remarked, is like climbing a mountain in a tunnel, you wouldn't know whether you were coming out above the valley or whether you were ever coming out at all. This was particularly so for a young scientist on the cusp of the quantum revolution. More of a witness to this upheaval than a participant, he nevertheless demonstrated that he had the raw intellect and motivation to make physics his life's work. In 9 short months he had combined real academic success with a renewal of his personality and his own sense of worth. The profound emotional inadequacies that only a year before had threatened his very survival had been trumped by serious achievements, and the confidence that flowed from them. The world now beckoned. Chapter 5, I am Oppenheimer. God knows I'm not the simplest person, but compared to Oppenheimer, I'm very, very simple. Robbie. By the end of his year in Göttingen, Oppenheimer was showing unmistakable signs of homesickness. In his casual remarks about things German he sounded like a chauvinistic American. Nothing in Germany could compare to the desert landscapes of New Mexico. "He's too much," complained a Dutch student. According to Oppenheimer, even the flowers seemed to smell better in America. He threw a party at his apartment the night before leaving, and among many others, the lovely, dark-haired Charlotte Riefenstahl came to say goodbye. Robert made a point of giving her the pigskin satchel she had admired when they had first met. She kept it for the next 3 decades, calling it the Oppenheimer. After a quick side trip with Paul Dirac to Leiden, Robert sailed for New York from Liverpool in mid-July 1927. It felt good to be home. He had not only survived, he had triumphed, bringing back a hard-earned doctorate. Among theoretical physicists, it was known that young Oppenheimer had first-hand knowledge of the latest European breakthroughs in quantum mechanics. Barely 2 years after graduating from Harvard, Robert was a rising star in his field. Earlier that spring, he had been encouraged to take a Rockefeller Foundation-funded postdoctoral fellowship awarded by the National Research Council to promising young scientists. He had accepted, and decided to spend the fall term at Harvard before moving to Pasadena, California, where he had been offered a teaching post at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, a leading center of scientific research. So, even as he unpacked his bags at the Oppenheimer home on Riverside Drive, Robert knew that his immediate future was set. In the meantime, he had 6 weeks to become reacquainted with his 15-year-old brother, Frank, and to visit with his parents. To his regret, Julius and Ella had decided to sell the Bay Shore house the previous winter. But as his sailboat, the Trimothy, was still temporarily moored near the house, Robert took Frank out, as he had so many times in the past, for a wild sail along the Long Island coast. In August the brothers joined their parents for a short vacation on Nantucket. My brother and I, Frank recalled, spent most of the days painting with oils on canvas the dunes and grassy hills. Frank worshipped his brother. Unlike Robert, he was good with his hands and loved tinkering with things, taking apart electric motors and watches and putting them back together. Now, at the ethical culture school, he too was gravitating toward physics. When Robert had left for Harvard, he had given Frank his microscope, and Frank had used it one day to look at his own sperm. Never having heard of sperm, Frank said, it was really a marvelous discovery. At the end of that summer, Robert was pleased to hear that Charlotte Riefenstahl had accepted a teaching post at Vassar College. When, in September, her boat arrived in New York Harbor, he was at dockside to meet her. Traveling with her were 2 other triumphant Göttingen alumni, Samuel Goudsmit and George Uhlenbeck, with Uhlenbeck's new wife, Else. Oppenheimer knew both men as accomplished physicists. Together, Goudsmit and Uhlenbeck had discovered the existence of electron spin in 1925. Robert spared no expense in serving as their host in New York. We all got the real Oppenheimer treatment, Goudsmit recalled, but it was for Charlotte's benefit really. He met us in this great chauffeur-driven limousine, and took us downtown to a hotel he had selected in Greenwich Village. Over the next few weeks, he escorted Charlotte all over New York, taking her to all his old haunts, from the city's great art galleries to the most expensive restaurants he could find. Charlotte protested, "Is the Ritz really the only hotel you know?" And as an indication of how serious were his intentions, he introduced Charlotte to his parents at the spacious apartment on Riverside Drive. But though Charlotte admired Robert and was flattered by his attentions, she sensed that he was emotionally unavailable. He evaded all her attempts to get him to talk about his past. She found the Oppenheimer home stifling and overprotective, and the couple began to drift apart. Charlotte's teaching position at Vassar kept her out of New York, and Oppenheimer's fellowship required his presence at Harvard. Charlotte eventually returned to Germany. In 1931 she married Robert's Göttingen classmate Fritz Houtermans. Back at Harvard that autumn, he renewed his friendship with William Boyd, who was in Cambridge finishing his doctorate in biochemistry. Robert confided in him about his troubled year at Cambridge. Boyd was not surprised. He had always thought of Robert as an emotionally taut young man who could nevertheless handle his troubles. Poetry was still a passion with Robert, and when he showed Boyd a poem he had written, his friend encouraged him to submit it to Harvard's literary magazine, Hound and Horn. It appeared in the June 1928 issue. Crossing it was evening when we came to the river with a low moon over the desert that we had lost in the mountains, forgotten, what with the cold and the sweating in the ranges barring the sky. And when we found it again, in the dry hills down by the river, half withered, we had the hot winds against us. There were 2 palms by the landing, the yuccas were flowering, there was a light on the far shore, and tamarisks. We waited a long time, in silence. Then we heard the oars creaking and afterwards, I remember, the boatman called to us. We did not look back at the mountains. J.R. Oppenheimer, New Mexico was calling to Robert. He desperately missed that low moon over the desert and the sheer physical sensations, the cold and the sweating, that had made him feel so alive during his 2 summers out west. He could not plausibly do cutting-edge physics in New Mexico, but he had accepted a position at Caltech in Pasadena at least partly because it was near the desert he loved. At the same time, he also wanted to be free of Harvard and that separate prison that had confined him for so long. Part of his recovery from the crisis of the previous year had come from the recognition that he needed a new beginning. Corsica, Proust and Göttingen had afforded him that new beginning. Remaining at Harvard now would seem too much like a step backwards. So, shortly after Christmas 1927, Robert packed his bags and moved to Pasadena. California suited him. After only a few months he was writing Frank, I have had trouble getting time to work, for Pasadena is a pleasant place, and hundreds of pleasant people are continually suggesting pleasant things to do. I am trying to decide whether to take a professorship at the University of California next year, or go abroad. Despite his teaching duties at Caltech and Pasadena's distractions, Oppenheimer published 6 papers in 1928, all of them on various aspects of quantum theory. His productivity was all the more remarkable in that late the same spring his doctor decided that his persistent cough might be a symptom of tuberculosis. After attending a seminar on theoretical physics at Ann Arbor, Michigan, in June, Robert headed for the dry mountain air of New Mexico. Earlier that spring he had written his brother Frank, now nearly 16 years old, suggesting that the two of them might knock around for a fortnight on the desert sometime that summer. Robert had begun to take an almost paternal interest in helping his younger brother navigate the rough shoals of adolescence, a difficult voyage, as he knew only too well. That March, in response to Frank's confession that he had been distracted from his studies by a member of the opposite sex, Robert had written a letter filled with advice that bordered on self-conscious analysis. It was, he suggested, the young woman's profession to make you waste your time with her. It is your profession to keep clear. No doubt drawing on his own checkered experience, Robert remarked that dating was only important for people who have time to waste. For you, and for me, it isn't. His bottom line was, don't worry about girls, and don't make love to girls, unless you have to, don't do it as a duty. Try to find out, by watching yourself, what you really want. If you approve of it, try to get it. If you disapprove of it, try to get over it. Robert admitted that he was being dogmatic, but he told Frank that he hoped his words would be of some use as the fruit and outcome of my erotic labors. You are very young, but much more mature than I was. Robert was quite right. Young Frank was far more mature than his brother had been at the same age. He had the same icy blue eyes and shock of bushy black hair. Born with the Oppenheimer lankiness, he would soon stand 6 feet but weigh a mere 135 pounds. He was in many ways as gifted intellectually as his brother, but seemed unburdened by Robert's intense nervous energy. If Robert could sometimes seem manic in his obsessions, Frank was a calming presence and ever congenial. As an adolescent, Frank had known his brother at a distance, mainly through his letters, and during vacations when they had gone sailing together. It was during this trip to New Mexico, without their parents, that Frank bonded with his sibling as an adult. When the brothers arrived in Los Pinos, they bunked at Catherine Page's ranch, and despite his persistent coughing, Robert insisted on mounting a series of extended expeditions on horseback into the surrounding hills. They'd make do with a little peanut butter, some canned artichokes, Vienna sausages and Kirschwasser and whiskey. As they rode, Frank would listen as Robert talked excitedly about physics and literature. At night, the older brother would pull out a worn copy of Baudelaire and read aloud by the light of a campfire. That summer of 1928, Robert was also reading the 1922 novel The Enormous Room, an account by E. Cummings of his 4-month incarceration in a French wartime prison camp. He loved Cummings' notion that a man stripped of all his possessions can nevertheless find personal freedom in the most Spartan of surroundings. The story would take on a new meaning for him after 1954. Frank Oppenheimer noticed that his brother's passions were always mercurial. Robert seemed to divide the world into people who were worth his time and those who were not. For the former group, Frank said, it was wonderful. Robert wanted everything and everyone to be special, and his enthusiasms communicated themselves and made these people feel special. Once he had accepted someone as worthy of attention or friendship, he would always be ringing or writing them, doing them small favors, giving them presents. He couldn't be humdrum. He would even work up those enthusiasms for a brand of cigarettes, even elevating them to something special. His sunsets were always the best. Frank observed that his brother could like all manner of people, they could be famous or not, but in liking them he had a way of making these people into heroes. Anybody who struck him with their wisdom, talent, skill, decency or devotion became, at least temporarily, a hero to him, to themselves and to his friends. One day that July, Catherine Page took the Oppenheimer brothers on a ride about a mile up into the mountains above Los Pinos. After riding through a pass at 10,000 feet, they came upon a meadow perched on Grass Mountain and covered with thick clover and blue and purple alpine flowers. Ponderosa and white pine trees framed a magnificent view of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and the Pecos River. Nestled in the meadow at an altitude of 9,500 feet was a rustic cabin built from half-trunks and adobe mortar. A hardened clay fireplace dominated one wall of the cabin and a narrow wooden staircase led upstairs to two small bedrooms. The kitchen had a sink and wood stove, but there was no running water, and the only bathroom was a windy outhouse built at the end of a covered porch. "Like it?" Catherine asked Robert. When Robert nodded, she explained that the cabin and 154 acres of pasture and brook were for rent. "Hot dog!" Robert exclaimed. "No, perro caliente," quipped Catherine, translating Robert's exclamation into Spanish. Later that winter, Robert and Frank persuaded their father to sign a 4-year lease on the ranch. They named it Perro Caliente. They continued to lease it until 1947 when Oppenheimer purchased it for $10,000. The ranch would be Robert's private haven for years to come. After 2 weeks in New Mexico, the brothers left in the early fall of 1928 to join their parents at the luxurious Broadmoor Hotel in Colorado Springs. Both Robert and Frank took some rudimentary driving lessons and then bought a used 6-cylinder Chrysler Roadster. Their plan was to drive to Pasadena. "We had a variety of mishaps," Frank said with understatement, "but finally got there." Outside of Cortez, Colorado, with Frank at the wheel, the car skidded on some loose gravel and landed upside down in a gully. The windshield was shattered and the car's cloth top was ruined. Robert fractured his right arm and 2 bones in his right wrist. After getting a tow to Cortez, they got the Roadster running again, but the very next evening Frank managed to run the car up onto a slab of rock. Unable to move, they spent the night lying on the desert floor, sipping from a bottle of spirits and sucking on some lemons we had with us. When they finally arrived in Pasadena, Robert went straight away to Caltech's Bridge Laboratory. With one arm in a bright red sling, he walked in, disheveled and unshaven, and announced, "I am Oppenheimer." "Oh, are you Oppenheimer?" replied a physics professor, Charles Christian Lauritsen, who thought he looked more like a tramp than a college professor. "Then you can help. Why am I getting the wrong results from this confounded cascade voltage generator?" Oppenheimer was back in Pasadena only to pack his belongings and prepare for a return to Europe. Earlier that spring of 1928 he had received job offers from 10 American universities, including Harvard, and 2 from abroad. All of them were attractive positions with competitive salaries. Robert decided to accept a double appointment in the physics departments at the University of California, Berkeley, and Caltech. The plan was for him to teach 1 semester at each school. He chose Berkeley precisely because its physics program lacked any theoretical component. Berkeley was in that sense a desert, so for that reason he thought it would be nice to try to start something. He did not intend to start something immediately, however. For at the same time, Robert asked for, and shortly received, a fellowship so that he could return to Europe for another year. He felt that he still needed the seasoning, particularly in mathematics, that would come with an additional year of postdoctoral studies. He wanted to study under Paul Ehrenfest, a greatly admired physicist at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands. As he embarked for Leiden, his plan was that after a term with Ehrenfest he might move on to Copenhagen, where he hoped to get to know Niels Bohr. In the event, Ehrenfest was out of sorts and distracted, suffering from one of his recurrent bouts of depression. "I don't think that I was of great interest to him then," Oppenheimer recalled. "I have a recollection of quiet and gloom." In retrospect, Robert thought he wasted his term in Leiden and that this was his own fault. Ehrenfest insisted on simplicity and clarity, traits that Robert had not yet embraced. "I probably still had a fascination with formalism and complication," he said, so that the large part of what had me stuck or engaged was not his dish. And some of the things that were his dish I didn't appreciate how really valuable it would be to have them in clear, good order. Ehrenfest thought Robert was too quick with his answers to any question, and sometimes hidden behind his quickness were errors. Ehrenfest in fact found it emotionally draining to work with the young man. "Oppenheimer is now with you," Max Born wrote his Leiden colleague. "I should like to know what you think of him. Your judgment will not be influenced by the fact that I have never suffered as much with anybody as with him. He is doubtless very gifted but completely without mental discipline. He's outwardly very modest, but inwardly very arrogant. Ehrenfest's reply is lost, but Born's next letter is indicative. Your information about Oppenheimer was very valuable to me. I know that he is a very fine and decent man, but you can't help it if someone gets on your nerves. Only 6 weeks after his arrival, Oppenheimer astonished his peers by giving a lecture in Dutch, yet another language he had taught himself. His Dutch friends were so impressed by this spirited delivery that they began calling him Opch, an affectionate contraction of his last name, and he would bear the new nickname for life. His facility with this new language may have been assisted by a woman. According to the physicist Abraham Pius, Oppenheimer had an affair with a young Dutch woman named Susan. This Dutch affair must have been brief, because Robert soon decided to leave Leiden. Though he had intended to go to Copenhagen, Ehrenfest convinced him he would be better off studying under Wolfgang Pauli in Switzerland. Ehrenfest wrote Pauli, for the development of his great scientific talents, Oppenheimer needs right now to be lovingly spanked in shape. He really deserves that treatment since he is an especially lovable chap. Ehrenfest usually sent his students to Bohr. But in this case Ehrenfest was certain, Oppenheimer recalled, that Bohr with his largeness and vagueness was not the medicine I needed, but that I needed someone who was a professional calculating physicist, and that Pauli would be right for me. I think he used the phrase herausprügeln, to thrash out. It was clear that he was sending me there to be fixed up. Robert also thought that Switzerland's mountain air might do him good. He had ignored Ehrenfest's nagging admonishments on the evils of smoking, but now his persistent cough suggested to him that he might still have a lingering case of tuberculosis. When concerned friends urged him to rest, Oppenheimer shrugged and said that rather than take care of the cough, he prefers to live while he is alive. On his way to Zurich, he stopped in Leipzig and heard Werner Heisenberg give a talk on ferromagnetism. Robert had, of course, met the future head of the German atomic bomb program at Göttingen a year earlier, and while no great friendship had ensued, they had developed a mutual if reserved respect. Upon arriving in Zurich, Wolfgang Pauli told him about his own work with Heisenberg. By then, Robert was very much interested in what he called the electron problem and relativistic theory. That spring he nearly collaborated on a paper with Pauli and Heisenberg. At first, we thought the three of us should publish together, then Pauli thought he might publish it with me, and then it seemed better to make some reference to it in their paper and let my paper be a separate publication. But Pauli said, "You really made a terrible mess of the continuous spectra, and you have a duty to clean it up, and besides, if you clean it up you may please the astronomers." So that's how I got into that. Robert's paper was published the following year under the title, Notes on Theory of Interaction of Field and Matter. Oppenheimer grew to be very fond of Pauli. He was such a good physicist, Robert joked, that things broke down or blew up when he merely walked into a laboratory. Only 4 years older than Oppenheimer, the precocious Pauli had established his reputation in 1920, the year before he obtained his Ph.D. at the University of Munich, when he published a 200-page article on both the special and general theories of relativity. Einstein himself praised the essay for its clear exposition. After studying under Max Born and Niels Bohr, Pauli taught first at Hamburg and then, in 1928, at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. By then he had published what became known as the Pauli exclusion principle, which explained why each orbital in an atom may be occupied by only 2 electrons at a time. Pauli was a pugnacious young man with a biting wit. Like Oppenheimer, he was always quick to jump to his feet and aggressively question a lecturer if he perceived the slightest flaw in an argument. He frequently disparaged other physicists by saying that they were not even wrong. And he once said of another scholar that he was so young and already so unknown. Pauli appreciated Oppenheimer's ability to discern the heart of a problem, but he found himself frustrated by Robert's inattentiveness to detail. His ideas are always very interesting, Pauli said, but his calculations are always wrong. After listening to Robert lecture one day, and hearing him pause, groping for words and murmuring little nim sounds, Pauli took to calling him the nim man. Yet Pauli was fascinated by this complicated young American. His strength, Pauli soon wrote Ehrenfest, is that he has many and good ideas, and has much imagination. His weakness is that he is much too quickly satisfied with poorly based statements, that he does not answer his own often quite interesting questions for lack of perseverance and thoroughness. Unfortunately, he has a very bad trait. He confronts me with a rather unconditional belief in authority and considers all I say as final and definitive truth. I do not know how to make him give that up. Another student, Isidore I. Robbie, spent a lot of time with Robert that spring. Having met in Leipzig, they traveled together to Zurich. We got along very well, Robbie recalled. We were friends until his last day. I enjoyed the things about him that some people disliked. 6 years older than Oppenheimer, Robbie had spent his childhood, like Robert, in New York City. But his was a far different New York than Robert's gilded life on Riverside Drive. Robbie's family lived in a two-room flat on the Lower East Side. His father was a manual laborer and the family was poor. And unlike Oppenheimer, Robbie grew up with no ambiguity about his identity. The Robbies were Orthodox Jews and God was a part of daily life. Even in casual conversation, Robbie remembered, God entered, not every paragraph, more like every sentence. As he grew older, the formal religion fell away. This was the church I failed, he quipped. But Robbie remained comfortable as a Jew. Even in Germany in those years of festering anti-Semitism, Robbie insisted on introducing himself as an Austrian Jew precisely because he knew Austrian Jews were stereotypically the most disliked. Oppenheimer, by contrast, never advertised his Jewish identity. Decades later, Robbie thought he knew why Oppenheimer was Jewish, but he wished he weren't and tried to pretend he wasn't. The Jewish tradition, even if you don't know it in detail, is so strong that you renounce it at your own peril. This doesn't mean you have to be Orthodox or even practice it, but if you turn your back on it, having been born into it, you're in trouble. So that poor Robert, an expert in Sanskrit and French literature. Robbie's voice here trailed off into silent thought. Robbie later speculated that Robert never got to be an integrated personality. It happens sometimes, with many people, but more frequently, perhaps, because of their situation, with brilliant Jewish people. With enormous capacities in every direction, it is hard to choose. He wanted everything. He reminded me very much of a boyhood friend of mine, who's a lawyer, about whom someone said, he'd like to be president of the Knights of Columbus and B'nai B'rith. God knows I'm not the simplest person, but compared to Oppenheimer, I'm very, very simple. Robbie loved Robert, but he could also proclaim to a friend for outrageous effect, Oppenheimer. A rich spoiled Jewish brat from New York. Robbie thought he knew the type. He was East German Jewish, and what happened to them was that they began to value the German culture above their own. You can see very easily why, with those immigrant Polish Jews and their very crude form of worship. The remarkable thing, Robbie thought, was that so many of these highly assimilated German Jews nevertheless couldn't in the end bring themselves to renounce their identity. The doors would open for them, but many refused to pass through. I think in the Bible, Robbie said, it says God complains that they're such obstinate people. In Robbie's eyes, Oppenheimer was similarly conflicted, but the difference may have been that he was unconsciously obstinate. I don't know if he thought of himself as being Jewish, Robbie recalled many years later. I think he had fantasies thinking he was not Jewish. I remember once saying to him how I found the Christian religion so puzzling, such a combination of blood and gentleness. He said that is what attracted him to it. Robbie never told Oppenheimer what he thought of this ambivalence. I didn't think it would be worthwhile telling him these things. Can't change a man, that comes from inside. Robbie just felt he knew better than Oppenheimer himself who he was. Whatever you want to say about Oppenheimer, he certainly wasn't a WASP. Despite their differences, a close bond developed between Robbie and Oppenheimer. I was never in the same class with him, Robbie later said. I never ran into anyone who was brighter than he was. Still, Robbie's own brilliance was never in doubt. In just a few years, his experiments in a molecular beam laboratory at Columbia University would produce seminal results for a wide range of fields in both physics and chemistry. Like Oppenheimer, he did not have the hands of an experimentalist. Because he was clumsy, he often let others handle the equipment. But he had an uncanny ability to design experiments that produced results. And perhaps this was explained by the fact that during his stint in Zurich Robbie acquired, unlike most experimentalists, a very firm grasp of the theoretical. Robbie was a great experimentalist, recalled Oppenheimer's student Wendell Furry, and he was no slouch as a theorist. In the rarefied world of physics, Robbie would come to be regarded as the deep thinker and Oppenheimer as the great synthesizer. Together, they were formidable. Their friendship transcended physics. Robbie shared Oppenheimer's interest in philosophy, religion and art. We felt a certain kinship, Robbie said. It was that rare brand of friendship, forged in youth, that survives long separations. You start off, Robbie recalled, just where you left off. Robert particularly valued Robbie's candor. I was not, as it were, put off by his manner, Robbie recalled. I never flattered him, I was always honest with him. He always found Oppenheimer stimulating, very stimulating. Over the years, and particularly at those times when most people felt intimidated by Oppenheimer, Robbie was perhaps the only man who could tell him in his straightforward fashion when he was being stupid. Near the end of his life, Robbie confessed, Oppenheimer meant a great deal to me. I miss him. In Zurich, Robbie knew his friend was working very hard on the quite difficult task of calculating the opacity of the surfaces of stars to their internal radiation, but Robert concealed his efforts under a calculated air of easy nonchalance. Indeed, among friends, he avoided talking physics and became animated only when the topic turned to America. When the young Swiss physicist Felix Bloch stopped by Robert's apartment in Zurich, he happened to admire the beautiful Navajo rug Robert had slung over his sofa. This led Robert into a long and excited discourse on the merits of America. There was no mistaking the intensity of Oppenheimer's affection for his country, remarked Bloch. His attachment was most apparent. Robert could also talk at length about literature, especially the Hindu classics and the more esoteric Western writers. Polly joked with Robbie that Oppenheimer seemed to treat physics as an avocation and psychoanalysis as a vocation. To his friends, Robert seemed physically fragile and mentally robust. He smoked incessantly and nervously bit his fingernails. The time with Polly, he recalled later, seemed just very, very good indeed. But I did get quite sick and had to go away for a while. I was told not to do any physics. After a 6 weeks rest, an apparently mild case of tuberculosis was in remission. Oppenheimer returned to Zurich and resumed his frantic pace. By the time Robert left Zurich in June 1929 to return to America, he had established an international reputation for his work in theoretical physics. Between 1926 and 1929 he published 16 papers, an astonishing output for any scientist. If he had been a little too young to participate in the initial flowering of quantum physics in 1925-26, under Wolfgang Pauli's supervision he had clearly caught the second wave. He was the first physicist to master the nature of continuum wave functions. His most original contribution, in the opinion of the physicist Robert Serber, was his theory of field emission, an approach that permitted him to study the emission of electrons from metals, induced by a very strong field. In these early years he was also able to achieve breakthroughs in the calculation of the absorption coefficient of X-rays and the elastic and inelastic scattering of electrons. And what could any of this mean, in a practical sense, for humanity? However weirdly unintelligible, today as much as then, to the average citizen, quantum physics nevertheless explains our physical world. As the physicist Richard Feynman once observed, quantum mechanics describes nature as absurd from the point of view of common sense. And it fully agrees with experiment. So I hope you can accept nature as she is, absurd. Quantum mechanics seems to study that which doesn't exist, but nevertheless proves true. It works. In the decades to come, quantum physics would open the door to a host of practical inventions that now define the digital age, including the modern personal computer, nuclear power, genetic engineering, and laser technology, from which we get such consumer products as the CD player and the barcode reader commonly used in supermarkets. If the youthful Oppenheimer loved quantum mechanics for the sheer beauty of its abstractions, it was nevertheless a theory that would soon spawn a revolution in how human beings relate to the world. Chapter 6 Oppie, I think that the world in which we shall live these next 30 years will be a pretty restless and tormented place. I do not think that there will be much of a compromise possible between being of it and being not of it. Robert Oppenheimer, August 10, 1931. Robert's time in Zurich had been productive and stimulating, but as always, with the coming of summer, he craved the exhilaration and the invigorating calmness induced by Perro Caliente. There was a rhythm now to his life, intense intellectual work, at times to the point of near exhaustion, followed by a month or more of renewal on horseback in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains of New Mexico. In the spring of 1929, Robert wrote to brother Frank, urging him to bring their parents out west in June. He suggested further that, once the 16-year-old Frank had gotten Julius and Ella settled into a comfortable lodge in Santa Fe, he should take a friend up to their ranch above Los Pinos and open up the place, get horses, learn to cook, make the hacienda as nearly habitable as you can, and see the country. He would join Frank in mid-July. Frank needed no further prodding, and in June he arrived in Los Pinos with two friends from the Ethical Culture School, Ian Martin and Roger Lewis. Lewis was to become a regular visitor to Perro Caliente. Frank found a Sears, Roebuck catalog and mail-ordered everything: beds, furniture, a stove, pots and pans, sheets and rugs. It was a great spree, Frank recalled. The stuff arrived shortly before my brother did that first summer. Old Mr. Windsor hauled it up to Perro Caliente with a horse and wagon. Robert arrived with 2 gallons of bootleg whiskey, a large quantity of peanut butter and a bag of Vienna sausages and chocolate. He arranged to borrow from Catherine Page a saddle horse named Crisis. Aptly named, Crisis was a large, half-castrated stallion that no one but Robert could ride. For the next 3 weeks, he and the boys spent their days hiking and riding through the mountains. After a particularly grueling day on horseback, Robert wrote a friend wistfully, "My 2 great loves are physics and New Mexico. It's a pity they can't be combined." At night, Robert sat by the light of a Coleman lantern, reading his physics books and preparing his lectures. On one trip, fully 8 days long, they rode all the way to Colorado and back, a distance of more than 200 miles. When they weren't surviving on plain peanut butter, Robert introduced them to nasi goreng, an exceedingly spicy Indo-Dutch dish that Els Ulenbeck had taught him to cook in the Netherlands. These were Prohibition years, but Robert always had plenty of whiskey on hand. "We'd get sort of drunk," Frank recalled, "when we were high up, in the mountains, and we'd all act kind of silly. Everything my brother did would sort of be special. If he went off into the woods to take a leak, he'd come back with a flower. Not to disguise the fact that he'd made a leak, but just to make it an occasion, I guess. If he picked wild strawberries, Robert would serve them with Cointreau." The Oppenheimer brothers spent hours in the saddle together, talking. "I think we probably rode about 1,000 miles a summer," Frank Oppenheimer recalled. "We'd start off very early in the morning, and saddle up a horse, sometimes a pack horse, and start riding. Usually we'd have some new place that we wanted to go, often where there was no trail, and we really knew the mountains, the upper Pecos, the surface of the whole mountain range. There were wonderful flowers all the time. The place was very lush. During one memorable ride up the Valle Grande, they were attacked by deer flies, which sting like bees. So we set the horses to a full wild run up the length of the Valle, 2 miles, overtaking each other over and over again to pass the welcome flask after slowing enough to take a swig." Robert showered his brother with gifts, a fine watch at the end of that summer, and 2 years later a second-hand Packard Roadster, but he also invested time in tutoring Frank on love, music, art, physics, and his own philosophy of life. "The reason why a bad philosophy leads to such hell is that it is what you think and want and treasure and foster in times of preparation that determine what you do in a pinch, and that it takes an error to father a sin." Their times together at Perro Caliente were an intense part of Frank's education. When, later that summer, Frank wrote his brother a letter describing his encounter with a burro, Robert replied, "Your tales of a burro were immensely entertaining, so entertaining in fact that I showed them to 1 or 2 friends." Robert then went on to critique Frank's prose. "What you said, for instance, about Truchas and Ojo Caliente, in New Mexico, at night was much more convincing and honest and in the end communicative of emotion than your bits of purple writing about miscellaneous sunsets of the past." In mid-August, Robert ambivalently packed his bag and drove to Berkeley, where he moved into a sparsely furnished room in the faculty club. Frank remained in New Mexico until early September, when Robert wrote him that he already missed the gay times at Perro Caliente. He was nevertheless busy preparing his lectures and getting to know his colleagues. "The undergraduate college here," he wrote Frank, "seems not to be worth much, or I should suggest that you come here next year. For it is a beautiful place and the people are pleasant. I think that I am going to keep my room at the faculty club. Tomorrow I have promised to cook nasi goreng on a campfire." Soon, Robert's new friends in Berkeley would be calling his exotic dish nasti gori and trying to avoid it whenever possible. The University of California, Berkeley, had hired Oppenheimer to introduce the new physics to graduate students. It did not occur to anyone, least of all to Robert, that he might teach undergraduates. In his first course, a graduate-level class on quantum mechanics, Robert jumped right in and tried to explain Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, the Schrödinger equation, Dirac synthesis, field theory and Pauli's latest thinking on quantum electrodynamics. "I had for non-relativistic quantum mechanics a pretty good feeling," a pretty good understanding of what it was about, he later recalled. He started with wave-particle duality, the notion that quantum entities may behave as either particles or waves, depending on the circumstances of the experiment. I would just make the paradox as bald and inescapable as possible. Initially, his lectures were largely incomprehensible to most students. When told that he was moving too fast, he only reluctantly tried to slow the pace and soon complained to his department chairman, "I'm going so slowly that I'm not getting anywhere." Oppenheimer nevertheless always delivered a performance in the classroom, although during his first year or two of teaching, his presentation sounded more like a liturgy than a physics lecture. He tended to mumble in a soft, almost inaudible voice that got even lower when he was trying to emphasize a point. In the beginning, also, he stammered a good deal. Though he spoke without notes, he invariably laced his lectures with quotes from famous scientists and the occasional poet. "I was a very difficult lecturer," Oppenheimer recalled. His friend Linus Pauling, then an assistant professor of theoretical chemistry at Caltech, gave him this unfortunate advice in 1928, "If you want to give a seminar or lecture, decide what it is you want to talk about and then find some agreeable subject of contemplation not remotely related to your lecture and then interrupt that from time to time to say a few words." Years later, Oppenheimer commented, "So you can see how bad it must have been." He played with his words, inventing complicated puns. There were no broken phrases in Robert's speech. He had the extraordinary ability to speak in complete, grammatically correct English sentences, without notes, pausing on occasion, as if between paragraphs, to stutter his oddly lilting hum that sounded like nim nim nim. The relentless patter of his voice was interrupted only by puffs on his cigarette. Every so often, he would twirl toward the blackboard and write out an equation. "We were always expecting him," recalled one early graduate student, James Brady, "to write on the board with it, the cigarette, and smoke the chalk, but I don't think he ever did." As his students filed out of the classroom one day, Robert spotted a Caltech friend, Professor Richard Tolman, sitting in the back. When he asked Tolman what he thought of the lecture, he replied, "Well, Robert, that was beautiful, but I didn't understand a damn word." Robert eventually transformed himself into a skilled and charismatic lecturer, but during his first years at Berkeley he seemed oblivious to the basic principles of communication. Robert's blackboard manners were inexcusable, said Leo Netelsky, one of his earliest graduate students. Once, when questioned about a particular equation on the blackboard, Oppenheimer replied, "No, not that one, the one underneath." But when perplexed students pointed out that there was no equation underneath, Robert said, "Not below, underneath. I have written over it." Glenn Seaborg, later a chairman of the United States Atomic Energy Commission, complained of Professor Oppenheimer's tendency to answer your question even before you had fully stated it. Frequently he interrupted guest speakers with comments like, "Oh, come now. We all know that. Let's get on with it." He refused to suffer fools, or even ordinary physicists, and he never hesitated to impose his own exceedingly high standards on others. In these early years at Berkeley, some thought he terrorized his students with sarcasm. He could be very cruel in his remarks, recalled one colleague. But as he matured as a teacher, he grew more tolerant of his students. He was always very kind and considerate to anybody below him, recalled Harold Chernis. But not at all to people who might be considered his intellectual equals. And this, of course, irritated people, made people very angry, and made him enemies. Wendell Furry, who studied at Berkeley from 1932 to 1934, complained that Oppenheimer expressed himself somewhat obscurely and very quickly with flashes of insight which we couldn't follow. But even so, Furry recalled, he praised all of our efforts even when we weren't so hot. One day in class, after a particularly difficult lecture, Oppenheimer quipped, "I can make it clearer, I can't make it simpler." As difficult as he was, or perhaps because he was so difficult, most of his students took his courses more than once. Indeed, one student, a young Russian woman recalled only as Miss Kocharova, took the course 3 times, and when she tried to enroll again, Oppenheimer refused to allow it. She went on a hunger strike, recalled Robert Serber, and forced her way in that way. For those who stuck it out, Oppenheimer found numerous ways to reward their hard work. One learned from him through conversation and personal contact, Leo Netelsky said. When you took a question to him, he would spend hours, until midnight perhaps, exploring every angle with you. He invited a good number of his doctoral students to collaborate with him on papers, and he made sure they were listed as co-authors. "It is easy for a famous scientist to have lots of students doing the dirty work for him," said one colleague. "But Opch helps people with their problems and then gives them the credit." He encouraged his students to call him Opch, the Dutch nickname he had acquired in Leiden. Robert himself began signing his letters with Opch. Gradually, his Berkeley students anglicized Opch into Oppie. Over time, Oppenheimer developed a uniquely open teaching style in which he encouraged all of his students to interact with each other. Instead of holding office hours and seeing each student individually, he required his 8 to 10 graduate students and half-dozen postdoctoral fellows to meet together in his office in room 219, Leconte Hall. Each student had a small desk and chair where he or she sat and watched as Oppenheimer paced the room. Oppie himself had no desk, only a table in the middle of the room piled high with stacks of papers. A blackboard covered with formulae dominated one wall. Shortly before the appointed hour, these young men, and the occasional woman, would straggle in and wait for Oppie as they casually sat on the edge of a table or leaned against the wall. When he arrived, he zeroed in on each student's particular research problem in turn and solicited comments from everyone. Oppenheimer was interested in everything, Serber recalled, and one subject after another was introduced and coexisted with all the others. In an afternoon, we might discuss electrodynamics, cosmic rays and nuclear physics. By focusing on the unsolved problems in physics, Oppenheimer gave his students a restless sense of standing on the edge of the unknown. Very soon it was clear that Oppie had become a Pied Piper of theoretical physics. Word spread around the country that if you wished to enter this field, Berkeley was the place to do it. "I didn't start to make a school," Oppenheimer later said, "I didn't start to look for students. I started really as a propagator of the theory which I loved, about which I continued to learn more, and which was not well understood but which was very rich." In 1934, 3 of the 5 students awarded National Research Council fellowships in physics that year chose to study under Oppenheimer. And yet, while they came for Oppenheimer, they came as well for an experimental physicist named Ernest Orlando Lawrence. Lawrence was everything that Robert Oppenheimer was not. Reared in South Dakota and educated at the universities of South Dakota, Minnesota, Chicago and Yale, Lawrence was a young man supremely confident of his talents. Of Norwegian Lutheran stock, Lawrence had an untroubled all-American demeanor. As a college student, he had paid his tuition peddling aluminum pots and pans to his farmer neighbors. An extrovert, he would use his natural affinity for salesmanship to promote his academic career. Some of his friends thought him a bit of a social climber, but unlike Robert, he possessed not a shred of existential angst or introspection. By the early 1930s, Lawrence was the premier experimental physicist of his generation. At the time Oppenheimer arrived at Berkeley in the autumn of 1929, Lawrence, 28 years old, was lodging in a room at the faculty club. The two very boyish physicists quickly became best friends. They talked almost daily and socialized in the evenings. On weekends they occasionally went horseback riding. Robert, of course, rode in a western saddle, but Ernest insisted on distinguishing himself from his farm background by affecting jodhpurs and an English saddle. Robert admired his new friend for his unbelievable vitality and love of life. Here was a man, he saw, who could work all day, run off for tennis, and work half the night. But he could also see that Ernest's interests were primarily active, and instrumental, while his own were just the opposite. Even after Lawrence married, Oppie was a frequent dinner guest, invariably bringing orchids for Ernest's wife, Molly. When Molly gave birth to their second son, Ernest insisted on naming the boy Robert. Molly acquiesced, but over the years she grew to think of Oppenheimer as somewhat faux, a man whose elaborate affectations betrayed a certain shallowness of character. Early in her marriage, she did not come between the two friends, but later, when circumstances changed, Molly would push her husband to see Oppie in a different light. Lawrence was a builder, and he had the fundraising skills to realize his ambitions. In the months before meeting Oppenheimer, he had conceived the notion of building a machine capable of penetrating the so far unassailable nucleus of the atom, which existed, he quipped, like a fly inside a cathedral. And not only was the nucleus tiny and elusive, it was also protected by a skin called the Coulomb barrier. Physicists estimated that it would take a stream of hydrogen ions, propelled with the potential of perhaps 1,000,000 volts, to penetrate it. Generating such levels of high energy seemed an impossibility in 1929, but Lawrence conceived of a way around the impossible. He suggested that a machine could be built that used relatively small 25,000 volt potential to accelerate protons back and forth in an alternating electric field. By means of vacuum tubes and an electromagnet, the ion particles might then be accelerated by the electric field to greater and greater speeds along a spiral path. He was not sure how big an accelerator had to be to penetrate an atom's nucleus, but he was convinced that with a large enough magnet and a big enough circular chamber, he could break the million-volt mark. By early 1931, Lorentz had built his first crude accelerator, a machine with a small 4.5-inch chamber within which he generated 80,000 volt protons. A year later, he had an 11-inch machine that produced million-volt protons. Lorentz now dreamed of building ever bigger accelerators, machines weighing many hundreds of tons and costing tens of thousands of dollars. He coined a new name for his invention, the cyclotron, and persuaded the president of the University of California, Robert Gordon Sproul, to give him an old wooden building adjacent to LeConte Hall, the physics building that sat high on the upper end of Berkeley's beautiful campus. Lorentz named it the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory. Theoretical physicists around the world soon realized that what Lorentz had created in his rad lab would allow them to explore the innermost reaches of the atom. In 1939, Lorentz won the Nobel Prize for Physics. Lorentz's relentless drive for ever larger and more powerful cyclotrons epitomized the trend toward the kind of big science associated with the rise of corporate America in the early 20th century. Only 4 industrial laboratories existed in the country in 1890. 40 years later there were nearly 1,000 such facilities. In most of these labs a culture of technology, not science, was supreme. Over the years, theoretical physicists like Oppenheimer, devoted to pure, small, science, would find themselves alienated from the culture of these big labs, which were often devoted to military science. Even in the 1930s, however, some young physicists couldn't stand the atmosphere. Robert Wilson, a student of both Oppenheimer and Lorentz, decided to leave Berkeley for Princeton, having concluded that the science associated with these big machines was an activity that epitomized team research at its worst. Building cyclotrons with 80-ton magnets required large sums of money. But Lorentz was adept at enlisting financial support from such Berkeley regents as oil entrepreneur Edwin Pauley, banker William H. Crocker and John Francis Neyland, a national power broker who happened to be William Randolph Hearst's chief counsel. In 1932, President Sproul sponsored Lorentz for membership in San Francisco's elite Bohemian Club, a fraternity of California's most influential businessmen and politicians. The members of the Bohemian Club would never have thought to welcome Robert Oppenheimer. He was Jewish and too otherworldly. But the Midwestern farm boy Lorentz slipped effortlessly into this elite society. Later, Neyland got Lorentz into the even more exclusive Pacific Union Club. Gradually, as Lorentz repeatedly took the money of these powerful men, he found himself also sharing their conservative, anti-New Deal politics. By contrast, Oppenheimer had a laissez-faire attitude toward the role of money in his own research. When one of his graduate students wrote him for help in raising money for a particular project, Oppie replied whimsically that such research, like marriage and poetry, should be discouraged and should occur only despite such discouragement. On February 14, 1930, Oppenheimer finished writing a seminal paper on the theory of electrons and protons. Drawing on Paul Dirac's equation on the electron, Oppenheimer argued that there had to be a positively charged counterpart to the electron, and that this mysterious counterpart should have the same mass as the electron itself. It could not, as Dirac had suggested, be a proton. Instead, Oppenheimer predicted the existence of an anti-electron, the positron. Ironically, Dirac had failed to pick up on this implication in his own equation, and he willingly gave Oppenheimer the credit for this insight, which soon impelled him, Dirac, to propose that perhaps there existed a new kind of particle, unknown to experimental physics, having the same mass and opposite charge to an electron. What he was very tentatively proposing was the existence of antimatter. Dirac suggested naming this elusive particle an anti-electron. Initially, Dirac himself was not at all comfortable with his own hypothesis. Wolfgang Pauli and even Niels Bohr emphatically rejected it. Pauli thought it was nonsense, Oppenheimer later said. Bohr not only thought it was nonsense but was completely incredulous. It took someone like Oppenheimer to push Dirac into predicting the existence of antimatter. This was Oppenheimer's penchant for original thinking at its best. In 1932 the experimental physicist Carl Anderson proved the existence of the positron, the positively charged antimatter counterpart to the electron. Anderson's discovery came fully 2 years after Oppenheimer's calculations suggested its theoretical existence. A year later, Dirac won his Nobel Prize. Physicists around the globe were racing to solve the same set of problems, and the competition to be first was fierce. Oppenheimer proved to be a productive dilettante in this race. Working with a small number of students, he still managed to skip from one critical problem to another just in time to publish a short letter on a particular topic a month or two ahead of the competition. It was amazing, recalled one Berkeley colleague, that Oppenheimer and his group essentially got something on all these problems, about the same time as the competition. The result might not be elegant or even particularly accurate in all the details, others would have to come along and clean up his work. But Oppenheimer invariably had the essence. Oppie was extremely good at seeing the physics and doing the calculation on the back of the envelope and getting all the main factors. As far as finishing and doing an elegant job like Dirac would do, that wasn't Oppie's style. He worked fast and dirty, like the American way of building a machine. In 1932, Ralph Fowler, one of Oppie's former teachers from Cambridge, England, visited Berkeley and had a chance to observe his old student. In the evenings, Oppie persuaded Fowler to play his particularly complicated version of Tiddlywinks for hours on end. Some months later, at a time when Harvard was trying to recruit Oppenheimer away from Berkeley, Fowler wrote that his work is apt to be full of mistakes due to lack of care, but it is work of the highest originality, and he had an extremely stimulating influence in a theoretical school as I had ample opportunity of learning last fall. Robert Serber agreed, his physics was good, but his arithmetic awful. Robert did not have the patience to stick with any one problem very long. As a result, it was frequently he who opened the door through which others then walked to make major discoveries. In 1930 he wrote what would become a well-known paper on the infinite nature of spectral lines using direct theory. A splitting of the line in a spectrum of hydrogen suggested a small difference in the energy levels of two possible states of the hydrogen atom. Dirac had argued that these two states of hydrogen should have precisely the same energy. In his paper, Oppenheimer disagreed, but his results were inconclusive. Years later, however, an experimental physicist, Willis E. Lamb, Jr., one of Oppenheimer's doctoral students, resolved the issue. The so-called Lamb shift correctly attributed the difference between the two energy levels to the process of self-interaction, whereby charged particles interact with electromagnetic fields. Lamb won a Nobel Prize in 1955, in part for his precise measurement of the Lamb shift, a key step in the development of quantum electrodynamics. During these years, Oppenheimer wrote important, even seminal, papers on cosmic rays, gamma rays, electrodynamics and electron-positron showers. In the field of nuclear physics, he and Melba Phillips calculated the yield of protons in deuteron reactions. Phillips, an Indiana farm girl, born in 1907, was Oppenheimer's first doctoral student. Their calculations on proton yields became widely known as the Oppenheimer-Phillips process. He was an idea man, recalled Phillips. He never did any great physics, but look at all the lovely ideas that he worked out with his students. Physicists today agree that Oppenheimer's most stunning and original work was done in the late 1930s on neutron stars, a phenomenon astronomers would not actually be able to observe until 1967. His interest in astrophysics was initially sparked by his friendship with Richard Tolman, who introduced him to astronomers working at Pasadena's M. T. Wilson Observatory. In 1938, Oppenheimer wrote a paper with Robert Serber titled The Stability of Stellar Neutron Cores, which explored certain properties of highly compressed stars called white dwarfs. A few months later, he collaborated with another student, George Volkoff, on a paper titled On Massive Neutron Cores. Laboriously deriving their calculations from slide rules, Oppenheimer and Volkoff suggested there was an upper limit, now called the Oppenheimer-Volkoff limit, to the mass of these neutron stars. Beyond this limit they would become unstable. 9 months later, on September 1, 1939, Oppenheimer and a different collaborator, yet another student, Hartland Snyder, published a paper titled On Continued Gravitational Contraction. Historically, of course, the date is best known for Hitler's invasion of Poland and the start of World War II. But in its quiet way, this publication was also a momentous event. The physicist and science historian Jeremy Bernstein calls it one of the great papers in 20th century physics. At the time, it attracted little attention. Only decades later would physicists understand that in 1939 Oppenheimer and Snyder had opened the door to 21st-century physics. They began their paper by asking what would happen to a massive star that has begun to burn itself out, having exhausted its fuel. Their calculations suggested that instead of collapsing into a white dwarf star, a star with a core beyond a certain mass, now believed to be 2 to 3 solar masses, would continue to contract indefinitely under the force of its own gravity. Relying on Einstein's theory of general relativity, they argued that such a star would be crushed with such singularity that not even light waves would be able to escape the pull of its all-encompassing gravity. Seen from afar, such a star would literally disappear, closing itself off from the rest of the universe. Only its gravitation field persists, Oppenheimer and Snyder wrote. That is, though they themselves did not use the term, it would become a black hole. It was an intriguing but bizarre notion, and the paper was ignored, with its calculations long regarded as a mere mathematical curiosity. Only since the early 1970s, when the technology of astronomical observation caught up with theory, have numerous such black holes been detected by astronomers. At that time, computers and technical advances in radio telescopes made black hole theory the centerpiece of astrophysics. Oppenheimer's work with Snyder is, in retrospect, remarkably complete and an accurate mathematical description of the collapse of a black hole, observed Kip Thorne, a Caltech theoretical physicist. It was hard for people of that era to understand the paper because the things that were being smoked out of the mathematics were so different from any mental picture of how things should behave in the universe. Characteristically, however, Oppenheimer never took the time to develop anything so elegant as a theory of the phenomenon, leaving this achievement to others decades later. And the question remains, why? Personality and temperament appear to be critical. Robert instantly saw the flaws in any idea almost as soon as he had conceived it. Whereas some physicists, Edward Teller immediately comes to mind, boldly and optimistically promoted all of their new ideas, regardless of their flaws, Oppenheimer's rigorous critical faculties made him profoundly skeptical. Oppie was always pessimistic about all the ideas, recalled Serber. Turned on himself, his brilliance denied him the dogged conviction that is sometimes necessary for pursuing and developing original theoretical insights. Instead, his skepticism invariably propelled him on to the next problem. Having made the initial creative leap, in this case to black hole theory, Oppenheimer quickly moved on to another new topic, meson theory. Years later, Robert's friends and peers in the world of physics, who generally agreed that he was brilliant, would ruminate on why he never won a Nobel Prize. Robert's own knowledge of physics was profound, recalled Leo Netelsky. Perhaps only Pauli knew more physics and knew it more profoundly than Robert. And yet, winning a Nobel, like much in life, is a matter of commitment, strategy, ability, timing, and, of course, chance. Robert had a commitment to doing cutting-edge physics, to attacking problems that interested him, and he certainly had the ability. But he did not have the right strategy, and his timing was off. Finally, the Nobel Prize is a distinction awarded to scientists who achieve something specific. By contrast, Oppenheimer's genius lay in his ability to synthesize the entire field of study. Oppenheimer was a very imaginative person, recalled Edwin Ulling, a postdoctoral student who studied under him during the years 1934 to 36. His knowledge of physics was extremely comprehensive. I am not sure that one should say that he didn't do Nobel Prize quality work, but it just didn't happen to lead to that kind of result which the Nobel Prize Committee regarded as exciting. The work is fine, Oppenheimer wrote to Frank in the autumn of 1932. Not fine in the fruits but the doing. We have been running a nuclear seminar, in addition to the usual ones, trying to make some order out of the great chaos. While Oppenheimer was a theorist who knew how incompetent he was in the laboratory, he nevertheless stayed close to experimentalists like Lorentz. Unlike many European theorists, he appreciated the potential benefit from close collaboration with those who were involved in testing the validity of the new physics. Even in high school, his teachers had noted his gift for explaining technical things in plain language. As a theorist who understood what the experimentalists were doing in the laboratory, he had that rare quality of being able to synthesize a great mass of information from disparate fields of research. An articulate synthesizer was exactly the kind of person needed for building a world-class school of physics. Some physicists have suggested that Oppenheimer possessed the knowledge and resources to publish a comprehensive Bible of quantum physics. By 1935, he certainly had the material for such a book at hand. His basic lectures explaining quantum mechanics were so popular on campus that his secretary, Miss Rebecca Young, had his lecture notes mimeographed and sold them to students. The proceeds were used for the physics department's petty cash fund. Had Oppenheimer gone one step further and compiled his lectures and papers, argues one colleague, his work would have made one of the finest textbooks on quantum physics ever written. Robert had precious little time for diversions. "I need physics more than friends," he confessed to Frank in the autumn of 1929. He managed to go horseback riding once a week in the hills overlooking San Francisco Bay. And from time to time, he wrote Frank, "I take out the Chrysler, and scare one of my friends out of all sanity by wheeling corners at 70. The car will do 75 without a tremor. I am and shall be a vile driver." One day he crashed his car while recklessly racing the coast train near Los Angeles. Robert escaped unscathed, but for a moment he thought his passenger, a young woman named Natalie Raymond, was dead. Actually, Raymond had only been knocked unconscious. When Julius found out about the accident, he gave her a Cézanne drawing and a small Vlaminck painting. Raymond was a beautiful woman in her late 20s when she met Oppenheimer at a Pasadena party. Natalie was a daredevil, an adventurer, as was Robert to some extent, wrote a mutual friend. This may have been the common ground of their natures. Robert grew up, or did he, Natalie less so. Robert called her Nat, and they saw quite a bit of each other in the early 1930s. Frank Oppenheimer described her as quite a lady, and Robert himself wrote Frank after seeing her at a New Year's Eve party, "Nat has learned to dress. She wears long graceful things in gold and blue and black, and delicate long earrings, and likes orchids, and even has a hat. To the vicissitudes and anguishes of fortune which have brought this change to her I need say nothing." After spending an evening with her at Radio City Music Hall listening to a most marvelous Bach concert, he wrote Frank, "The last days were impregnated with Nat, her always new and always moving miseries." She even spent part of the summer of 1934 with Robert and others at Perro Caliente. But the relationship ended when she moved to New York to work as a freelance book editor. Nat wasn't the only woman in Oppenheimer's life. In the spring of 1928, he had met Helen Campbell at a Pasadena party. Though she was already engaged to a Berkeley physics instructor, Samuel K. Allison, Helen found herself strongly attracted to Oppenheimer. He took her out to dinner and they had a few walks together. When Oppenheimer returned to Berkeley in 1929, they resumed their friendship. By then Helen was a married woman, and she watched with some amusement as she observed young wives falling for Robert, charmed by his conversation, gifts of flowers, etc. She realized that he had an eye for women and that his attentions to her should not be taken too seriously. She thought he liked to talk to slightly discontented women and seemed specially sensitive to lesbianism. He possessed plenty of charisma. "Everyone wants rather to be pleasing to women," Robert wrote to his brother in 1929, "and that desire is not altogether, though it is very largely, a manifestation of vanity. But one cannot aim to be pleasing to women, any more than one can aim to have taste, or beauty of expression, or happiness, for these things are not specific aims which one may learn to attain, they are descriptions of the adequacy of one's living. To try to be happy is to try to build a machine with no other specification than that it shall run noiselessly." When Frank wrote him to complain about his problems with the Junes filles New-Yorkaises, Robert replied, "I should say that you were wrong to let the creatures worry you, you should not associate with them unless it is for you a genuine pleasure, and that you should have truck only with those girls who not only pleased you, but who were pleased, and who put you at your ease. The obligation is always on the girl for making a go of conversation. If she does not accept the obligation, nothing you can do will make the negotiations pleasant." Obviously, relations with the opposite sex were still a matter of uneasy negotiations for Robert, let alone his 17-year-old brother. To most of his friends, Robert was a maddening bundle of contradictions. Harold F. Chernis was getting his doctorate in Berkeley's classical Greek department when he first met Oppenheimer in 1929. Chernis had just married a childhood friend of Oppenheimer's, Ruth Meyer, who also had known Robert at the Ethical Culture School. Chernis was immediately taken by Oppenheimer. His mere physical appearance, his voice, and his manners made people fall in love with him, male, female. Almost everybody. But he admitted that, the longer I was acquainted with him, the more intimately I was acquainted with him, the less I knew about him. A keen observer of people, Chernis sensed a disconnect in Robert. Here was a man, he thought, who was very sharp intellectually. People thought him complicated simply because he was interested in so many things, and knew so much. But on an emotional level, he wanted to be a simple person, simple in the good sense of the word. Robert wanted friends very much, Chernis said. And yet, despite his tremendous personal charm, he didn't quite know how to make friends. Chapter 7, The Nim Nim Boys, Tell Me, What Has Politics to Do with Truth, Goodness, and Beauty? Robert Oppenheimer. In the spring of 1930, Julius and Ella Oppenheimer came out to visit their son in Pasadena. The stock market crash of the previous autumn had plunged the nation into a deep economic depression, but Julius had fortuitously decided to retire in 1928, selling his interest in Rothfeld, Stern and Company. He had also sold both the Riverside Drive apartment and their Bay Shore summer home, moving with Ella into a smaller apartment on Park Avenue. The Oppenheimer family fortune was unscathed. Robert immediately introduced his parents to his closest friends, Richard and Ruth Tolman. The elder Oppenheimers had what Julius called a delightful dinner and several teas with the Tolmans, and Ruth later took them to Los Angeles to hear a Tchaikovsky concert. Observing that Robert's reconstructed Chrysler emitted all sorts of groans, Julius decided to buy him a new Chrysler despite his son's severe protests. Now that brother has it, Julius subsequently wrote his son Frank, he is most delighted with it, and he has reduced his speed about 50% from what he used to drive, so we hope no further accidents will occur. Robert named his new car the Gamaliel, the Hebrew name of a number of prominent ancient rabbis. As an adolescent, he had tried to hide his Jewish ancestry. It was a measure of his newly developed confidence and maturity that he now felt comfortable advertising it. Around this time, Frank wrote him to complain that the brother he had known had completely vanished. Robert had written back in protest that this could not be so. Nevertheless, Robert realized that during his 2-year absence in Europe, Frank, 8 years his junior, must have done some growing up. For purposes of recognition it will suffice for you to know that I am 6 feet tall, have black hair, blue eyes and at present a split lip, and that I answer to the call of Robert. He then went on to try to answer a question posed by his younger brother, how far is it wise to respond to a mood? Robert's answer suggests that his fascination with the psychological was still acute. My own conviction is that one should use moods, but not be greatly deflected by them, thus one should try to use the gay times to do those things one wants to do which require gaiety, and the sober moods for the work one wants, and the low moods for giving oneself hell. More than most professors, Oppenheimer included his students in his social life. We did everything together, said Edwin Ulling. On Sunday mornings, Oppenheimer frequently dropped by the Ullings' apartment to have breakfast and listen to a broadcast of the New York Symphony. Every Monday evening, Oppenheimer and Lawrence led a colloquium on physics open to all graduate students from both Berkeley and Stanford. They dubbed it the Monday Evening Journal Club, in part because the focus of discussion was usually a recently published article in Nature magazine or Physical Review. For a short time, Robert dated his doctoral student Melba Phillips, and one evening he drove her out to Grizzly Peak, in the Berkeley Hills, with a fine view of San Francisco Bay in the distance. After wrapping a blanket around Phillips, Oppenheimer announced, I'll be back presently. I'm going for a walk. He came back shortly and briefly leaned in toward the car window and said, Melba, I think I'll walk on down to the house, why don't you bring the car down? Melba, however, had dozed off and didn't hear him. When she awoke, she waited patiently for Oppie to return, but finally, after 2 hours had gone by with no sign of him, she hailed a passing policeman and said, my escort went for a walk hours ago and he hasn't returned. Fearing the worst, police combed the bushes for Oppenheimer's body. Phillips eventually drove herself home in Oppie's car, and the police went to his quarters in the faculty club, where they roused a sleepy Oppenheimer from his bed. Apologizing, he explained to the police that he had forgotten all about Miss Phillips. I'm awfully erratic, you know. I just walked, and I was home and I went to bed. I'm so sorry. A reporter on the police beat heard the story, and the next day's San Francisco Chronicle ran a short story on the front page headlined, Forgetful Professor Park's Girl, Takes Self Home. It was Oppenheimer's first exposure to the press. Newspapers around the world picked up on the story. Frank Oppenheimer happened to read it in a paper in Cambridge, England. Naturally, both Oppie and Melba were embarrassed, and, somewhat defensively, he explained to friends that he had told Melba he was going to walk home, but that she must have dozed off and hadn't heard him. In 1934, Oppenheimer moved into an apartment on the lower level of a small house at 2665 Shasta Road, perched on one of the steep switchbacks in the Berkeley Hills. Often he invited students over for a simple dinner of eggs a la Oppie, invariably laced with Mexican chilies and washed down with red wine. On occasion he would subject his guests to his potent martini, shaken with elaborate ceremony and poured into chilled glasses. Sometimes he dipped the rims of the martini glasses in lime juice and honey. Winter or summer, he always kept the windows wide open, which meant that in winter his guests would crowd around the large fireplace that dominated the dark-paneled living room draped with Indian rugs from New Mexico. His father had given him a small Picasso lithograph which he hung on the wall. If everyone seemed tired of physics, the conversation might turn to art or literature, or he would suggest a movie. The little redwood house enjoyed a view of San Francisco and the Golden Gate Bridge. Oppie called it the most beautiful harbor in the world. From the road above, the house was almost entirely concealed by a grove of eucalyptus, pine and acacia. He told his brother, Frank, that he usually slept on the porch under the Yaqui and the stars, and imagine I am on the porch at Perro Caliente. In these years, Oppie's professional garb was always a gray suit, a blue denim shirt and clunky, round-toed black shoes, worn but well-polished. But away from the university he changed out of this academic uniform into a blue work shirt and faded blue jeans held up by a broad leather belt with a Mexican silver buckle. His long bony fingers were now stained a deep yellow from nicotine. Consciously or not, some of Oppie's students began imitating his quirks and eccentricities. They came to be called the Nim Nim Boys, because they mimicked his Nim Nim humming. Almost all of these budding young physicists began chain-smoking Chesterfields, Oppie's brand, and, like Oppie, flicked their lighters whenever anyone took out a cigarette. They copied his gestures, his mannerisms, his intonations, recalled Robert Serber. Isidore Rabi observed, he, Oppenheimer, was like a spider with this communication web all around him. I was once in Berkeley and said to a couple of his students, I see you have your genius costumes on. By the next day, Oppenheimer knew that I had said that. It was a cult or mystique that some found annoying. We weren't supposed to like Tchaikovsky, Edwin Ulling reported, because Oppenheimer never liked Tchaikovsky. His students were constantly reminded that, unlike most physicists, he read books far outside his field. He read a good deal of French poetry, recalled Harold Chernis. He read almost everything, novels and poetry, that came out. Chernis saw him reading the classical Greek poets, but also such contemporary novelists as Ernest Hemingway. He particularly liked Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises. Even during the Depression, Oppie's circumstances were decidedly flush. To begin with, by October 1931, when he was promoted to associate professor, he had an annual salary of $3,000, and his father continued to provide him with additional funds. Although Julius hadn't had enough money from the sale of the firm to set up the independent foundation he wanted to establish, there was enough for a trust fund, so that Robert will never have to give up his research. Like his father, Robert was instinctively generous, and he never hesitated to share with his students his fine taste in food and wine. At Berkeley, after leading a late afternoon seminar, he often invited a roomful of students to join him for dinner at Jack's Restaurant, one of San Francisco's most pleasant eating establishments. Prior to 1933, prohibition was still the law of the land, but Oppenheimer, said one old friend, knew all the best restaurants and speakeasies in San Francisco. In those years, one still had to take the ferry from Berkeley to San Francisco, and often, after 1933, while waiting at the ferry terminal, everyone would have a quick drink at one of the bars that now lined the wharf. Once they had made their way to Jack's at 615 Sacramento Street, Oppie chose the wines and guided his students in their selections from the menu. He always picked up the check. The world of good food and good wines and gracious living was far from the experience of many, said one of his students. Oppenheimer introduced us to an unfamiliar way of life. We acquired something of his tastes. Once a week or so Oppie dropped by Leo Netelsky's house, where a number of his students rented rooms, including J. Franklin Carlson and Melba Phillips. Almost every night at 10 o'clock, tea and cake were served and everyone sat around playing tiddlywinks and discussing anything and everything. Most people left by midnight, but sometimes the conversation would last until 2 or 3 in the morning. One night late in the spring semester, 1932, Oppie announced that Frank Carlson, who suffered from occasional bouts of depression, needed help in finishing his thesis. Frank has done this work, Oppenheimer said, and now it's got to be written up. In response, Oppie's other students pitched in and formed what amounted to a sort of little factory. Frank, Carlson, wrote, Phillips recalled, Leo, Netelsky, edited. I proofread and wrote all the equations in the thesis. Carlson got his thesis accepted that June and served as Oppenheimer's research associate for the academic year 1932-33. Each spring, after Berkeley's semester ended in April, Oppie's students would follow him 375 miles south to Caltech in Pasadena, where he taught the spring quarter. They thought nothing of giving up the leases on their Berkeley area apartments and moving into garden cottages in Pasadena for $25 a month. Additionally, in the summer some of them even followed him for a few weeks to the University of Michigan's summer physics seminar in Ann Arbor. In the summer of 1931, Oppie's former teacher in Zurich, Wolfgang Pauli, showed up at the Ann Arbor seminar. On one occasion, Pauli kept interrupting Oppie's presentation until finally another eminent physicist, H. Kramers, shouted, "Shut up, Pauli, and let us hear what Oppenheimer has to say. You can explain how wrong it is afterward." Such sharp-tongued banter only enhanced the aura of freewheeling brilliance that surrounded Oppenheimer. During the summer of 1931 Ella Oppenheimer fell ill and was diagnosed with leukemia. On October 6, 1931, Julius cabled Robert, mother critically ill. Not expected to live. Robert rushed home and sat vigil at his mother's bedside. He found her terribly low, almost beyond hope. He wrote Ernest Lawrence, I have been able to talk to her a little, she is tired and sad, but without desperation, she is unbelievably sweet. 10 days later, he was reporting that the end was approaching, she is comatose, now, and death is very near. We cannot help feeling now a little grateful that she should not have to suffer more. The last thing she said to me was, yes, California. Toward the end, Herbert Smith came to the Oppenheimer home to comfort his former student. After several hours of desultory conversation, Robert looked up and said, I'm the loneliest man in the world. Ella died on October 17, 1931, age 62. Robert was 27 years old. When a family friend tried to console him by saying, you know, Robert, your mother loved you very much, he muttered softly in reply, yes, I know. Maybe she loved me too much. A grief-stricken Julius continued to reside in New York City, but soon he was visiting his son in California on a regular basis. Father and son grew even closer. Indeed, Robert's students and colleagues at Berkeley were rather taken by the manner in which he made room in his life for his father. During the winter of 1932, father and son shared a cottage in Pasadena, where Robert was teaching that term. Robert had lunch with his father every day and took him one evening a week to an elite dinner club that met at Caltech. Robert used the German word Stammtisch, a table reserved for regular guests, for these dinners, where a designated speaker gave a presentation, followed by vigorous discussion. Julius was enormously pleased to be included in these events and wrote Frank, they are very good fun. I am meeting lots of Robert's friends and yet I believe that I have not interfered with his activities. He is always busy and has had a couple of short talks with Einstein. Twice a week, Julius played bridge with Ruth Olling, and they became good friends. Nobody could make a woman feel more important than the way he, Julius, could, recalled Ruth later. He was terribly proud of his son. He couldn't understand how he had produced Robert. Julius also talked passionately about the art world, and when Ruth visited him in New York in the summer of 1936, he proudly showed her his collection of paintings. He made me sit all day before the beautiful Van Gogh with a blazing sun, to see, she recalled, how the light changed it. Among other friends, Robert introduced his father to Arthur W. Ryder, a professor of Sanskrit at Berkeley. Ryder was a Hoover Republican and a sharp-tongued iconoclast. He was fascinated by Oppenheimer, and Robert, for his part, thought Ryder the quintessential intellectual. His father agreed, he is an astounding person, Julius said, a remarkable combination of austereness through which peeps the gentlest kind of soul. Robert later credited Ryder with giving him a renewed feeling for the place of ethics. Here was a scholar, he said, who felt and thought and talked as a Stoic. He regarded Ryder as one of those rare people who have a tragic sense of life, in that they attribute to human actions the completely decisive role in the difference between salvation and damnation. Ryder knew that a man could commit irretrievable error, and that in the face of this fact, all others were secondary. Robert felt himself drawn to both Ryder and the ancient language that was his friend's vocation. Soon Ryder was giving Oppenheimer private tutorials in Sanskrit each Thursday evening. "I am learning Sanskrit," Robert wrote Frank, enjoying it very much, and enjoying again the sweet luxury of being taught. While most of his friends saw this new obsession as slightly odd, Harold Chernis, who had introduced Oppie to Ryder, thought it made perfect sense. He liked things that were difficult, Chernis said. And since almost everything was easy for him, the things that really would attract his attention were essentially the difficult. Besides, Oppie had a taste for the mystical, the cryptic. With his facility for languages, it wasn't long before Robert was reading the Bhagavad Gita. "It is very easy and quite marvelous," he wrote Frank. He told friends that this ancient Hindu text, the Lord's Song, was the most beautiful philosophical song existing in any known tongue. Ryder gave him a pink-covered copy of the book which found its way onto the bookshelf closest to his desk. Oppie took to passing out copies of the Gita as gifts to his friends. Robert was so enraptured by his Sanskrit studies that when, in the autumn of 1933, his father bought him yet another Chrysler, he named it the Garuda, after the giant bird god in Hindu mythology that ferries Vishnu across the sky. The Gita, which constitutes the heart of the Sanskrit epic Mahabharata, is told in the form of a dialogue between the incarnate god Krishna and the human hero, Prince Arjuna. About to lead his troops into mortal combat, Arjuna refuses to engage in a war against friends and relatives. Lord Krishna replies, in essence, that Arjuna must fulfill his destiny as a warrior to fight and kill. Ever since his emotional crisis of 1926, Robert had been trying to achieve some kind of inner equilibrium. Discipline and work had always been his guiding principles, but now he self-consciously elevated these traits to a philosophy of life. In the spring of 1932, Robert wrote his brother a long letter explaining why. The fact that discipline, he argued, is good for the soul is more fundamental than any of the grounds given for its goodness. "I believe that through discipline, though not through discipline alone, we can achieve serenity, and a certain small but precious measure of freedom from the accidents of incarnation and that detachment which preserves the world which it renounces. I believe that through discipline we learn to preserve what is essential to our happiness in more and more adverse circumstances, and to abandon with simplicity what would else have seemed to us indispensable. And only through discipline is it possible to see the world without the gross distortion of personal desire, and in seeing it so, accept more easily our earthly privation and its earthly horror." Like many Western intellectuals enthralled with Eastern philosophies, Oppenheimer the scientist found solace in their mysticism. He knew, moreover, that he was not alone. He knew that some of the poets he admired most, like W. B. Yeats and T. S. Eliot, had themselves dipped into the Mahabharata. Therefore, he concluded in his letter to the 20-year-old Frank, "I think that all things which evoke discipline, study, and our duties to men and to the commonwealth, and war, and personal hardship, and even the need for subsistence, ought to be greeted by us with profound gratitude, for only through them can we attain to the least detachment, and only so can we know peace." In his late 20s, Oppenheimer already seemed to be searching for an earthly detachment. He wished, in other words, to be engaged as a scientist with the physical world, and yet detached from it. He was not seeking to escape to a purely spiritual realm. He was not seeking religion. What he sought was peace of mind. The Gita seemed to provide precisely the right philosophy for an intellectual keenly attuned to the affairs of men and the pleasures of the senses. One of his favorite Sanskrit texts was the Meghaduta, a poem that discusses the geography of love from the laps of naked women to the soaring mountains of the Himalayas. The Meghaduta I read with Ryder, he wrote Frank, with delight, some ease, and great enchantment. Yet another of his favorite parts of the Gita, the Sadakatrayam, contains these fatalistic lines: "Vanquish enemies at arms. Gain mastery of the sciences and varied arts. You may do all this, but karma's force alone prevents what is not destined and compels what is to be." Unlike the Upanishads, the Gita celebrates a life of action and engagement with the world. As such, it was compatible with Oppenheimer's ethical culture upbringing, but there also were important differences. The Gita's notions of karma, destiny and earthly duty would seem to be at odds with the humanitarianism of the ethical culture society. Dr. Adler had disparaged the teaching of any inexorable laws of history. Ethical culture stressed instead the role of individual human will. There was nothing fatalistic about John Lovejoy Eliot's social work in the immigrant ghettos of Lower Manhattan. So perhaps the attraction Oppenheimer felt to the fatalism of the Gita was at least partly stimulated by a late-blooming rebellion against what he had been taught as a youth. Isidore Robbie thought so. Robbie's wife, Helen Newmark, had been a classmate of Robert's at the Ethical Culture School, and Robbie later recalled, "From conversations with him I have the impression that his own regard for the school was not affectionate. Too great a dose of ethical culture can often sour the budding intellectual who would prefer a more profound approach to human relations and man's place in the universe." Robbie speculated that young Oppenheimer's ethical culture heritage may have become an immobilizing burden. It is impossible to know the full results of one's actions, and sometimes even good intentions lead to horrific outcomes. Robert was acutely attuned to the ethical, and yet endowed with ambition and an expansive, curious intelligence. Like many intellectuals aware of the complexities of life, perhaps he sometimes felt paralyzed to the point of inaction. Oppenheimer later reflected upon precisely this dilemma: I may, as we all have to, make a decision and act, or I may think about my motives and my peculiarities and my virtues and my faults and try to decide why I am doing what I am. Each of these has its place in our life, but clearly the one forecloses the other. At the Ethical Culture School, Felix Adler had subjected himself to constant self-analysis and self-evaluation by the same high standards and objectives that he set for others. But as Oppenheimer approached his 30s, he became increasingly uncomfortable with this relentless introspection. As the historian James Heggia has suggested, the Gita provided an answer to this psychological dilemma: celebrate work, duty and discipline, and worry little as to the consequences. Oppenheimer was acutely attuned to the consequences of his actions, but, like Arjuna, he was also driven to do his duty. So duty, and ambition, overrode his doubts, though doubt remained, in the form of an ever-present awareness of human fallibility. In June 1934, Oppenheimer returned to the University of Michigan summer school session on physics and lectured on his latest critique of the Dirac equation. The lecture so impressed Robert Serber, then a young postdoctoral fellow, that he decided on the spot to switch his research fellowship from Princeton to Berkeley. A week or two after Serber drove into Berkeley, Oppie invited him to a movie house, where they saw Night Must Fall, a thriller starring Robert Montgomery. It was the beginning of a lifelong friendship. The son of a politically well-connected Philadelphia lawyer, Serber grew up in a decidedly left-wing political culture. His father was Russian-born, and both parents were Jewish. When Serber was 12, his mother died. Not long afterward, his father remarried. His new wife was Frances Leff, a muralist and potter who later, according to FBI documents, joined the Communist Party. Robert Serber quickly became a part of the extended Leff family, centered around the household of his stepmother's uncle, a charismatic Philadelphia doctor, Morris V. Leff, and his wife, Jenny. The Leff household was run as a political and artistic salon. Regular visitors included the playwright Clifford Odets, the left-wing journalist I.F. Stone, and the poet Jean Roisman, who later married the left-liberal trial lawyer Leonard Boudin. Young Robert Serber soon became captivated by the charms of Charlotte Leff, the younger of Morris and Jenny's two daughters. In 1933, he and Charlotte married in a civil ceremony shortly after her graduation from the University of Pennsylvania. Charlotte took her politics straight from her radical father, and throughout the 1930s she was a fervent activist on behalf of a variety of left-wing causes. Not surprisingly, given all these family associations, Serber's own political leanings were certainly to the left, although the FBI concluded years later that no definite evidence is known of Robert Serber's communist membership. At Berkeley, Serber studied theoretical physics with Oppenheimer, and in the course of a few years he published a dozen papers, including 7 that he co-authored with his mentor. The papers dealt with such topics as cosmic ray particles, the disintegration of high-energy protons, nuclear photoeffects at high energy levels and stellar nuclear cores. Oppie told Lawrence that Serber was one of the few really first-rate theoretical men that he worked with. They were also the closest of friends. In the summer of 1935, Oppie invited the Serbers to visit him in New Mexico. But Serber was completely unprepared for the conditions at Perro Caliente. When they arrived, after driving on unpaved roads for hours, the Serbers found Frank Oppenheimer, Melba Phillips, and Ed McMillan already there. Oppie greeted them nonchalantly and suggested that because the cabin was already full, perhaps they ought to take 2 horses and ride north 80 miles to Taos. That meant a 3-day ride across the Jicoria Pass at 12,500 feet. Serber had never been on a horse. Following Oppie's instructions, the Cerbers saddled up, packing only a change of socks and underwear, a toothbrush, a box of chocolate graham crackers, a pint of whiskey and a bag of oats to feed the horses. 3 days later, with muscles aching and leg skin rubbed raw by so many hours in the saddle, the Cerbers arrived in Taos. After a night in the inn at Ranchos de Taos, they rode back to meet Oppenheimer. Along the way, Charlotte twice fell off her horse and arrived with her jacket splattered with blood. Life at Perro Caliente was rough. At nearly 9,000 feet, the thin air left many visitors wheezing. For the first few days there, Cerber later wrote, any physical task left one gasping for breath. 5 years after the Oppenheimer brothers had first taken a lease out on the ranch, the cabin was still sparsely furnished, with simple wooden chairs, a sofa in front of the fireplace, a Navajo rug on the floor. Frank had run a pipe from a spring above the cabin, so now there was running water. But that was it. Cerber soon realized that for Oppie the ranch was merely a place to sleep in between long, grueling rides into the wilderness. He recounts that once, on a night ride with his host in a thunderstorm, they came to a fork in the trail. Oppie said, that way it's 7 miles home, but this way it's only a little longer, and it's much more beautiful. Despite the hardships, the Cerbers spent a part of each summer from 1935 to 1941 at Perro Caliente. Oppenheimer had many other visitors to the ranch. Once he ran into the German-born physicist Hans Bethe hiking in the region and persuaded him to stop by. Other physicists, among them Ernest Lawrence, George Plachek, Walter Elsasser and Victor Weisskopf, all spent a few days there. All his visitors were surprised by how much their seemingly fragile friend clearly relished the Spartan conditions. On occasion, Robert's expeditions verged on the truly calamitous. Once he and 3 friends, George and Else Uhlenbeck and Roger Lewis, camped overnight at Lake Catherine below the east side of a peak called Santa Fe Baldy. Owing to the high altitude, Robert and the 2 other men suddenly came down with symptoms of altitude sickness. They made it through a freezing night in sleeping bags and woke up the next morning to discover that 2 of the horses had run off. Robert nevertheless persuaded the men to climb North Truchas Peak, the highest peak, at 13,024 feet, in the southern Sangre de Cristo Range. They scaled the summit in a thunderstorm and then had to walk back sopping wet, all the way to Los Pinos, where Catherine Page served them all stiff drinks. The next morning, the 2 horses that had deserted them reappeared and Else laughed at the sight of Oppenheimer, clad in pink pajamas, chasing them back into the corral. Until about 1934, Oppenheimer displayed little interest in current events or politics. He was not so much ignorant as he was indifferent, and he certainly was not politically active. But later, at a time when he wished to highlight his political naivete, he cultivated the myth that he was oblivious to politics and practical affairs. He claimed that he owned neither a radio nor a telephone and that he never read a newspaper or magazine. And he liked to tell the story that he first heard about the stock market crash of October 29, 1929, months after the event. He said he never cast a vote until the 1936 presidential election. To many of my friends, he testified in 1954, my indifference to contemporary affairs seemed bizarre, and they often chided me for being too much of a highbrow. I was interested in man and his experience, I was deeply interested in my science, but I had no understanding of the relations of man to his society. Years later, Robert Cerber observed that this self-portrait of Oppenheimer as an unworldly, withdrawn unesthetic person who didn't know what was going on, all this was exactly the opposite of what he was really like. At Berkeley, Oppenheimer surrounded himself with friends and colleagues who took an intense interest in political and social issues. From the autumn of 1931, his landlady at 2665 Shasta Road was Mary Ellen Washburn, a tall, commanding woman who wore colorful, full-length batik dresses and loved to socialize. Her husband, John Washburn, was an accountant who may also have taught economics at the university. Their home was a long-standing social hub for Berkeley's intellectuals, and, like Mary Ellen herself, many of these people had strong sympathies with the political left. The FBI would later conclude that Mary Ellen was an active member of the Communist Party in Alameda County. A young professor of French literature named Hawken Chevalier had been attending parties hosted by the Washburns since the 1920s. The Cerbers came to these parties, as did a beautiful young medical student named Jean Tatlock. It was only natural that Oppie, a bachelor living downstairs, dropped by for these social occasions. He was always gracious and usually charmed everyone. But one evening, while he was discoursing at length about a particular poem, the guests heard John Washburn, by now deep in his cups, mutter, "Never since the Greek tragedies has there been heard the unrelieved pomposity of a Robert Oppenheimer." "We were not political at all in any overt way," recalled Melba Phillips. Oppie once remarked to Leo Netelsky, "I know 3 people who are interested in politics. Tell me, what has politics to do with truth, goodness and beauty?" But after January 1933, when Adolf Hitler came to power in Germany, politics began to intrude into Oppenheimer's life. By April of that year, German Jewish professors were being summarily dismissed from their jobs. A year later, in the spring of 1934, Oppenheimer received a circular letter soliciting funds to support German physicists as they attempted to emigrate from Nazi Germany. He immediately agreed to earmark for this purpose 3% of his salary, about $100 a year, for 2 years. Ironically, one of the refugees who may have been assisted by this fund was Robert's former professor in Göttingen, Dr. James Frank. When Hitler first came to power, Frank, who had won 2 Iron Crosses during World War I, was one of the few Jewish physicists permitted to keep his post. But a year later he was forced into exile when he refused to dismiss other Jews from their jobs. By 1935, he was teaching physics at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. Similarly, Max Born was forced to flee Göttingen in 1933 and ended up teaching in England. The news from Germany was certainly grim. But by 1934, it would have been difficult for anyone to ignore the political turmoil right in Berkeley's backyard. Almost 5 years of depression had impoverished millions of ordinary citizens. Early that year, labor strife turned violent. In late January, 3,000 lettuce pickers in the Imperial Valley went on strike. Acting on behalf of employers, police arrested hundreds of workers. The strike was quickly broken, and wages fell from 20 cents to 15 cents an hour. Then, on May 9, 1934, more than 12,000 longshoremen set up picket lines at ports up and down the West Coast. By the end of June, the dock strike had virtually strangled the economies of California, Oregon, and Washington. Early in July, authorities attempted to open the port of San Francisco, police lobbed tear gas bombs at thousands of longshoremen and a riot ensued. After 4 days of running skirmishes, several policemen fired into a crowd, 3 men were wounded and 2 of them died. July 5, 1934, became known as Bloody Thursday. That same day, the Republican governor ordered the California National Guard to seize control of the streets. 11 days later, on July 16, San Francisco labor unions called a general strike. For 4 days the city was paralyzed. Federal mediators at last stepped in, and by July 30 the largest strike in the history of the West Coast ended. The longshoremen returned to work having achieved almost none of their wage demands, but it was clear to all that the unions had achieved a major political victory. The strike had garnered popular sympathy for the longshoremen's plight and greatly strengthened the union movement. On August 28, 1934, in a sign that the political atmosphere had shifted significantly to the left, the radical writer Upton Sinclair stunned the California establishment by decisively winning the Democratic gubernatorial nomination. Although Sinclair lost the general election, partly as a result of intense slander and fear-mongering on the part of the Republicans, California politics would never be the same. Such dramatic events could not go unnoticed by Oppenheimer or his students. Berkeley itself was split between critics and supporters of the strike. When the longshoremen initially walked out on May 9, 1934, a conservative member of the physics faculty, Leonard Loeb, recruited University of California, Berkeley, football players to act as strikebreakers. Significantly, Oppenheimer later invited some of his students, including Melba Phillips and Bob Serber, to come along with him to a longshoremen's rally in a large San Francisco auditorium. "We were sitting up high in a balcony," recalled Serber, "and by the end we were caught up in the enthusiasm of the strikers, shouting with them, 'Strike! Strike! Strike!'" Afterwards, Oppie went to the apartment of a friend, Estelle Cann, where he was introduced to Harry Bridges, the charismatic longshoreman union leader. In the autumn of 1935, Frank Oppenheimer returned from 2 years of study at Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, England, and accepted a tuition scholarship to complete his graduate work at Caltech. Robert's old friend Charles Lauritsen agreed to serve as Frank's thesis advisor. Frank immediately plunged into research on beta ray spectroscopy, a topic he had already studied at Cavendish. "It was very nice to be a beginning graduate student knowing what you wanted to do," Frank recalled. Robert was still dividing his time between Berkeley and Caltech, spending the late spring every year in Pasadena, where he stayed with his good friends Richard and Ruth Tolman. The Tolmans had built a whitewashed Spanish-style house near the campus, and in the backyard were a lush garden and a one-bedroom guest house which Robert occupied whenever he was in town. Robert had met the Tolmans in the spring of 1929, and that summer the couple had visited the Oppenheimer Ranch in New Mexico. Robert would later describe the friendship as very close. He admired Tolman's wisdom and broad interests, broad in physics and broad throughout. But he also admired Tolman's extremely intelligent and quite lovely wife. Ruth was then a clinical psychologist completing her graduate training. For Oppenheimer, the Tolmans made a sweet island in the Southern California horror. In the evenings, Tolman often hosted informal dinners attended by Frank and other Oppenheimer friends like Linus Pauling, Charlie Lauritsen, Robert and Charlotte Serber, and Edwin and Ruth Ulling. Often Frank and Ruth would play the flute. In 1936, Oppenheimer lobbied vigorously to obtain Serber an appointment in the Berkeley Physics Department as his research assistant. The department chairman, Raymond Burge, only very reluctantly agreed to allocate Serber a salary of $1,200 a year. Over the next 2 years, Oppie tried repeatedly to get Serber appointed to a tenure-track position as an assistant professor. But Burge stubbornly refused, writing another colleague that one Jew in the department was enough. Oppenheimer was unaware of this remark at the time, but he was not unfamiliar with the sentiment. If anything, anti-Semitism in polite society was on the rise in America during the 1920s and 30s. Many universities had followed Harvard's lead in the early 20s and imposed restrictive quotas on the number of Jewish students. Elite law firms and social clubs in major cities like New York, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco were segregated by both race and religion. The California establishment was no different on this score from the East Coast establishment. Still, if Oppenheimer could not aspire to become, like his friend Ernest Lawrence, a part of California's establishment, he was happy where he was. "I had decided where to make my bed," he recalled. And it was a bed he was content to be in. Indeed, never once in the 1930s did he revisit Europe, or even, aside from his summers in New Mexico and trips to the Ann Arbor Summer Seminar, leave California. When Harvard proposed to double his salary if he moved east, he brushed the offer aside. Twice in 1934, the newly formed Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton tried to lure him away from Berkeley, but Oppenheimer was resolute. "I could be of absolutely no use at such a place." He wrote his brother, "I turned down these seductions, thinking more highly of my present jobs, where it is a little less difficult for me to believe in my usefulness, and where the good California wine consoles for the hardness of physics and the poor powers of the human mind." He thought he had not grown up, but had grown up a little. His theoretical work was flourishing, in part because classes took up but 5 hours a week and that left him a lot of time for physics and for a lot of other things. And then he met a woman who would change his life. Part 2. Chapter 8. In 1936 my interests began to change. Jean was Robert's truest love. He loved her the most. He was devoted to her. Robert Serber. Jean Tatlock was only 22 years old when Robert met her in the spring of 1936. They were introduced at a party hosted by Oppie's landlady, Mary Ellen Washburn, in the house on Shasta Road. Jean was finishing her first year at Stanford University School of Medicine, which was then located in San Francisco. That autumn, Oppenheimer recalled, he began to court her, and we grew close to each other. Jean was a shapely woman with thick, dark curly hair, hazel blue eyes with heavy black lashes and naturally red lips. Some thought she looked like an old Irish princess. 5 feet 7 inches tall, she never weighed more than 128 pounds. She had but one tiny physical imperfection, a sleeping eyelid that drooped slightly as a result of a childhood accident. But even this barely perceptible flaw added to her allure. Her beauty captivated Robert, but so too did her shy melancholy. Jean was very private about her despair, a friend, Edith A. Jenkins, later wrote. Robert knew her as the daughter of Berkeley's eminent Chaucer scholar Professor John S. P. Tatlock, one of the few faculty members outside the physics department with whom he had a more than casual acquaintance. Over lunch at the faculty club, Tatlock was often dazzled by the knowledge of English literature displayed by this young physics professor. In turn, when Oppenheimer met Jean, he quickly realized that she had soaked up her father's literary sensibilities. Jean favored the dark, morose verse of Gerard Manley Hopkins. She also loved the poems of John Donne, a passion that she passed on to Robert, who, years later, turned to Donne's sonnet, Batter My Heart, Three-Person God, for inspiration in assigning the code name, Trinity, to the first test of an atomic bomb. Jean owned a roadster that she often drove with the top down, singing in her fine contralto voice lyrics from Twelfth Night. A free-spirited woman with a hungry, poetic mind, she was always the one person in the room, whatever the circumstances, who remained unforgettable. A college classmate at Vassar remembered her as the most promising girl I ever knew, the only one of all that I saw around me in college that even then seemed touched with greatness. Jean was born in Ann Arbor, Michigan, on February 21, 1914, and she and her older brother, Hugh, grew up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and later in Berkeley. Her father had spent most of his career at Harvard, but after retiring, he began teaching at Berkeley. When Jean was 10, she began spending her summers on a Colorado dude ranch. A childhood friend and college classmate, Priscilla Robertson, would write in a letter addressed to Jean after her death, "You had a wise mother, who gentled you and never tried to break you, and yet who kept you from the dangers of your passionate kind of adolescence." Before she went to Vassar College in 1931, her parents allowed her a year off to travel in Europe. She stayed with a friend of her mother's in Switzerland who was a devoted follower of Carl Jung. This family friend introduced Jean to the close-knit community of psychoanalysts centered around Freud's former friend and rival. The Jungian school, with its emphasis on the idea of the collective human psyche, strongly appealed to the young Tatlock. By the time she left Switzerland, she was seriously interested in psychology. At Vassar, she studied English literature and wrote for the college's literary review. This daughter of an English scholar had spent much of her childhood listening to her parents reading aloud the works of Shakespeare and Chaucer. As a teenager, she had spent 2 full weeks at Stratford-on-Avon, seeing a performance of Shakespeare each night. Both her intellect and her stunning good looks intimidated her classmates. Jean always seemed mature beyond her years, having gotten by nature and experience a depth that most girls don't get until after graduation. She was also what would later be called, in irony, a premature anti-fascist, an early opponent of Mussolini and Hitler. When a professor gave her Max Eastman's Artists in Uniform, hoping that it might serve as a sobering antidote to her woolly-headed admiration of Russian communism, Jean confided to a friend, "I just wouldn't want to go on living if I didn't believe that in Russia everything is better." She spent 1933-34 at the University of California, Berkeley, taking pre-med courses, before graduating from Vassar in June 1935. A friend later wrote Tatlock, "It was this social conscience, added to your earlier contact with Jung, that made you want to be a doctor." While at Berkeley, she also found time to report and write for the Western Worker, the Pacific Coast organ of the Communist Party. A dues-paying party member, Jean regularly attended 2 CP meetings a week. A year before she met Robert, Tatlock wrote Priscilla Robertson, "I find I am a complete red when anything at all." Her anger and passion were easily aroused by the stories she encountered of social injustice and inequity. Her reporting for the Western Worker reinforced her outrage as she covered such incidents as the trial of 3 children arrested for selling copies of the Western Worker on the streets of San Francisco, and the trial of 25 lumbermill workers accused of staging a riot in Eureka, California. Still, like many American communists, Jean was not a very good ideologue. "I find it impossible to be an ardent communist," she wrote Robertson, "which means breathing, talking and acting it, all day and all night." She aspired, moreover, to become a Freudian psychoanalyst, and at the time the Communist Party insisted that Freud and Marx were irreconcilable. This intellectual schism seems not to have fazed Tatlock, but probably had much to do with her on-again, off-again ardor for the party. As an adolescent, she had rebelled against the religious dogma she had been taught by the Episcopal Church. She told a girlfriend that every day she scrubbed her forehead to wipe away the spot where she had been christened. She hated any form of religious claptrap. Unlike many of her party comrades, Jean still had a feeling for the sanctity and sense of the individual soul, even as she expressed exasperation with those of her friends who shared an interest in psychology but scorned political action. Their interest in psychoanalysis amounts to a disbelief in any other positive form of social action. For her, psychological theory was like expert surgery, a therapeutic method for specific disorders. Jean Tatlock, in sum, was a complicated woman certain to hold the interest of a physicist with an acute sense of the psychological. She was, according to a mutual friend, worthy of Robert in every way. They had much in common. After Jean and OPPIE began dating that autumn, it quickly became clear to everyone that this was a very intense relationship. All of us were a bit envious, one of Jean's closest friends, Edith Arnstein Jenkins, later wrote. I for one had admired him, Oppenheimer, from a distance. His precocity and brilliance already legend, he walked his jerky walk, feet turned out, a Jewish pan with his blue eyes and his wild Einstein hair. And when we came to know him at the parties for Loyalist Spain, we knew how those eyes would hold one's own, how he would listen as few others listen and punctuate his attentiveness with, yes. Yes. Yes, and how when he was deep in thought he would pace so that all the young physicist apostles who surrounded him walked the same jerky, pronated walk and punctuated their listening with, yes. 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 Jean Tatlock was well aware of Oppenheimer's eccentricities. Perhaps because she herself felt life to the bone, she could empathize with a man whose own passions were so odd. You must remember, she told a friend, that he was lecturing to learn societies when he was 7, that he never had a childhood, and so is different from the rest of us. Like Oppenheimer, she was decidedly introspective. She had, as noted, already decided to become a psychoanalyst and psychiatrist. Prior to meeting Tatlock, Oppenheimer's students noticed that he had been seeing many women. There were a half-dozen at least, recalled Bob Serber. But with Tatlock, things were different. Oppie kept her to himself and rarely brought her into his circle of friends in the physics department. His friends only saw them together at the irregular parties hosted by Mary Ellen Washburn. Serber recalled Tatlock as very good-looking and quite composed in any social gathering. Politically, Serber recognized that she was decidedly left-wing, more so than the rest of us. And though she was obviously a very intelligent girl, he could see that she had a dark side. I don't know whether it was a manic-depressive case or what, but she did have these terrible depressions. And when Jean was down, so was Oppie. He'd be depressed some days, Serber said, because he was having troubles with Jean. The relationship nevertheless survived these episodes for more than 3 years. Jean was Robert's truest love, a friend would later say. He loved her the most. He was devoted to her. And so perhaps it was only natural that Jean's activism and social conscience awakened in Robert the sense of social responsibility that had been so often discussed at the ethical culture school. He soon became active in numerous popular front causes. Beginning in late 1936, Oppenheimer would explain to his interrogators in 1954, my interests began to change. I had had a continuing, smoldering fury about the treatment of Jews in Germany. I had relatives there, an aunt and several cousins, and was later to help in extricating them and bringing them to this country. I saw what the Depression was doing to my students. Often they could get no jobs, or jobs which were wholly inadequate. And through them, I began to understand how deeply political and economic events could affect men's lives. I began to feel the need to participate more fully in the life of the community. For a time, he became particularly interested in the plight of migrant farm workers. Avram Yedidia, a neighbor of one of Oppenheimer's students, was working for the California State Relief Administration in 1937-38, when he became acquainted with the Berkeley physicist. He manifested deep interest in the plight of the unemployed, Yedidia recalled, and showered us with questions on work with migrants who came to this area from the Dust Bowl of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Our perception then, which I feel was shared by Oppenheimer, had been that our work was vital and, in the language of today, relevant, while his was esoteric and remote. The Depression had caused many Americans to reconsider their political outlook. Nowhere was this truer than in California. In 1930, 3 out of every 4 California voters were registered Republicans. 8 years later, Democrats outnumbered Republicans by a margin of 2 to 1. In 1934, the muckraking writer Upton Sinclair nearly won the governorship with his radical platform to end poverty in California, epic. That year the Nation editorialized, if ever a revolution was due, it was due in California. Nowhere else has the battle between labor and capital been so widespread and bitter, and the casualties so large. Nowhere else has there been such a flagrant denial of the personal liberties guaranteed by the Bill of Rights. In 1938 another reformer, Culbert L. Olson, a Democrat, was elected governor with the open support of the state Communist Party. Olson had campaigned under the slogan of a united front against fascism. Although the political left as a whole in California was momentarily mainstream, the California Communist Party was still a tiny minority, even on the various campuses of the University of California. In Alameda County, where Berkeley was located, the party claimed between 500 and 600 members, including 100 longshoremen working in the Oakland shipyards. California communists were generally thought to be a voice for moderation in the National Party. With only 500 members in 1936, the state party grew to more than 6,000 by 1938. Nationwide the Communist Party, USA, had approximately 75,000 members in 1938, but many of these new recruits remained less than a year. All told, during the 1930s, about 250,000 Americans affiliated themselves with the CPUSA for at least a short time. For many New Deal Democrats, no stigma was attached to those who were involved in the CPUSA and its numerous cultural and educational activities. Indeed, in some circles the Popular Front carried a certain cachet. Numerous intellectuals who never joined the party nevertheless were willing to attend a writers' congress sponsored by the CP, or volunteer to teach workers at a People's Educational Center. So it was not particularly unusual for a young Berkeley academic like Oppenheimer to savor in this way a bit of the intellectual and political life of Depression-era California. I liked the new sense of companionship, he later testified, and at the time felt that I was coming to be part of the life of my time and country. It was Tatlock who opened the door for Robert into this world of politics. Her friends became his friends. These included Communist Party members Kenneth May, a graduate student at Berkeley, John Pittman, a reporter for People's World, Aubrey Grossman, a lawyer, Rudy Lambert and Edith Arnstein. One of Tatlock's best friends was Hannah Peters, a German-born medical doctor whom she had met at Stanford Medical School. Dr. Peters, who soon became Oppenheimer's physician, was married to Bernard Peters, formerly Piotrkowski, another refugee from Nazi Germany. Born in Posen in 1910, Bernard studied electrical engineering in Munich until Hitler came to power in 1933. Though he later denied being a Communist Party member, he did attend several communist rallies as a spectator, and on one occasion he was present at an anti-Nazi demonstration in which 2 people were injured. Soon he was arrested and imprisoned in Dachau, an early Nazi concentration camp. After 3 terrifying months, he was transferred to a Munich prison, and then, without explanation, released. In another version of this story, Peters managed to escape from the prison. He then spent several months traveling at night on a bicycle through southern Germany and across the Alps to Italy. There he found his Berlin-born girlfriend, Hannah Lillian, age 22, who had fled to Padua to study medicine. In April 1934, the couple immigrated to the United States. They were married in New York on November 20, 1934, and, after Hannah received her medical degree in 1937 at Long Island Medical School in New York, they moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. During a stint at Stanford University School of Medicine, Hannah worked on research projects with Dr. Thomas Addis, a friend and mentor of Jean Tatlock's. By the time Oppenheimer met the Peterses through Jean, Bernard was working as a longshoreman. In 1934, Peters had written a 3,000-word account of the horrors he had witnessed in Dachau. He described in sickening detail the torture and summary execution of individual prisoners. One prisoner, he reported, died in my hands a few hours after the beating. All skin was removed from his back, his muscles were hanging down in shreds. Peters no doubt shared his graphic account of Nazi atrocities with his friends when he arrived on the West Coast. Whether Oppenheimer read Peters' report on Dachau or merely heard him talk about it, he must have been deeply moved by these stories. There was a note of authenticity and worldliness in Peters' extraordinary life. Another of Oppenheimer's graduate students, Philip Morrison, always thought Peters was a little different from most of us, more mature, marked with a special seriousness and intensity. His experience went far beyond ours. He had seen and felt the barbarous darkness that mantled Nazi Germany, and had worked among the longshoremen in San Francisco Bay. When Peters displayed an interest in physics, Oppie encouraged him to take a course in the subject at Berkeley. He proved to be a talented student and, despite his lack of an undergraduate degree, Robert got him enrolled in Berkeley's physics graduate program. Peters soon became Oppenheimer's designated note-taker in his course on quantum mechanics and wrote his thesis under Oppie's supervision. Not surprisingly, Oppie and Jean Tatlock frequently socialized with Hannah and Bernard Peters. Although the couple always insisted that they never joined the Communist Party, their politics were clearly left-wing. By 1940 Hannah had a private practice in a poverty-stricken district of downtown Oakland, and this experience strengthened a conviction that had been growing for some years, namely that adequate medical care can only be provided by a comprehensive health insurance scheme with federal backing. Hannah also insisted on racial integration in her practice, accepting black patients at a time when few other white physicians did so. Both views stamped her as a radical, and the FBI concluded that she was a member of the CP. All these new friends drew Oppenheimer into their world of political activism. On the other hand, it would be wrong to suggest that Tatlock and her circle were solely responsible for his political awakening. Sometime around 1935, Oppenheimer's father lent him a copy of Soviet Communism, A New Civilization, a rosy description of the Soviet state written by the well-known British socialists Sidney and Beatrice Webb. He was favorably impressed by what it said about the Soviet experiment. In the summer of 1936, Oppenheimer is said to have taken all 3 volumes of the German-language edition of Das Kapital with him on a 3-day train trip to New York City. As his friends tell the story, by the time he arrived in New York, he had read the 3 volumes cover to cover. In fact, his exposure to Marx occurred several years earlier, probably in the spring of 1932. His friend Harold Chernis remembered Oppie visiting him in Ithaca, New York, that spring and boasting that he had read Das Kapital. Chernis just laughed. He didn't think of Oppie as political, but he knew his friend read widely. I suppose somewhere someone said to him, "You don't know about this? You haven't seen it?" So he got this wretched book and read it. Though they had yet to be introduced, Håkan Chevalier knew of Oppenheimer by reputation, and it was not for his work in physics. In July 1937 Chevalier noted in his diary a remark by a mutual friend that Oppenheimer had bought and read the complete works of Lenin. Chevalier, impressed, commented that this would make Oppenheimer better read than most party members. Although Chevalier considered himself a relatively sophisticated Marxist, he had never plowed through Das Kapital. Born in 1901 in Lakewood, New Jersey, Håkan Chevalier might nevertheless easily have been mistaken for an expatriate. His father was French and his mother had been born in Norway. Håk, as his friends called him, spent parts of his early childhood in Paris and Oslo. Consequently, he spoke fluent French and Norwegian. But his parents brought him back to America in 1913, and he finished high school in Santa Barbara, California. He studied at both Stanford and Berkeley, but interrupted his college studies in 1920 to spend 11 months working as a seaman aboard a merchant ship sailing between San Francisco and Cape Town. After this adventure, Chevalier returned to Berkeley and received his doctorate in Romance languages in 1929, specializing in French literature. 6 feet 1 inch tall, with blue eyes and wavy brown hair, Håk cut a debonair figure as a young man. In 1922, he married Ruth Walsworth Bosley, but divorced her on grounds of desertion in 1930, and a year later married Barbara Ethel Landsberg, 24, one of his Berkeley students. The blonde, green-eyed Landsberg came from a wealthy family and owned a stunning redwood seaside home at Stinson Beach, 20 miles north of San Francisco. He was a terribly charismatic teacher, recalled their daughter Suzanne Chevalier-Skolnikoff. That drew her to him. In 1932, Chevalier published his first book, a biography of Anatole France. That same year, he began writing book reviews and essays for the left-leaning New Republic and Nation magazines. By the mid-1930s, he had become a fixture on the Berkeley campus, teaching French and opening his rambling Redwood home on Chabot Road in Oakland to an eclectic collection of students, artists, political activists and visiting writers such as Edmund Wilson, Lillian Hellman and Lincoln Steffens. Frequently partying late into the night, Chevalier was so often tardy to his morning classes that his department finally barred him from teaching in the morning. An ambitious intellectual, Chevalier was also politically active. He joined the American Civil Liberties Union, the Teachers Union, the Interprofessional Association and the Consumers Union. He became a friend and supporter of Caroline Decker, a leader of the California Cannery and Agricultural Workers, a radical union representing Mexican-American farm laborers. In the spring of 1935, the Berkeley campus mobilized to protest the expulsion of a student who had offended university authorities by advertising his communist affiliations. The meeting held to protest this expulsion was then broken up by the football team, egged on by the coach. According to one account, only one faculty member, Håkon Chevalier, gave shelter and moral support to the trailed, sick, and terrorized students. In 1933, Chevalier had visited France, where he managed to meet such left-wing literary figures as André Gide, André Malraux, and Henri Barbusse. He returned to California convinced that he was destined to witness the transition from a society based on the pursuit of profit and the exploitation of man by man to a society based on production for use and on human cooperation. By 1934, he had translated André Malraux's acclaimed novel of the Chinese Uprising of 1927, La Condition Humaine, Man's Fate, and his Le Temps du Mépris, The Time of Contempt, novels inspired by what Chevalier thought of as the new vision of man. As for so many on the left, the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War was a turning point for Chevalier. In July 1936, right-wing factions in the Spanish army rose against the democratically elected left-wing government in Madrid. Led by General Francisco Franco, the fascist rebels expected to overthrow the republic within weeks. But popular resistance was tenacious, and a brutal civil war ensued. The United States and the European democracies, suspicious of communist influence in the Spanish government, and encouraged by the Catholic Church, declared an arms embargo against both sides. This handed a distinct advantage to the fascists, who received generous aid from Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy. Only the Soviet Union aided the besieged Republican government. In addition, volunteers from around the world, mostly communists but also other leftists, joined international brigades to defend the Republic. During the years 1936 to 39, the defense of the Spanish Republic was the cause célèbre in liberal circles everywhere. Over these years, some 800 Americans volunteered to fight the fascists by joining the communist-sponsored Abraham Lincoln Brigade. In the spring of 1937, Chevalier accompanied Malraux on a tour through California. Recently wounded in the Spanish Civil War, Malraux was promoting his novels and fundraising on behalf of the Spanish Medical Bureau, a group that sent medical aid to the Republic. For Chevalier, Malraux personified the serious intellectual who was also politically committed. By 1937, all the evidence indicates, Chevalier was committed to the Communist Party. His 1965 memoir, Oppenheimer, The Story of a Friendship, is remarkably forthcoming in describing his political outlook in the 1930s. But even then, writing 11 years after the high point of McCarthyism had passed, he thought it prudent to be vague about the critical question of party membership. The late 1930s, he wrote, were a time of innocence. We were animated by a candid faith in the efficiency of reason and persuasion, in the operation of democratic processes and in the ultimate triumph of justice. Like-minded men such as Oppenheimer, he wrote, believed that abroad the Spanish Republic would triumph over the winds of fascist Europe, and at home, the reforms of the New Deal were clearing the way for a new social compact based on racial and class equality. Many intellectuals had such hopes, but some also joined the Communist Party. By the time Oppenheimer met him, Chevalier was a committed Marxist intellectual, probably a party member and, quite likely, a respected though informal advisor to party officials in San Francisco. Over the years, he had seen Oppenheimer from a distance, spotting him at the faculty club and elsewhere on campus. He had heard, however, through the Berkeley grapevine, that this brilliant young physicist was now anxious to do something more than read about the problems that beset the world. He wanted to do something. Chevalier and Oppenheimer were finally introduced at an early meeting of a newly formed teachers' union. Chevalier later dated this first encounter as taking place in the autumn of 1937. But if they met, as both men later said, at this union meeting, that would place the event a full 2 years earlier, in the autumn of 1935. That was when Local 349 of the Teachers Union, an affiliate of the American Federation of Labor, AFL, expanded to admit university professors. A group of people from the faculty talked about it, Oppenheimer later testified, and met, and we had lunch at the faculty club or some place and decided to do it. Oppenheimer was elected recording secretary. Chevalier later served as the local's president. Within a few months, Local 349 had about 100 members, 40 of whom were professors or teaching assistants at the university. Neither Oppenheimer nor Chevalier could remember the exact circumstances of their first encounter, only that they liked each other immediately. Chevalier recalled a hallucinatory feeling that I had always known him. He felt both dazzled by Oppenheimer's intellect and charmed by his naturalness and simplicity. That very day, according to Chevalier, they agreed to create a regular discussion group of 6 to 10 people who would meet every week or two to discuss politics. These salons met regularly from the autumn of 1937 through the late fall of 1942. During these years, Chevalier regarded Oppenheimer as my most intimate and steadfast friend. Initially, their friendship arose from shared political commitments. But, as Chevalier explained later, our intimacy, however, even at the beginning was by no means purely ideological, but full of personal overtones, of warmth, curiosity, reciprocity, of intellectual give and take, rapidly developing into affection. Chevalier quickly learned to call his new friend by his nickname, Oppie, and Oppenheimer in turn found himself dropping by the Chevalier household for dinner. From time to time, they went out to a movie or concert. Drinking was for him a social function that called for a certain ritual, Chevalier wrote in his memoirs. Oppie made the best martinis in the world, invariably drunk with his trademark toast, to the confusion of our enemies. It was, Chevalier thought, quite clear who their enemies were. For Jean Tatlock, it was the causes, not the party or its ideology, that were important. She told me about her Communist Party memberships, Oppenheimer later testified. They were on-again, off-again affairs, and never seemed to provide for her what she was seeking. I do not believe that her interests were really political. She was a person of deep religious feeling. She loved this country and its people and its life. By the autumn of 1936, the single cause that captivated her most was the plight of Republican Spain. It was Tatlock's passionate nature to push Oppenheimer to move from theory to action. One day he commented that while he was certainly an underdogger, he would have to settle for being on the periphery of these political struggles. "Oh, for God's sake," protested Jean, "don't settle for anything." She and Oppenheimer soon began organizing fundraisers for a variety of Spanish relief groups. In the winter of 1937-38, Jean introduced Robert to Dr. Thomas Addis, the chairman of the Spanish Refugee Appeal. A distinguished professor of medicine at Stanford University, Dr. Addis had encouraged Tatlock in her studies at the Stanford University School of Medicine. He was both a friend and a mentor. He also happened to be a friend of Håkan Chevalier, Linus Pauling, Oppie's Caltech colleague, Louise Branson and many other people in Oppie's circle of Berkeley acquaintances. Addis himself quickly became a good friend of Oppenheimer's. Tom Addis was an extraordinarily cultivated Scotsman. Born in 1881, he was raised in a strict Calvinist household in Edinburgh. Even as a young doctor, he still carried a small Bible in his pocket. He received his medical degree from the University of Edinburgh in 1905 and did postdoctoral research in Berlin and Heidelberg as a Carnegie Scholar. He was the first medical researcher to demonstrate that normal plasma could be used to treat hemophilia. In 1911 he became chief of the clinical laboratory at Stanford University School of Medicine in San Francisco. At Stanford he commenced a long and distinguished career as a physician-scientist, becoming a pioneer in the treatment of kidney disease. He wrote 2 books on nephritis and more than 130 scientific papers, becoming America's leading expert on the disease. In 1944 he was elected to membership in the prestigious National Academy of Sciences. Even as he was building his reputation as a physician-scientist, Addis was always politically active. When war broke out in Europe in 1914, Addis violated U.S. neutrality laws by raising funds for the British war effort. Indicted in 1915. He was formally pardoned by President Woodrow Wilson in 1917. The following year, Addis became an American citizen. Though he came from a privileged background, his uncle, Sir Charles Addis, was a director of the Bank of England. He had a pronounced distaste for money. In California, he became a well-known advocate of civil rights for Negroes, Jews, and union members, signing numerous petitions and lending his name to scores of civic organizations. He was a friend of the radical longshoreman union leader Harry Bridges. In 1935, Addis attended an academic conference of the International Physiological Congress in Leningrad and he returned from his visit to the Soviet Union with glowing accounts of the socialist state's progress in public health. He was particularly impressed that Soviet doctors had experimented with human cadaveric kidney transplants as early as 1933. Thereafter he lobbied vigorously for national health insurance, which eventually prompted the American Medical Association to expel him. But his Stanford colleagues regarded his admiration for the Soviet system as an act of faith, a tolerable foible on the part of a respected scientist. Pauling thought him a great man, of a rare sort, a combination of scientist and clinician. Others called him a genius. He was not one of those who have an inner need to play it safe, to appear sound and rational, recalled Dr. Horace Gray, a colleague. He was an explorer, a liberal open mind, a nonconformist without being rebellious. By the late 1930s, the FBI was reporting that Addis was one of the Communist Party's major recruiters of white-collar professionals. Oppenheimer himself later thought Addis was either a communist or close to one. Injustice or oppression in the next street, wrote a medical colleague at Stanford, or in the city, or in South Africa or Europe or Java or in any spot inhabited by men was a personal affront to Tom Addis, and his name, from its early alphabetical place, was conspicuous on lists of sponsors of scores of organizations fighting for democracy and against fascism. For a dozen years, Addis served off and on as chairman or vice chairman of the United American Spanish Aid Committee, and it was in this capacity that he first approached Oppenheimer for financial contributions. By 1940, Addis was claiming that his committee had been instrumental in rescuing many thousands of refugees, including many European Jews, from concentration camps in France. Already sympathetic to the cause of the Spanish Republic, Oppenheimer found himself charmed and deeply impressed by Addis' sophisticated blend of utilitarian commitment and intellectual rigor. Dr. Addis was an intellectual much like himself, a man of broad interests whose knowledge of poetry, music, economics and science reached into his work. There was no division to all these things. One day Oppenheimer received a phone call from Addis, inviting him to come to his Stanford laboratory. They met in private and Addis told him, "You are giving all this money, for the Spanish Republic cause, through these relief organizations. If you want it to do good, let it go through communist channels and it will really help." Thereafter Oppenheimer regularly gave cash payments in person to Dr. Addis, usually in Addis' lab or at his home. He made it clear, Oppenheimer later said, that this money would go straight to the fighting effort. After a while, however, Addis suggested that it would be more convenient to give these regular contributions to Isaac "Pop" Folkoff, a veteran member of the San Francisco Communist Party. Oppenheimer donated in cash because he thought it might not be entirely legal to contribute money for military equipment, as opposed to medical aid. His annual donations for Spanish relief work given through the Communist Party amounted to about $1,000, a hefty sum in the 1930s. But after the fascist victory in 1939, Addis and then Folkoff solicited money for such other causes as the party's efforts to organize migratory farm workers in California. Robert's last such contribution was apparently made in April 1942. Folkoff, a former garment worker then in his late 70s, was paralyzed in one hand. At the time he met Oppenheimer, he was head of the party's finance committee in the Bay Area. He was a respected old left-winger, recalled Steve Nelson, a political commissar in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade who became the party chairman in San Francisco in 1940. "I don't mean to denigrate him, but the guy dabbled as a worker and became interested in philosophy. He became quite versed in Marxist philosophy. So he had a kind of prestige and dignity and trustworthiness. He used to meet with the professionals around the movement and collected money from them." Nelson confirmed that Folkoff collected money from both Oppenheimer brothers. When Oppenheimer was asked in 1954 about these donations to the Communist Party, he explained, "I doubt that it occurred to me that the contributions might be directed to other purposes than those I had intended, or that such purposes might be evil. I did not then regard communists as dangerous, and some of their declared objectives seemed to me desirable." The Communist Party was often in the forefront of such progressive causes as desegregation, better working conditions for migratory farm workers, and the fight against fascism in the Spanish Civil War, and Oppenheimer gradually became active in a number of these causes. Early in 1938, he subscribed to the People's World, the party's new West Coast newspaper. He read the paper regularly, taking an interest, he later explained, in its formulation of issues. Late in January 1938, his name found its way into the People's World, when the paper reported that Oppenheimer, Hawken Chevalier and several other Berkeley professors had raised $1,500 to purchase an ambulance to be shipped to the Spanish Republic. That spring, Robert and 197 other Pacific Coast academics signed a petition urging President Roosevelt to lift the arms embargo on the Spanish Republic. Later that year, he joined the Western Council of the Consumers Union. In January 1939, Robert was appointed to the executive committee of the California chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union. In 1940, he was listed as a sponsor of Friends of the Chinese People, and became a member of the National Executive Committee of the American Committee for Democracy and Intellectual Freedom, a group that publicized the plight of German intellectuals. With the exception of the ACLU, all of these organizations were labeled Communist Front Organizations in 1942 and 1944 by the House Committee on Un-American Activities. Oppenheimer was particularly active in Local 349 of the East Bay Teachers Union. It was a time of great tension in the faculty, recalled Chevalier. The few of us who were more or less left-wingers were very conscious of the fact that we were frowned upon by the elders. In meetings of the faculty council, the conservatives always won. Most Berkeley academics refused to have anything to do with a union. The exceptions included Gene Tatlock psychology professor, Edward Tolman, the brother of Oppenheimer's Caltech friend Richard Tolman. Over the next 4 years, Robert worked hard to increase the union's membership. According to Chevalier, he rarely missed a union meeting and could be counted on for the most menial of tasks. Chevalier recalled staying up with him until 2 in the morning on one occasion, addressing envelopes for a mailing to the union's several hundred members. It was tedious work for an unpopular cause. One evening Oppenheimer appeared as the featured speaker at the Oakland High School auditorium. The event had been widely publicized, and the teachers' union fully expected hundreds of public school teachers to show up to hear Oppenheimer expound on the promise of the union cause. Fewer than a dozen people came. He nevertheless stood up and made his union pitch in a voice characteristically so soft that he could hardly be heard. Some sensed that Oppenheimer's politics were always driven by the personal. Somehow one always knew he felt guilty about his gifts, about his inherited wealth, about the distance that separated him from others, observed Edith Arnstein, a friend of Tatlock's and a party member. Even in the early 1930s, when he was not yet politically active, he had always been aware of what was going on in Germany. Only a year after Hitler came to power in 1933, Oppenheimer was contributing sizable sums to assist German Jewish physicists to escape Nazi Germany. These were men he knew and admired. Similarly, he talked often with anguish about the plight of his relatives in Germany. In the autumn of 1937, Robert's Aunt Hedwig Oppenheimer Stern, Julia's youngest sister, and her son Alfred Stern and his family landed in New York as refugees from Nazi Germany. Robert had sponsored them legally and paid their expenses, and soon he persuaded them to settle in Berkeley. Robert's generosity toward the Sterns was not fleeting. He always regarded them as family. Decades later, when Hedwig Stern died, her son wrote Oppenheimer, "As long as she could think and feel, she was all for you." That autumn, Robert was introduced to another refugee from Europe, Dr. Siegfried Bernfeld, a highly respected Viennese disciple of Sigmund Freud. Fleeing the Nazi contagion, Bernfeld had first gone to London, where another Freudian, Dr. Ernest Jones, advised him, "Go west, don't settle here." By September 1937, Bernfeld had settled in San Francisco, a city he knew had then only one practicing analyst. His wife, Suzanne, was also a psychoanalyst. Her father had been a major art gallery impresario in Berlin who had helped to introduce artists like Cézanne and Picasso to the German public. When they arrived in San Francisco, the Bernfelds sold one of the last paintings left in their once impressive art collection to pay their living expenses. An eloquent teacher and passionate idealist, Dr. Bernfeld was one of a handful of Freudian analysts who was trying to integrate psychoanalysis with Marxism. As a young man in Austria, Bernfeld had become politically active, first as a Zionist, and later as a socialist. Tall and gaunt, he wore a distinctive pork pie hat, a felt hat with a low, flat top. Oppenheimer was deeply impressed, and soon took to wearing a pork pie hat like Bernfeld's. Within weeks of landing in San Francisco, Dr. Bernfeld organized an ecumenical group of the city's leading intellectuals to discuss psychoanalysis on a regular basis. In addition to Oppenheimer, Bernfeld invited Dr. Edward Tolman, Dr. Ernest Hilgard, Drs. Donald and Jean McFarlane, friends of Frank Oppenheimer's, Eric Erikson, a German-born psychoanalyst trained by Anna Freud, the pediatrician Dr. Ernst Wolff, who was to become Gene Tatlock's boss at Zion Hospital's Child Guidance Clinic, Dr. Stephen Pepper, a philosophy professor at Berkeley, and the well-known anthropologist Dr. Robert Lowy to be regular members of this interdisciplinary study group. They met in private homes, drank good wine, smoked cigarettes and talked about such psychoanalytic issues as fear of castration and the psychology of war. Oppenheimer, of course, had painful memories of his youthful encounters with psychiatrists. But that was no doubt part of his attraction to the topic. He must have been particularly interested in Erikson's work on the problem of identity formation in young adults. A prolonged adolescence, Erikson argued, accompanied by chronic malignant disturbance, was sometimes an indication that an individual was having trouble shedding fragments of his personality that he finds undesirable. Seeking wholeness, and yet fearing a threatened loss of identity, some young adults experience such a sense of rage that they strike out at others in arbitrary acts of destruction. Oppenheimer's behavior and problems back in 1925-26 had conformed in significant ways to this thesis. He had thrown himself into theoretical physics, carving out for himself a robust identity. But the scars remained. As the physicist and science historian Gerald Holton has observed, some psychological damage remained, however, not least a vulnerability that ran through his personality like a geological fault, to be revealed at the next earthquake. Bernfeld would sometimes talk about individual therapy cases. Like his mentor Freud, he lectured without notes, smoking one cigarette after another. Bernfeld was one of the most eloquent speakers I've ever heard, recalled another psychoanalyst, Dr. Nathan Adler. I sat at the edge of my seat listening not only to what he said, but to the way he spoke. It was an aesthetic experience. Oppenheimer, the only physicist in the group, was remembered as someone who was intensely interested in psychoanalysis. In any case, Robert's curiosity about the psychological complemented his interest in physics. Recall Wolfgang Pauli's complaint to Isidor Rabi in Zurich that Oppenheimer seemed to treat physics as an avocation and psychoanalysis as a vocation. Things metaphysical still took priority. And so during the years 1938 to 1941, he found the time to attend Bernfeld seminars, a study group that in 1942 gave rise to the formation of the San Francisco Psychoanalytic Institute and Society. Oppenheimer's exploration of the psychological was encouraged by his intense, often mercurial, relationship with Jean Tatlock, who was, after all, training to become a psychiatrist. Though not a member of Bernfeld's monthly group, Jean knew some of these men and later was analyzed by Dr. Bernfeld as part of her training. Moody and introspective, Tatlock shared Robert's obsession with the unconscious. Furthermore, it made sense that Oppenheimer, the political activist, would choose to study psychoanalysis under the tutelage of a Marxist Freudian analyst like Dr. Bernfeld. Some of Oppenheimer's oldest friends found his sudden political activism distasteful, most particularly Ernest Lawrence, who could easily sympathize with the plight of his friend's persecuted relatives, but on a more personal level thought that what was happening in Europe was not our affair. He separately told both Oppie and his brother Frank, "You're too good a physicist to get mixed up in politics and causes. Such things," he said, "were best left to the experts." One day Lawrence walked into the Rad Lab and saw that Oppie had written on the blackboard, "Cocktail party benefit for Spanish loyalists at Broad's, everyone at lab invited." Seething, Lawrence stared at the message and then erased it. To Lawrence, Oppie's politics were a nuisance. Chapter 9, Frank, clipped it out and sent it in. We, Chevalier and Oppenheimer, both were and were not members of the Communist Party. Any way you want to look at it. Håkan Chevalier. On September 20, 1937, Julius Oppenheimer died of a heart attack at the age of 67. Robert had known that his father was no longer robust, but his sudden death came as a shock. In the nearly 6 years since Ella's death in 1931, Julius had developed a close and tender relationship with his sons. He visited them both frequently, and it was often the case that Robert's friends became his father's friends. Julius' fortune had diminished somewhat after 8 years of depression. Even so, by the time of his death, his estate, divided equally between Robert and Frank, amounted to the still quite substantial sum of $392,602. The annual income from this inheritance gave each of the brothers an average of $10,000 to supplement his earnings. But, as if to underscore a certain ambivalence about his wealth, Robert immediately wrote out a will leaving his entire estate to the University of California, earmarked for graduate fellowships. The Oppenheimer brothers had always been extremely close. Robert formed remarkably intense relationships with a number of people, but none was either as deep or as durable as the bond he forged with his brother. Their correspondence in the 1930s reflected an intensity of emotion unusual for siblings, and particularly so for brothers 8 years apart in age. Robert's letters often read more like a father's than an older brother's. At times, he wrote with what must have seemed a maddening condescension to Frank, who so obviously wished to emulate him. Frank patiently tolerated whatever his strong-willed brother said or did. Only years later did he admit that Robert's youthful cockiness stayed with my brother a little longer than it should have. They were alike, and yet not. No one disliked Frank Oppenheimer. He was Oppie without an edge, endowed with much of the Oppenheimer brilliance and none of the abrasiveness. Frank himself is a sweet, lovable person, observed the physicist Leona Marshall Libby, a friend of both brothers. She called him a delta function, a mathematical device used by physicists in which delta is defined as zero, except at a specified place or time, at which point it becomes infinity. When called upon, Frank always possessed an infinite reservoir of goodwill and cheer. Years later, Robert himself said of his brother, "He is a much finer person than I am." At one time, Robert had tried to talk Frank out of choosing physics as his profession. When Frank was only 13, and clearly set on following in his brother's footsteps, Robert wrote, "I don't think you would enjoy reading about relativity very much until you have studied a little geometry, a little mechanics, a little electrodynamics. But if you want to try, Eddington's book is the best to start on." And now a final word of advice: try to understand really, to your own satisfaction, thoroughly and honestly, the few things in which you are most interested, because it is only when you have learned to do that, when you realize how hard and how very satisfying it is, that you will appreciate fully the more spectacular things like relativity and mechanistic biology. If you think I'm wrong, please don't hesitate to tell me so. I'm only talking from my own very small experience. By the time he got to Baltimore and Johns Hopkins University, Frank was determined to demonstrate that he was made of the same stuff as his brother. Like Robert, he was a polymath. He loved music, and, unlike his brother, he actually played an instrument, the flute, extremely well. At Hopkins, he regularly played in a quartet. But he was committed to physics. During his second year, Frank met Robert in New Orleans, where they attended the annual meeting of the American Physical Society. Afterwards, Robert wrote Ernest Lawrence that, "We had a fine holiday together, and I think that it settled definitely Frank's vocation for physics." After rubbing shoulders with a good number of physicists, all of them bubbling over with enthusiasm for their work, Robert observed that it is impossible not to conceive for them a great liking and respect, and for their work a great attraction. On the second day of the conference, Robert took Frank to a joint session on biochemistry and psychology, and, while it was enormously rowdy and very funny, it also discouraged an excessive faith in either of these sciences. But then, only a few months later, Robert cautioned Frank not to commit himself to physics without first exploring the alternatives. He thought Frank's intellectual appetite might be whetted by some coursework in the biological sciences. While declaring that, "I know very well surely that physics has a beauty which no other science can match, a rigor and austerity in depth," he urged Frank to take an advanced course in physiology. Genetics certainly involves a rigorous technique, and a constructive and complicated theory. By all means, and with my whole blessing, learn physics, all there is of it, so that you understand it, and can use it and contemplate it, and, if you should want, teach it, but do not plan yet to do it, to adopt physical research as a vocation. For that decision you should know something more of the other sciences, and a good deal more of physics. Frank ignored this bit of sibling counsel. After earning his undergraduate degree in physics in only 3 years, he spent 1933 to 35 studying at Cavendish Laboratory in England under some of the same physicists who had taught Robert, and he met such friends of his brothers as Paul Dirac and Max Born. By then, however, Robert was more than reconciled to his brother's chosen course. "You know how happy I was," he wrote Frank in 1933, "with your decision to go to Cambridge." But now he longed to see his brother. "There has seldom been a time," he wrote Frank in early 1934, "when I have missed you so as in these last days. I take it that Cambridge has been right for you, and that physics has gotten now very much under your skin, physics and the obvious excellences of the life it brings. I take it that you have been working very hard, getting your hand in the laboratory, and learning mathematics at close hand, and finding in this, and in the natural austerity of life in Cambridge, at last an adequate field for your unremitting need of discipline and order." If at times Robert sounded patronizing in his role as elder brother, his letters to Frank make it clear that he was as dependent on the closeness of this brotherly bond as was Frank. Unlike Robert, Frank excelled at experimental physics. He liked getting his hands dirty in the laboratory. He loved tinkering with machines and once built his brother a custom phonograph. As Robert observed, Frank had a way of reducing a specific and rather complex situation to its central irreducible Fragestellung, formulation of a question. After studying 2 years in England and several months in Italy, where he observed and acquired a loathing for Mussolini's fascism, Frank applied to several universities to complete his Ph.D. in experimental physics. He was conflicted about whether to go to Caltech, but Robert did something, and suddenly Caltech offered him a tuition scholarship based on merit, and his decision was made. In the laboratory he worked under Robert's old friend Charlie Lauritsen, experimenting with a beta-ray spectrograph. Whereas Robert had taken only 2 years to complete his doctorate, Frank spent a leisurely 4 earning his. In part, this was because experimental work was often simply more time-consuming than theoretical physics. But it was also Frank's choice, by temperament and inclination, to fill his life with more than physics. He loved music and was accomplished enough as a flutist that his brother and many friends thought he could have played professionally. Drawing on his mother's artistic sensibilities, he loved painting and read a great deal of poetry. In contrast to Robert's assiduously correct European manners, friends thought Frank rather sloppy in dress and bohemian in manner. During his first year at Caltech, Frank met Jackie Kwan, a 24-year-old French-Canadian woman who was studying economics at Berkeley. They met in Berkeley in the spring of 1936, when Robert took his brother to visit a friend, Winona Nettlesky, and Jackie happened to be there babysitting. To pay the bills, she worked as a waitress. Plain and outspoken, she possessed a down-to-earth demeanor that rebuffed pretentiousness. Jackie prided herself on being working class, said Bob Serber, and she had no use for intellectuals. Her ambition was to be a social worker. She wore her hair in a simple page boy cut and never bothered with lipstick or other makeup. She was not the kind of woman Robert Oppenheimer would have chosen for his brother. But later that spring, Robert, Frank, Jackie and Winona, recently separated from her husband, Leo, went out together 2 or 3 times. In June, Frank invited Jackie to come up to Perro Caliente that summer. They arrived in a brand new $750 Ford pickup truck, a gift from Robert. When, later that summer, Frank informed Robert that he intended to marry Jackie, Robert tried to talk him out of it. Jackie and Robert did not get along. She recalled that he was always saying things like, "Of course, you're much older than Frank, I'm 8 months older, actually," and saying that Frank wasn't ready for it. This time, however, Frank ignored his brother's advice, and married Jackie on September 15, 1936. "It was an act of emancipation and rebellion on his part," wrote Robert, "against his dependence on me." Robert continued to disparage Jackie by referring to her as the waitress my brother has married. On the other hand, he continued to arrange things for his brother and his new wife. "The 3 of us saw each other a great deal in Pasadena, Berkeley, and Perro Caliente," recalled Frank, "and between my brother and me there was the continuing sharing of ideas, enterprises and friends." Jackie had always been a political firebrand. "She could drive you crazy with her political rants," recalled a relative. As an undergraduate at Berkeley, she had joined the Young Communist League, and later she worked for a year in Los Angeles for the Communist Party newspaper. Frank was quite comfortable with her politics. "I had been close to sort of slightly left-wing things starting in high school," he recalled. "I remember once I went with some friends to hear a concert at Carnegie Hall that didn't have a conductor. It was a kind of down with the bosses movement." Like Robert, Frank was a product of the ethical culture school, where he had learned to debate moral and ethical issues. At 16, he had worked, together with some of his school friends, on Al Smith's 1928 presidential campaign. At Johns Hopkins, many of his peers were to the left of the Democratic Party. But at the time, Frank disliked long-winded political discussions. "I used to tell people," he recalled, "unless I meant to do something about it, I didn't want to talk about it." He recalled being dismayed in 1935 by what he heard at a Communist Party meeting in Cambridge, England. "It sounded to me sort of empty," Frank recalled. During a visit to Germany, however, he quickly acquired an appreciation of the fascist menace. The whole society seemed corrupt. His father's relatives had told him some of the terrible things that were happening in Hitler's Germany, and he was inclined to support any group determined to do something about it. Upon his return to California that autumn, he was deeply moved by the deplorable condition of local farm laborers and Negroes. The Depression was taking a terrible toll on millions of people. Another graduate student in physics at Caltech, William Willie Fowler, used to say that the reason he was a physicist was that he didn't want to have to worry about people, and now he was upset because he was being forced by the Depression to do just that. Frank felt the same way. He began reading up on labor history and eventually read a great deal of Marx, Engels and Lenin. One day early in 1937, Jackie and Frank saw a membership coupon in the local communist newspaper, People's World. "I clipped it out and sent it in," recalled Frank. "We were really quite overt about it, completely overt about it." But it was some months before anybody from the party responded. Like many professionals, Frank was asked to join the party under an alias, and he chose the name Frank Folsom. "When I joined the Communist Party," he later testified, "for some reason which I did not understand at the time and have never understood since, they requested that my right name and another name be written down. This seemed to me ludicrous. I never used any name but my own, and at the same time, because of the fact that it seemed so ludicrous, I wrote down the name of a California jail, Folsom." In 1937 his Communist Party book number was 56385. One day he absent-mindedly left his green-colored party card in his shirt pocket when sending it to the laundry. The shirt came back with the party card neatly preserved in an envelope. By 1935, it was not at all unusual for Americans who were concerned with economic justice, including many New Deal liberals, to identify with the communist movement. Many laborers, as well as writers, journalists and teachers, supported the most radical features of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. And even if most intellectuals didn't actually join the Communist Party, their hearts lay with a populist movement that promised a just world steeped in a culture of egalitarianism. Frank's attachment to communism had deep American roots. As he later explained, the intellectuals who were drawn toward the left by the horror, the injustices and fears of the 30s did, in varying degrees, identify with the history of protest in America. John Brown, Susan B. Anthony, Clarence Darrow, Jack London, and even with movements such as the abolitionists, the early AFL and the IWW. Initially, the party assigned Frank and Jackie to what was called a street unit in Pasadena. Most of their comrades were local neighborhood residents, and quite a few were poor, unemployed Negroes. Their party cell membership fluctuated between 10 and as many as 30 people. They had regular, open meetings attended by both communists and members of various organizations connected with the New Deal, such as the Workers' Alliance, an organization of unemployed laborers. There was a lot of talk and not much action, which frustrated Frank. "We tried to integrate the city swimming pool," he said. "They just allowed blacks in Wednesday afternoon and evening, and then they drained the pool Thursday morning." But despite their efforts, the pool remained segregated. A little later, Frank agreed to try to organize a party unit at Caltech. Jackie remained with the street unit for a while, but she too eventually joined the Caltech group. She and Frank recruited about 10 members, including fellow graduate students Frank K. Molina, Sidney Weinbaum and Shushan Chen. Unlike the Pasadena Street Unit, this Caltech group was essentially a secret group. Frank was the only member who remained open about his political affiliation. Most of the others, he explained, were scared of losing their jobs. Frank understood that his association with the party offended some people. "I remember a friend of my father's, an old man, saying he wouldn't send his son to a college at which I was teaching." The Stanford physicist Felix Bloch once tried to persuade him to quit the party, but Frank wouldn't hear of it. Most of his friends, however, cared little one way or the other. Party membership was just one aspect of his life. By then, Frank was devoted to his studies in beta-ray spectroscopy at Caltech. Like his brother, he stood on the edge of a promising career. But his politics, if not necessarily his party membership, were both an open book and an extracurricular activity. One day Ernest Lawrence ran into Frank, whom he liked very much, and asked him why he wasted so much time with causes. It baffled Lawrence, who saw himself as a man of science above politics, even though he spent much of his own time ingratiating himself with the businessmen and financiers on the Board of Regents who directed the policies of the University of California. In his own way, Lawrence was as much of a political animal as Frank, he just owed his allegiance to different causes. Frank and Jackie opened their home to regular Tuesday evening CP meetings. According to one reliable confidential FBI informant, Frank continued to host these meetings until about June 1941. Robert attended at least once, which he later claimed was the only time he participated in a recognizable Communist Party meeting. The topic was the ongoing concern of racial segregation at Pasadena's municipal swimming pool. Robert later testified that the meeting made a rather pathetic impression on me. Like his brother, Frank was active in the East Bay Teachers Union, the consumers' union in the cause of migratory farm workers in California. One evening he gave a flute recital in Pasadena, with Ruth Tolman on the piano, in a local auditorium. Proceeds from the event went to the Spanish Republic. "We spent a lot of time at meetings, political meetings," Frank later said. "There were many issues. He frequently spoke," a Stanford colleague told the FBI, "of instances of economic oppression which he seemed to resent." Another informant claimed that Frank continually showed a great admiration for the Soviet Union in its internal and external policies. On occasion, Frank could be strident. He assailed one colleague, who reported the conversation to the FBI later, as a hopeless bourgeois not in sympathy with the proletariat. Robert later made light of his brother's communist associations. Although a party member, Frank did a lot of other things. He was passionately fond of music. He had many wholly non-communist friends. He spent his summers at the ranch. He couldn't have been, Robert summed up, a very hard-working communist during those years. Soon after Frank joined the party, he made a point of driving up to Berkeley, where he spent the night with his brother and told him the news. "I was quite upset about it," Robert testified in 1954, without explaining just why he was unhappy over Frank's taking this step. Party membership, to be sure, was not without its risks. But in 1937 there was little stigma attached to it among Berkeley liberals. It wasn't regarded, Robert testified, perhaps foolishly, as a great state crime to be a member of the Communist Party or as a matter of dishonor or shame. Still, it was clear that the University of California administration was hostile to anyone affiliated with the CP, and Frank was in the process of trying to build an academic career. And, unlike Robert, Frank didn't have tenure. If Robert was upset with Frank's decision, perhaps he thought his younger brother was being unwisely headstrong in making such a commitment, or was too much under the influence of his radical wife. Despite Robert's own political awakening, he felt no compulsion to join the Communist Party as a matter of principle. Frank, on the other hand, evidently felt an emotional need to make a formal commitment. The brothers may have shared common political instincts, but Frank was proving himself to be far more impetuous. He still very much idolized Robert, but with his marriage and his politics, he was trying to stake out his own persona and step out of Robert's shadow. In 1943 a colleague of Frank's during his 2 years at Stanford University told an FBI agent that, in his opinion, Frank Oppenheimer had followed the lead and dictates of his brother, J. Robert Oppenheimer, on all of his political attitudes and affiliations. This anonymous source had it mostly wrong. Frank had joined the party independently, against his brother's advice. The informant had one thing right, however. He assured the FBI that he believed both Oppenheimers were basically loyal to this country. In the eyes of their friends, and of the FBI, the Oppenheimer brothers were extraordinarily close. What Frank did would always reflect on Robert. And, try as he might to arrange things for his brother, Robert would never quite be able to protect Frank from the glare of his own fame. Compared with his guileless brother, Robert was an enigma. All of their friends knew where his political sympathies lay, but the exact nature of his relationship to the Communist Party remains to this day hazy and vague. He later described his friend Håkan Chevalier as a parlor pink. He had very wide connections with all kinds of front organizations. He was interested in left-wing writers. He talked quite freely of his opinions. The description might easily have been applied to Oppenheimer himself. Without question, Robert was surrounded by relatives, friends, and colleagues who at some point or other were members of the Communist Party. As a left-wing New Dealer, he gave considerable sums of money to causes championed by the party. But he always insisted that he was never a card-carrying member of the CP. Instead, he said, his associations with the party were very brief and very intense. He was referring to the Spanish Civil War period, but afterwards he continued to participate in meetings in which dues-paying Communist Party members discussed current events. These meetings, encouraged by the party, were specifically designed to involve independent intellectuals like Oppenheimer and blur the boundaries of Communist Party identity. But never having been a formal, card-carrying member left Oppenheimer the option of deciding for himself how he wished to define his relationship to the party. For a brief time, he may well have thought of himself as an unaffiliated comrade. There is no doubt that in later years he minimized the extent of his associations with the party. Quite bluntly, any attempt to label Robert Oppenheimer a party member is a futile exercise, as the FBI learned to its frustration over many years. In fact, his associations with communists were a natural and socially seamless outgrowth of his sympathies and his station in life. As a professor at the University of California in the late 1930s, Oppenheimer lived in a politically charged environment. Moving in such circles, he inevitably left the impression with many of his friends who were formal party members that he was one of them. Robert, after all, wanted to be liked, and he certainly believed in the social justice goals the party espoused and worked for. His friends could think what they wanted. Not surprisingly, some in the party did think he was a comrade. And naturally, when the FBI used wiretaps to monitor the conversations of these people talking about Oppenheimer, they occasionally heard bona fide party members discuss him as one of their own. And yet again, other FBI wiretaps record party members complaining about Oppenheimer's aloofness and unreliability. Most importantly, there is no evidence that he ever submitted himself to party discipline. Given his strong personal alignment with much if not most of the party program, where he did disagree, he never trimmed his views to conform to the party line. Tellingly, he expressed qualms about the totalitarian nature of the Soviet regime. He openly admired Franklin Roosevelt and defended the New Deal. And while he was a member of various Popular Front organizations dominated by the Communist Party, he was also a staunch civil libertarian and a prominent member of the American Civil Liberties Union. In short, he was a classic fellow-traveling New Deal progressive who admired the Communist Party's opposition to fascism in Europe and its championing of labor rights at home. It is neither surprising nor revealing that he worked with party members in support of those goals. All this ambiguity is compounded by the fact that during these years of the Popular Front, the Communist Party's very organizational structure, particularly in California, led to a blurring of the distinction between casual affiliation and actual membership. As Jessica Mitford wrote in her irreverent memoir of her experiences in the San Francisco branch of the party, in those days, the party was a strange mixture of openness and secrecy. The conspiratorial-sounding cell of 3 to 5 members had been replaced by branches, or clubs, a nomenclature deemed more consistent with American political tradition. Hundreds of people might belong to these clubs, in which party business was conducted in a fairly open and informal manner. Everyone was welcome, and people, often including FBI informers, attended weekly meetings in rented halls without too much attention paid as to whether their party dues were up to date. On the other hand, Mitford reports that she and her husband were at first assigned to the South Side Club, one of the few closed or secret branches reserved for government workers, doctors, lawyers, and others whose occupations could have been jeopardized by open affiliation with the party. Many left-of-center, pro-union, anti-fascist intellectuals in the late 1930s never affiliated with the Communist Party. And yet, many who did join the party chose to hide their affiliation even if, like Oppenheimer, they were politically active on behalf of causes supported by the party. So numerous were the party's secret members that Communist Party Chief Earl Browder griped in June 1936 about too many prominent figures in American society hiding their party identity. "How shall we dissipate the Red Scare from among the Reds?" he asked. Some of these comrades hide as a shameful secret their communist opinions and affiliations. They hysterically beg the party to keep as far away from their work as possible. Years later, Hawkins Chevalier insisted that Oppenheimer was one such secret party member. But when closely questioned about the unit Robert allegedly belonged to, Chevalier described an innocuous gathering of friends more akin to the discussion group he reported in his 1965 memoir than the sort of official, closed unit described by Mitford. He initiated it, Chevalier, referring to Oppenheimer, told Martin Sherwin. It was a closed unit and unofficial. There's no record of it. It was not known to anyone except one person. I don't know who he was, but he was in the top echelon of the party in San Francisco. This unofficial group, known only to one person, initially contained just 6 or 7 members, though at one point as many as 12 were participating in its discussions. We discussed things that were going on locally and in the state and in the country and in the world, recalled Chevalier. It is Chevalier's version of this story that is reflected in the FBI files. The FBI first opened a file on Oppenheimer in March 1941. His name had come to the Bureau's attention quite by accident the previous December. For almost a year the FBI had been wiretapping the conversations of William Schneiderman, the California Communist Party's state secretary, and Isaac "Pops" Fokoff, the state treasurer. The wiretaps were not authorized by any court or by the Attorney General, and were therefore illegal. But in December 1940, when one of the Bureau's agents in San Francisco overheard Fokoff referring to a 3 p.m. appointment at Chevalier's house as a meeting of the big boys, an agent was sent to jot down license plate numbers. One of the cars found to be parked outside Chevalier's home was Oppenheimer's Chrysler Roadster. By the spring of 1941, the FBI was identifying Oppenheimer as a professor, reported from other sources as having communistic sympathies. The FBI noted that he served on the executive committee of the American Civil Liberties Union, which the Bureau labeled a Communist Party front group. Inevitably, an investigative file was opened on Oppenheimer which would eventually grow to some 7,000 pages. That same month, Oppenheimer's name was put on a list of persons to be considered for custodial detention pending investigation in the event of a national emergency. Another FBI document, citing the investigative documents of T2, another government agency, claimed that Oppenheimer was a member of a professional section of the Communist Party. One of these T2 documents found in Oppenheimer's FBI file included a 2-page excerpt from a longer unidentified report listing the membership of various branches of the Communist Party. Names and addresses are provided for the Longshoremen's branch, the Seamen's branch, and the professional section. 9 members are listed for this professional section: Helen Pell, Dr. Thomas Addis, J. Robert Oppenheimer, Håkan Chevalier, Alexander Cowan, Aubrey Grossman, Herbert Ressner, George R. Anderson and I, Richard Gladstein. Oppenheimer clearly knew some of these individuals, Pell, Addis, Chevalier, and Cowan, and it is equally clear that at least some of them were in fact Communist Party members. But it is impossible to evaluate the credibility of this undated document. According to Chevalier, who spoke with Martin Sherwin at length and in detail, each member of this alleged closed unit paid dues to the Communist Party, except for Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer paid his separately, Chevalier speculated, because he probably paid a lot more than he was supposed to. Or, as Robert always insisted, he made contributions to causes, but never paid dues at all. But the rest of us paid to one member who was also a known member, an open member, of the party, Chevalier continued. I'm not supposed to say, but it was Philip Morrison. Otherwise, according to Chevalier, the group took no orders from the party and functioned simply as a group of academics who met to share ideas about international affairs and politics. Morrison, of course, has long acknowledged that he joined the Young Communist League in 1938 and the CP itself in 1939 or 1940. When asked about Chevalier's recollection, Morrison flatly denied that he had been in the same party unit as Oppenheimer. As a student, he pointed out, he would never have been assigned to a unit with faculty members. When asked by Sherwin in 1982, what made you a member of the Communist Party as opposed to just a group of people who were left? Chevalier replied, I don't know. We paid dues. When Sherwin pressed him again, did you receive any orders from the party? Chevalier said, no. In a sense we weren't regular party members. At the time, he explained, it was possible for men like himself and Oppenheimer to think of themselves as politically committed intellectuals who were nevertheless free from party discipline. Members of this group contributed money to the party's causes, they gave speeches at party-sponsored events, and they drafted articles and pamphlets for party publications. And yet, explained Chevalier, we both were and were not. Any way you want to look at it. Pressed further to explain this ambiguity, Chevalier said, it had a kind of shadowy existence. It existed, but it wasn't identified, and that had some influence because we had our views about certain things that were happening which were transmitted to the center, and we were consulted about certain things. Apparently, the same thing happened in many other parts of the United States, closed units for professionals or people who didn't want to be identified in any way. The ambiguous nature of Oppenheimer's relationship to the CP, as described by Chevalier, is corroborated by Steve Nelson, a charismatic Communist Party leader in San Francisco and a friend of Oppenheimer's in the years 1940 to 43. Nelson saw Oppenheimer socially, but it was also his job to serve as one of the party's liaisons to the university community. I met socially with this group, Nelson explained in a 1981 interview, that included some party members and some non-party people where they discussed freely what's ahead of us. This group was discussing questions of foreign policy. The general mood, which included Oppenheimer's mood, was that it would be tragic if the United States, England and France do not form some kind of alliance against Italy. It would be tragic. I don't remember now whether it was Chevalier or Bob Oppenheimer, or any other member who expressed himself along these lines. But this was the tone of the meeting. Nelson reinforced Chevalier's ambiguous description of Oppenheimer's party membership. "I don't know that I could prove or disprove the point," Nelson said. "So I'll just leave it at that he was a close sympathizer. I know that to be a fact because we had a number of discussions of policies of the left. Now that doesn't mean that he was a member of the party. I think he was a close friend of a number of party members on campus." Nelson himself left the Communist Party in 1957. In 1981 he published a memoir in which he briefly discussed his relationship to Oppenheimer. When he showed the manuscript to one of his old California comrades, still a party member, this old communist thought he had been too easy on Oppenheimer. Nelson should have attacked Oppenheimer for having denied his affiliation with the party. "My own estimate of Oppenheimer," Nelson remarked, "was that he had this association with the left. Whether one had a party card or not didn't matter. He was associated with the causes of the left, and that was enough to murder him politically. All the members of this allegedly closed party unit are dead. But one of them left behind an unpublished memoir." Gordon Griffiths, 1915–2001, joined the Communist Party in Berkeley in June 1936, just before leaving for Oxford. Upon his return in the summer of 1939, Griffiths quietly renewed his party membership. But because his wife, Mary, had become disillusioned with the party, Griffiths asked for a low-profile assignment. Eventually, he was given the job of liaison with the faculty group at the University of California. Griffiths took the assignment in the autumn of 1940 and left it in the spring of 1942. In his memoir, he writes that out of the several hundred faculty members in Berkeley, only 3 were members of this faculty communist group: Arthur Brodeur, an authority on Icelandic sagas and Beowulf in the English department, Håkon Chevalier, and Robert Oppenheimer. Griffiths acknowledges Oppenheimer's denial of ever having been a party member. Oppenheimer's defenders, Griffiths points out, have always explained Oppenheimer's fellow traveling with the assertion that he was politically naive. A great deal of energy was spent by well-intentioned liberals who felt that this was the only way to defend his case. Perhaps at the time, at the height of the McCarthyite period, it was. But the time has come to set the record straight, and to put the question as it should have been put, not whether or not he had or had not been a member of the Communist Party, but whether such membership should, in itself, constitute an impediment to his service in a position of trust. Griffiths' memoir adds few details to Chevalier's description of what he called the closed unit. Understandably, Griffiths clearly believes that the mere fact of Oppenheimer's attendance in these meetings qualified him as a communist. He writes that the group met regularly, twice a month, either at Chevalier's house or at Oppenheimer's house. Griffiths usually brought along recent party literature to distribute, and he collected dues from Brodeur and Chevalier, but not from Oppenheimer. "I was given to understand that Oppenheimer, as a man of independent wealth, made his contribution through some special channel. Nobody carried a party card. If payment of dues was the only test of membership, I could not testify that Oppenheimer was a member, but I can say, without any qualification, that all 3 men considered themselves to be communists." The faculty group, Griffiths recalls, didn't actually do very much that could not have been done as a group of liberals or Democrats. They encouraged each other to devote their energies to such good causes as the teachers' union and the plight of refugees from the Spanish Civil War. There was never any discussion of the exciting developments in theoretical physics, classified or otherwise, let alone any suggestion of passing information to the Russians. In short, there was nothing subversive or treasonable about our activity. The meetings were devoted mainly to the discussion of events on the world and national scene, and to their interpretation. In these discussions, Oppenheimer was always the one who gave the fullest and most profound explanations, in the light of his understanding of Marxist theory. To describe his attachment to left-wing causes as the result of political naivete, as many have done, is absurd, and diminishes the intellectual stature of a man who saw the implications of what was happening in the political world more deeply than most. Kenneth O. May, the Berkeley CP functionary who assigned Griffiths to this group, later told the FBI that Håkon Chevalier and other Berkeley professors attended its meetings, but that he did not consider the people who participated in these gatherings to consist of a CP group. Once a graduate student in Berkeley's math department, Ken May was a friend of Oppenheimer's. May joined the Communist Party in 1936, and he visited Russia for 5 weeks in 1937 and again in 1939 for 2 weeks. He returned enamored of the Soviet political and economic model. During local elections in Berkeley in 1940, May gave a speech before the school board, defending the right of local Communist Party candidates to hold a meeting on the grounds of a public school. When the speech drew coverage in the local press, his father, a conservative UC Berkeley political scientist, publicly disinherited him and the university cancelled his teaching assistantship. The next year, May campaigned as a communist for a seat on the Berkeley City Council while still a graduate student in the math department. His affiliation with the Communist Party was thus no secret when he first met Oppenheimer. May was a friend of Jean Tatlock's, and the two men were probably introduced at a meeting of the Teachers' Union sometime in 1939. Years later, after he had left the party, May told the FBI he had visited Oppenheimer's home on several occasions to talk politics and recalled seeing him at informal gatherings, which were held for the purpose of discussing theoretical questions concerning socialism. He added that he did not consider Oppenheimer to be either a party member or someone under CP discipline. Oppenheimer was an independent intellectual, and, May explained to the FBI, the CP tended to distrust intellectuals as a group in the management of CP affairs, but at the same time, the party was anxious to influence the thinking of such people along CP lines and to gain the prestige and support of communist objectives which they would lend to the party. For this reason, May would keep in touch with the subject, Oppenheimer, and other professional people. He would discuss communism with them and would provide them with CP literature. Oppenheimer, May explained to the FBI agents, was the kind of man who was quite willing to agree with CP aims and objectives at any particular time if he had decided in his own mind that they had merit. He would not, however, condone those objectives with which he did not agree. May observed that the subject openly associated with whomever he pleased, communists or not. The FBI would never resolve the question of whether or not Robert was a CP member, which is to say that there was scant evidence that he was. Much of the evidence in the FBI files on this issue is circumstantial and contradictory. If a few of the FBI's informants claimed that Oppenheimer was a communist, most of its informants merely painted a portrait of a fellow traveler. And some emphatically denied that he was ever a party member. The Bureau had only its suspicions, and the conjectures of others. Only Oppenheimer himself knew, and he always insisted that he had never been a member of the Communist Party. Chapter 10, More and More Surely. This was a very decisive week in his life, and he told me so. That weekend started Oppenheimer's turning away from the Communist Party. Viktor Weisskopf. On August 24, 1939, the Soviet Union stunned the world by announcing that on the previous day it had signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany. 1 week later, World War II commenced when Germany and the Soviet Union simultaneously invaded Poland. Commenting on these momentous events, Oppenheimer wrote his fellow physicist Willy Fowler, "I know Charlie Lauritsen will say a melancholy I told you so over the Nazi-Soviet pact, but I am not paying any bets yet on any aspect of the Hokuspokus except maybe that the Germans are pretty well into Poland." C.A. Stink. No issue of the day was more vigorously debated within left intellectual circles than the August 1939 Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact. Many American communists resigned from the party. As Chevalier put it with marked understatement, the Soviet-German pact confused and upset many people. But Chevalier remained loyal to the CP and defended the pact as a necessary strategic decision. In August 1939, he and 400 others signed an open letter, published in the September 1939 issue of Soviet Russia Today, which attacked the fantastic falsehood that the USSR and the totalitarian states are basically alike. Oppenheimer's name did not appear on the letter. According to Chevalier, it was in the fall of 1939 that Opch proved himself to be such an impressive and effective analyst. Opch had a simple, lucid way of presenting facts and arguments that allayed misgivings and carried conviction. Chevalier claimed that, at a time when communists were suddenly extremely unpopular even among Californian intellectuals, Oppenheimer patiently explained that the Nazi-Soviet pact was not so much an alliance as a treaty of necessity motivated by the West's appeasement of Hitler at Munich. Chevalier was deeply alarmed by the wave of war hysteria that seemed to be turning seasoned liberals into reactionaries and peace lovers into war mongers. One evening after midnight, on his way home from a meeting of the League of American Writers, Chevalier dropped by Oppenheimer's home. Robert was still awake, working on a physics lecture. After Robert offered him a drink, Hoke explained that he needed his help in editing an anti-war pamphlet, sponsored by the League. Obliging his friend, Robert sat down and read the manuscript. When he had finished, he stood up and said, "It's no good." He told Hoke to sit before his typewriter and then he proceeded to dictate new language. An hour later, Hoke left with a completely new text. Robert was not himself a member of the League of American Writers, so his editing of the pamphlet was simply a favor to his friend. As redrafted, the pamphlet made an impassioned argument for keeping America out of the European War. Robert may have similarly helped to write or edit two other pamphlets in February and April 1940, respectively. Both were titled Report to Our Colleagues, and were signed College Faculty's Committee, Communist Party of California. Their purpose was to explain the consequences of the war in Europe. More than 1,000 copies were mailed to individuals at various universities on the West Coast. According to Chevalier, Oppenheimer not only drafted the reports but also paid for their printing and distribution. Not surprisingly, their discovery, combined with Chevalier's claim, has made them part of the debate as to whether or not Robert was a member of the CP. Gordon Griffiths corroborates Chevalier's assertion of Oppenheimer's involvement with the production of these pamphlets. They were printed on expensive bond, no doubt paid for by Oppie. He was not their sole author, but he took special pride in them. Free of jargon, these letters were stylistically elegant and intellectually cogent. The outbreak of war in Europe, the pamphlet dated February 20, 1940, states, has changed profoundly the course of our own political development. In the last month strange things have happened to the New Deal. We have seen it attacked, and more surely we have seen it abandoned. There is a growing discouragement of liberals with the movement for a democratic front, and red baiting has grown to a national sport. Reaction is mobilized. Chevalier, in an interview, insisted that the language here is distinctively Oppenheimer's. You can recognize his style. He has certain little mannerisms. Using certain words. More surely. That's very characteristic of him. You wouldn't ordinarily find use of surely in such a context. Chevalier's claim is too thin a reed on which to rely for a positive identification of Oppenheimer as the author of the pamphlet, but it does suggest that Robert might have had a hand in editing a draft of it. While more surely does sound like Oppenheimer, much else in the pamphlet decidedly does not. But what do these reports propose? More than anything else, a defense of the New Deal and its domestic social programs. The Communist Party is being attacked for its support of the Soviet policy. But the total extermination of the party here cannot reverse that policy. It can only silence some of the voices, some of the clearest voices, that oppose a war between the United States and Russia. What the attack can do directly, what it is meant to do, is to disrupt the democratic forces, to destroy unions in general and CIO unions in particular, to make possible the cutting of relief, to force abandonment of the great program of peace, security and work that is the basis of the movement toward a democratic front. On April 6, 1940, the College Faculty's Committee of the Communist Party of California issued another report to our colleagues. Like the first pamphlet, this report carried no byline. But again Chevalier insisted that Oppenheimer was among the pamphlet's anonymous authors. The elementary test of a good society is its ability to keep its members alive. It must make it possible for them to feed themselves, and it must protect their persons from violent death. Today unemployment and war constitutes, so serious a threat to the well-being and security of the members of our society that many are asking whether that society is capable of meeting its most essential obligations. Communists ask much more of society than this. They ask for all men that opportunity, discipline, and freedom which have characterized the high cultures of the past. But we know that today, with the knowledge and power that are ours, no culture which ignores the elementary needs, no culture based on the denial of opportunity, on indifference to human want, can be either honest or fruitful. As in February, domestic issues are the focus of this report. The plight of the nation's millions of unemployed is examined, and the decision of California and National Democrats to cut the budget for welfare relief is attacked. The cutting of relief and the simultaneous increase in the budget for armaments are connected not only by arithmetic considerations. Roosevelt's abandonment of the program for social reform, the attack, where once there had been support, on the labor movement, and the preparation for war, these are related and parallel developments. From 1933 to 1939, the pamphlet observes, the Roosevelt administration had followed a policy of social reform. But since August 1939, not a single new measure of progressive purpose has been proposed, and the measures of the past have not even been defended against reactionary attack. Where once the Roosevelt administration had voiced its disgust for the antics of the House Un-American Activities Committee under Martin Dies, now it was coddling these reactionaries. Where once it had defended organized labor, civil liberties, and the unemployed, now it was attacking labor leaders like John L. Lewis and pouring money into armaments. Roosevelt himself, a man whom the pamphleteers once thought something of a progressive, had now become a reactionary and even a warmonger. This transformation has happened because of the war in Europe. It is a common thought, and a likely one, that when the war is over Europe will be socialist, and the British Empire gone. We think that Roosevelt is assuming the role of preserving the old order in Europe and that he plans, if need be, to use the wealth and the lives of this country to carry it out. If Oppenheimer had anything to do with this second pamphlet, his rational style had abandoned him. Is it possible that he really thought of Roosevelt as a warmonger? The one reference to the president in Oppenheimer's correspondence during this period suggests that he was disappointed with FDR, but hardly ready to denounce him. 8. If Oppenheimer had something to do with drafting these pamphlets, his words reveal someone primarily worried about the impact on domestic politics of a world teetering on the brink of a great disaster. By the late 1930s, Oppenheimer was a senior professor with a fairly prominent public persona. He was giving speeches on political issues and signing public petitions. His name appeared on occasion in the local newspapers. San Francisco was then a fiercely polarized city. The longshoremen strikes in particular had hardened the political extremes on both the left and the right. And when the conservative backlash began, Oppenheimer was sensitive to the effect, or potential effect, of his political activities on the reputation of the university. Indeed, in the spring of 1941 he confided to his Caltech colleague Willie Fowler that, "I may be out of a job because UC is going to be investigated next week for radicalism, and the story is that the committee members are no gentlemen and that they don't like me." The University of California was an obvious target, observed Martin D. Kamen, a former graduate. And Oppenheimer was very prominent because he was quite vocal and active. He would occasionally get somewhat alarmed about what was happening, and maybe he'd have to draw his horns in and he would become quiet. Then when something happened to provoke him, he became active. So he wasn't consistent. In contrast to Chevalier's assertions about Oppenheimer's communist sympathies in 1940, other friends saw Oppie becoming disillusioned with the Soviet Union. By 1938, American newspapers regularly reported on the wave of political terror orchestrated by Stalin against thousands of alleged traitors within the Soviet Communist Party. "I read about the purge trials, though not in full detail," Robert wrote in 1954, "and could never find a view of them which was not damning to the Soviet system." While his friend Chevalier gladly signed a statement in the April 28, 1938, Daily Worker commending the Moscow trial verdicts against Trotskyite and Bukharinite traitors, Oppenheimer never defended Stalin's deadly purges. In the summer of 1938, two physicists who had spent several months in the Soviet Union, George Plachek and Viktor Weisskopf, visited Oppie at his ranch in New Mexico. Over the next week, they had several long conversations about what was taking place there. "Russia is not what you think it is," they told an initially skeptical Oppenheimer. They talked about the case of Alex Weisberg, an Austrian engineer and communist who was suddenly arrested merely for associating with Plachek and Weisskopf. "It was an absolutely scary experience," Weisskopf said. "We called up our friends, and they said they didn't know us." Weisskopf told his friend, "It's worse than you can imagine. It's a morass." Oppie asked probing questions that showed how disturbed he was by their reports. 16 years later, in 1954, Oppenheimer explained to his interrogators, "What they reported seemed to me so solid, so unfanatical, so true, that it made a great impression, and it presented Russia, even when seen from their limited experience, as a land of purge and terror, of ludicrously bad management and of a long-suffering people." There seemed no reason, however, why news of Stalin's abuses should cause him to alter his principles or renounce his sympathies with the American left. It was clear, as Weisskopf remembered, that Oppie still believed to a great extent in communism. Oppie trusted Weisskopf. "He really had a deep attachment to me," the latter recalled, "which I found very touching. Robert knew that Weisskopf, an Austrian social democrat, was not saying these things out of any antipathy for the left. We were very much convinced, both sides, that socialism was the desirable development. Nevertheless, Weisskopf thought that this was the first time Oppenheimer was really shaken. "I know that these conversations had a very deep influence on Robert," he said. "This was a very decisive week in his life, and he told me so." That weekend started Oppenheimer's turning away from the Communist Party. Weisskopf insists that Oppi saw the Hitler danger very clearly. And in 1939, Oppenheimer was already very far from the communist group. Shortly after hearing from Weisskopf and Plachek, Oppenheimer expressed his concerns to Edith Arnstein, Jean Tatlock's old friend. Opp said he came to me because he knew I would not be shaken in my political loyalties, and he needed to talk. He explained that he had heard from Weisskopf about the arrest of various Soviet physicists. He said he was reluctant to believe the report, but neither could he dismiss it. He was depressed and agitated, Arnstein later wrote, and I suppose now I know how he was feeling, but then I was scornful of what I saw as his gullibility. That autumn some friends noticed that he was no longer as loquacious about his political views, although privately he engaged his close friends in political discussions. "Opch is fine and sends you his greetings," wrote Felix Bloch to Robbie in November 1938. Honestly, I don't think you wore him out, but at least he does not praise Russia too loudly anymore, which is already some progress. Whatever the state of his associations with Communist Party members, Oppenheimer had always been enamored of Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal. His friends saw him as an ardent Roosevelt supporter. Ernest Lawrence recalled being lobbied vigorously by his friend in the days just prior to the 1940 presidential election. Oppi was incredulous that his old friend was undecided. That evening he presented such a passionate defense of Roosevelt's campaign for a third term that Lawrence finally promised to cast another vote for FDR. Oppenheimer's political views continued to evolve, in reaction chiefly to the disastrous war news. In the late spring and early summer of 1940, Oppi was clearly distressed by the collapse of France. That summer, Hans Bethe encountered him at a conference of the American Physical Society in Seattle. Bethe had an inkling of Oppenheimer's political loyalties, so he was struck one evening when his friend gave a beautifully eloquent speech about how the fall of Paris to the Nazis threatened all of Western civilization. "We have to defend Western values against the Nazis," Bethe recalled Oppenheimer saying. "And because of the Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact we can have no truck with the communists." Years later, Bethe told the physicist historian Jeremy Bernstein, he had sympathies to the far left, mostly, I believe, on humanitarian grounds. The Hitler-Stalin Pact had confused most people with communist sympathies into staying completely aloof from the war against Germany until the Nazis invaded Russia in 1941. But Oppenheimer was so deeply impressed by the fall of France, a year before the invasion of Russia, that this displaced everything else in his mind. On Sunday, June 22, 1941, the Chevaliers were driving back from a picnic at the beach with Oppenheimer when they heard the news over the radio that the Nazis had invaded the Soviet Union. That evening, everyone stayed up late listening to the latest news bulletins, trying to make sense of what had happened. Chevalier recalled Oppi saying that Hitler had committed a major blunder. By turning against the Soviet Union, Oppenheimer argued, Hitler had destroyed at one stroke the dangerous fiction, so prevalent in liberal and political circles, that fascism and communism were but two different versions of the same totalitarian philosophy. Now communists everywhere would be welcomed as allies of the Western democracies. And that was a development both men thought was long overdue. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the country was suddenly at war. Our little group in Berkeley, Chevalier recalled, inevitably reflected the country's changing mood. Chevalier said the group continued to meet irregularly, though Oppenheimer himself rarely attended, owing to his busy travel schedule. When we did meet, Chevalier wrote, our business was largely confined to discussing the progress of the war and events on the home front. Chevalier always insisted that Oppenheimer, the man he considered his closest friend, shared his own leftist political views right up to the moment Oppenheimer left Berkeley in the spring of 1943. W.E. shared the ideal of a socialist society. There was never any wavering, any weakening of his position. He was firm as a rock. But Chevalier was clear that Oppenheimer was not an ideologue. There was no blindness in him, no narrow partisanship, no automatic hewing to a line. Chevalier's description of Oppenheimer essentially presented a left-wing intellectual not under party discipline. But over the years, as he turned to writing about his friendship with Oppie, Chevalier tried to suggest something else. In 1948, he produced the outline of a novel in which the protagonist, a brilliant physicist working to build an atomic bomb, is also the de facto leader of a closed unit of the Communist Party. In 1950, Chevalier set aside the partially written manuscript after he was unable to find a publisher for it. But in 1954, after the Oppenheimer security hearing, he returned to the novel, and in 1959 G. P. Putnam's Sons published it under the ponderous title The Man Who Would Be God. In the novel, the Oppenheimer character, one Sebastian Bloch, decides to join the Communist Party, but to his surprise, the local CP leader refuses to let him formally join. Sebastian would meet with the unit regularly, and in every way act as though he were a bona fide member, and the other members would so regard him, but he would pay no dues. He could make his own financial arrangements with the party, but outside the unit. Later in the novel, Chevalier describes the weekly meetings of this closed party unit as informal seminars of the kind that were constantly being held on all sorts of subjects among professors and students on the campus. The members discuss ideas and theory, current events, the activity of this or that member of the teachers' union, and support to be given to a labor union campaign, a strike, an individual or group under attack on a civil liberties issue. In response to the Soviet Union's invasion of Finland in November 1939, Chevalier has the Oppenheimer alter ego propose that the party unit publish essays that would explain the international situation in language palatable to cultivated, critical minds. The Oppenheimer character pays for the printing and postage costs and does most of the writing himself. It was his baby, writes the novelist. A number of these reports to the faculty appeared over the next few months. This thinly disguised Roman à clef did not sell well, and Chevalier was unhappy with the reviews. Time magazine's reviewer, for instance, thought that novel's underlying tone suggests an ex-worshipper stomping on a fallen idol. But Chevalier could not let the matter drop. In the summer of 1964, he wrote Oppenheimer to say that he had nearly finished writing a memoir about their friendship. He explained, "I tried to tell the essential story in my novel. But readers in America were disturbed by the blend of truth and fiction, and it has become clear to me that for the record I have to tell the story straight. An important part of the story concerns your and my membership in the same unit of the CP from 1938 to 1942. I should like to deal with this in its proper perspective, telling the facts as I remember them. As this is one of the things in your life which, in my opinion, you have least to be ashamed of, and as your commitment, attested among other things by your reports to our colleagues, which today make impressive reading, was a deep and genuine one, I consider that it would be a grave omission not to give it its due prominence." Chevalier then asked whether Oppenheimer would have any objections to the telling of this story. 2 weeks later, Oppenheimer wrote back a terse note, "Your letter asks whether I would have any objections. Indeed I do. What you say of yourself I find surprising. Surely in one respect what you say of me is not true. I have never been a member of the Communist Party, and thus have never been a member of a Communist Party unit. I, of course, have always known this. I thought you did too. I have said so officially time and time again. I said so publicly in response to what Crouch said in 1950. I said so in the AEC hearings 10 years ago." As ever, Robert Oppenheimer Chevalier reasonably concluded that Oppenheimer's denial also meant to warn him that he could face a libel suit if he wrote that Oppenheimer had joined the Communist Party. So the following year, he published Oppenheimer, the story of a friendship without the bald allegation. Instead, throughout the book, the alleged CP closed unit is described merely as a discussion group. Chevalier told Oppenheimer that he had been compelled to write this book because history, though coy, needs truth to be her handmaiden. But in this case, the truth lies in each man's perception. Were all members of the Berkeley discussion group also members of the CP? Apparently, Chevalier believed they were. Oppenheimer insisted that he, at least, was not. He would fund specific causes through the CP, the Spanish Republic, farm workers, civil rights and consumer protection. He would attend meetings, offer his advice and even help the party's intellectuals write position papers. But he did not have a party card, he did not pay dues, he was totally free of party discipline. His friends might have had reasons to think he was a comrade, but it was clear to him that he was not. John Earl Haynes and Harvey Clare, two historians of American communism, have written that to be a communist was to be part of a rigid mental world tightly sealed from outside influences. This certainly does not describe Robert Oppenheimer at any time. He was reading Marx, but he was also reading the Bhagavad Gita, Ernest Hemingway and Sigmund Freud, and, in those years, the last was grounds for expulsion from the party. In short, Oppenheimer never entered into that peculiar social contract expected of party members. Robert was probably closer to the party in the 1930s than he later admitted, or even remembered, but he was not nearly as close to it as his friend Hawken believed. This is neither surprising nor deceitful. The so-called secret units of the party, the sort of association that Oppenheimer is alleged to have had, were organizations without formal rosters or established rules and with little, if any, regimentation, as Chevalier explained to Martin Sherwin. For obvious organizational reasons, the party chose to see those individuals associated with secret units as having made substantial personal commitments. On the other hand, each committed member could set the limits of his commitment, and that commitment could change over time, even very short periods of time, as it did, for instance, with Jean Tatlock. Chevalier seemed always to be committed to the party, and in those days when he and Robert were close friends, it is not surprising that he considered Robert equally committed. Perhaps for a time he was, but we do not, and we cannot, know the extent of his commitment. But what we can say with confidence is that Robert's period of high commitment was short and did not last. The bottom line is that Robert always wished to be, and was, free to think for himself and to make his own political choices. Commitments have to be put in perspective to be understood, and the failure to do that was the most damaging characteristic of the McCarthy period. The most relevant political fact about Robert Oppenheimer was that in the 1930s he was devoted to working for social and economic justice in America, and to achieve this goal he chose to stand with the left. Chapter 11, I'm going to marry a friend of yours, Steve. Her career was advancing Robert's. Robert Serber. By the end of 1939, Oppenheimer's often stormy relationship with Jean Tatlock had disintegrated. Robert loved her and wanted to marry her despite their problems. We were at least twice close enough to marriage to consider ourselves engaged, he later recalled. But he often brought out the worst in Jean. He annoyed her with his old habit of showering friends with gifts. Jean didn't want to be catered to in this way. No more flowers, please, Robert, she told him one day. But inevitably, the next time he came to pick her up at a friend's house, he came armed with the usual bouquet of gardenias. When Jean saw the flowers, she threw them to the floor and told her friend, "Tell him to go away, tell him I am not here." Bob Serber claimed that Jean went through phases when she disappeared for weeks, months sometimes, and then would taunt Robert mercilessly. She would taunt him about whom she had been with and what they had been doing. She seemed determined to hurt him, perhaps because she knew Robert loved her so much. In the end, it was Tatlock who made the final break. Jean could be as strong-willed as Oppenheimer himself. Confused and highly distraught, she now rejected his latest offer of marriage. By then she had spent 3 years in medical school. Not many women became doctors in the 1930s. Her determination to pursue a career as a psychiatrist surprised some of her friends, who explained it as characteristic of a sometimes bold and impetuous woman. And yet they knew it also made sense. From her politics to her interest in the psychological, Tatlock had always been motivated by the desire to help others in a practical, hard-headed manner. Becoming a psychiatrist suited her temperament and intelligence, and by June 1941 Tatlock had a medical degree from the Stanford University School of Medicine. She spent the year 1941-42 as an intern at St. Elizabeth's Psychiatric Hospital in Washington, D.C., and the following year she was a resident physician at Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco. On the rebound, Robert was seen dating a number of, mostly very attractive youngish girls. Among others, he had relationships with Hawken Chevalier's sister-in-law, Anne Hoffman, and Estelle Cann, the sister of the San Francisco Chronicle's columnist Herbert Cann. Bob Serber recalled a half-dozen girlfriends, including a British émigré named Sandra Dyer Bennett. He broke several hearts. Still, whenever Tatlock phoned him in a low mood, he came to her and talked her out of her depression. They remained the closest of friends, and occasional lovers. And then, in August 1939, he attended a garden party in Pasadena hosted by Charles Lauritsen, and in the course of the afternoon he was introduced to a 29-year-old married woman named Kitty Harrison. Bob Serber happened to witness the encounter. Kitty, he could see, was immediately mesmerized. "I fell in love with Robert that day," Kitty later wrote, but hoped to conceal it. Soon afterward, Robert surprised his friends by turning up at a party in San Francisco unannounced with Kitty Harrison on his arm. That evening Kitty was wearing a corsage of flaming orchids. Everyone was rather uncomfortable, since the hostess of the party was Estelle Cann, Oppie's most recent lover. Chevalier called it a not altogether happy occasion. Some of Oppie's friends, who very much liked Tatlock and had assumed they would reconcile, snubbed his new lady. Kitty seemed altogether too flirtatious and manipulative. Years later, Robert recalled that, "There was among our friends much concern. But when it became clear that Kitty was not a passing fancy, his friends resigned themselves." "Oh, let's face it," said one woman. "It may be scandalous, but at least Kitty has humanized him." A petite brunette, Catherine "Kitty" Puning Harrison was as attractive as Tatlock but worlds apart in temperament. The orchids she wore the evening she met Oppie's friends were no accident. She cultivated these flamboyant flowers in her apartment and wore them to make a statement. No one would ever find in the vivacious Kitty a touch of the morose. If she'd had some hard knocks in life, she had nevertheless always responded by making swift decisions to move on. If Tatlock looked like an Irish princess, Puning sometimes claimed to be the real thing, only of German royalty. Kitty was related on her mother's side to all the crowned heads of Europe, recalled Robert Serber. When she was a girl, she used to spend her summers visiting her uncle, the King of the Belgians. Kitty had been born on August 8, 1910, in Recklinghausen, a small town in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. She had come to America 2 years later, when her parents, Franz Puning, 31, and Keith Vissering Puning, 30, immigrated to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Trained as a metallurgical engineer, Franz Puning had landed an engineering position with a steel company. An only child, Kitty led a privileged childhood, growing up in the wealthy Pittsburgh suburb of Aspinwall. She later told friends that her father was a prince of a small principality in Westphalia, and her mother was related to Queen Victoria. Her grandfather Bodwin Vissering was a royal Hanoverian crownland lessee, and an elected member of the City Council of Hanover. The ancestors of her grandmother Johanna Blonay had been, from the time of the 11th century Crusades, royal vassals to the House of Savoy, one of Europe's oldest surviving dynasties. The Blonays served as administrators and court advisors in various Savoy principalities in parts of Italy, Switzerland and France, and occupied a magnificent chateau south of Lake Geneva. Keith Vissering was beautiful and imposing. For a short time, she was engaged to a cousin, Wilhelm Keitel, who later served as Hitler's field marshal and in 1946 was tried and hanged at Nuremberg as a war criminal. While Kitty's mother made a point of taking her back as a child to visit her princely relatives in Europe, her father made her promise never to speak about her blue-blooded ancestry. As a young woman, however, Kitty occasionally let it be known that she came from a noble family. Friends of the family recall her receiving letters from her German relatives addressed to Her Highness, Catherine. As German immigrants, the Punings sometimes had a difficult time in Pittsburgh during World War I. As an enemy alien, Franz Puning was placed under surveillance by local authorities, and even young Kitty had a hard time with neighborhood kids. Kitty's first language was not English, and even later in life she could speak a beautiful High German. As an adolescent, she found her mother imperious. They didn't get along. She was a spunky, exuberant girl who paid little attention to social convention. She was wild as hell in high school, recalled Pat Scher, a friend who knew her later. Kitty began what became a checkered college career. She enrolled at the University of Pittsburgh, but within a year, she left for Germany and France. Over the next couple of years she studied at the University of Munich, the Sorbonne and the University of Grenoble. She spent most of her time, however, in Paris cafes, hanging out with musicians. "I spent little time on school work," Kitty recalled. On the day after Christmas 1932, she impulsively married one of these young men, a Boston-born musician named Frank Ramsier. Several months into the marriage, Kitty found her husband's diary. He kept it in mirror writing, and learned that he was both a drug addict and a homosexual. Retreating to America, she enrolled at the University of Wisconsin and began studying biology. On December 20, 1933, a Wisconsin court awarded her an annulment, and impounded the court testimony on grounds of obscenity. 10 days later, Kitty was invited by a friend in Pittsburgh to a New Year's Eve party. Her friend, Selma Baker, said she had met a communist, and asked Kitty if she would like to meet the guy. The consensus was that none of us had met a real live communist, recalled Kitty, and that it would be interesting to see one. That evening she met Joe Dowlett, the 26-year-old son of a wealthy Long Island businessman. Joe was 3 years older than I, Kitty remembered. I fell in love with him at this party and I never stopped loving him. Less than 6 weeks later, she left Wisconsin to marry Dowlett and join him in Youngstown, Ohio. He was a handsome son of a bitch, recalled a friend. Just a gorgeous guy. A tall, gaunt young man with a thick mop of dark curly hair, Dowlett seemed capable of almost anything. Born in 1907, he spoke fluent French, played the classical piano with ease and knew his dialectical materialism. Both his parents were first-generation Americans of German Jewish origin, and by the time Joe was an adolescent his father had made a small fortune in the silk trade. Although he and his sisters attended a temple in the middle-class Jewish community of Woodmere, Long Island, when he turned 13 Joe refused a bar mitzvah. For a time he went to private school before enrolling in Dartmouth College in the autumn of 1923. By then he was already politically radical and went out of his way to champion, in a belligerent fashion, what he called proletarian ideals. His Dartmouth classmates regarded him as an eccentric, an utter misfit in college. After failing most of his courses, he dropped out halfway through his sophomore year and took a job with an insurance company in New York. Successful, he nevertheless quit his job in disgust one day and literally assumed a new life as a laboring man. His transformation seems to have been precipitated by the execution, in August 1927, of the Italian-born anarchists Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. It is difficult to tell what would have become of me. Dowlett wrote his sister, had not a couple of wops been burned to death in the electric chair of the state of Massachusetts on August 22, 1927. Determined to throttle the evidence of his earlier sheltered life, Dowlett went to work first as a social worker and then as a longshoreman and coal miner. After joining the Communist Party in 1929, he wrote his worried family, "Certainly now you must see that I am doing what I believe in, want to do best, and most enjoy doing. You must see that I am really happy." He spent a few months in Chicago, where, after speaking before a crowd of thousands, he was beaten by the notorious Red Squad of the city police. By 1932, Dowlett was a union organizer in Youngstown, Ohio, where he served on the front lines of the rough-and-tumble CIO campaign to bring steelworkers into the fold of organized labor. He bristled with physical courage in the often violent confrontations with the steel company's thugs. On several occasions, local police clapped him into jail to keep him from speaking at labor rallies. At one point he ran for mayor on the Communist Party ticket. Kitty, despite being his wife, was only allowed to join the Young Communist League after proving her commitment by hawking the Daily Worker on the streets and handing out leaflets to steelworkers. "I used to wear tennis shoes," she recalled, "when I handed out Communist Party leaflets at factory gates so that I could get a fast running start when the police arrived." Her party dues were 10 cents a week. The couple lived in a dilapidated boarding house for $5 rent a month and, ironically, survived on government relief checks of $12.50 every 2 weeks. Down the hallway for a time lived two other Communist Party stalwarts, John Gates and Arvo Custa Hallberg, who later changed his name to Gus Hall and rose to become chairman of the Communist Party USA. The house had a kitchen, Kitty later said, but the stove leaked and it was impossible to cook. Our food consisted of 2 meals a day, which we got at a grimy restaurant. During the summer of 1935 she served the party as its literary agent, which meant that she tried to encourage members to buy and read Marxist classics. Kitty stuck it out until 1936, when she told Joe that she could no longer live under such conditions. Joe's whole life was the party, and while Kitty hadn't abandoned her political beliefs, they began arguing. According to a mutual friend, Steve Nelson, Joe was a bit dogmatic about her reluctance to accept party loyalty as strongly as he did. In Joe's eyes, Kitty was just acting like a young, middle-class intellectual who couldn't quite see the working-class attitude. Kitty resented his condescension. After 2.5 years of living in extreme poverty, she announced that they had to separate. "The poverty became more and more depressing to me," she recalled. Finally, in June 1936, she fled to London, where her father had taken an assignment to build an industrial furnace. For a while she heard nothing from Dowlett, until one day she discovered that her mother had been intercepting his letters. Now eager for a reconciliation, she was pleased to learn that her husband was coming to Europe. Early in 1937, Dowlett had decided to volunteer to fight with a communist-sponsored brigade in the Spanish Civil War on behalf of the Republic and against the fascists. He and his old comrade Steve Nelson shipped out aboard the same cruise liner, the Queen Mary, in March 1937. Joe, clearly still in love, told Nelson that he had hopes that he and Kitty would soon work things out. Kitty was waiting for them at dockside when their ship arrived in Cherbourg, France. She and Joe spent a week together in Paris, with Nelson tagging along. "I was like a third wheel," Nelson recalled. "Kitty impressed me as a very cute young woman, not very tall, short, blonde, sick, and a very friendly type. She had brought enough money with her from London so that the three of them could stay in a decent hotel and eat out in good French restaurants." Nelson remembered eating exotic French cheeses and sipping wine over lunch as he listened to Kitty scheme about how much she wanted to accompany Joe to the battlefields in Spain. The problem was that the Communist Party had decided that wives could not join their husbands in Spain. Joe raised holy hell, Nelson recalled of these luncheons. He'd say, "This is bureaucratic, she could do a lot of work, she could drive an ambulance." Kitty was determined to go. But all their efforts to bend the rules were in vain. By the end of the week Dowlett was forced to leave Kitty behind as he and Nelson departed for Spain. On their last day together, Kitty took Dowlett and Nelson shopping for warm flannel shirts, wool-lined gloves and wool socks. She then returned to London to await an opportunity to rejoin her husband. They corresponded often and Kitty got in the habit of sending him a snapshot of herself each week. On their way into Spain, Dowlett and Nelson were arrested by French authorities. After a trial in April, they served a sentence of 20 days in prison and were then released. When Dowlett finally smuggled himself into Spain in late April, he wrote Kitty, "I adore you and can't wait to reach you, Albacete, and get your letter." By July, he was still writing her upbeat, glowing accounts of his experiences. "It's a bloody interesting country, a bloody interesting war and the most bloody interesting job of all the bloody interesting jobs I've ever had, to give the fascists a real bloody licking." Kitty had genuinely liked her husband's friend and took the trouble to write Nelson's wife, Margaret, a woman she had yet to meet, about their week in Paris together. "We had a nice few days," she wrote. "I don't suppose they were too good a preparation for the tough journey ahead, but they were fun." She reported that they had attended a splendid mass meeting of 30,000 people protesting the West's stance of strict neutrality in the Spanish Civil War. "The most thrilling part to us since we couldn't understand the speeches at the meeting was the subway ride there. Hundreds of young communist leaders held up the subway until they got on, singing the Internationale and shouting anti-fascist slogans. Everyone joined in and by the time we arrived at Grenelle, the meeting station, it seemed as if the whole of Paris was roaring out the Internationale. I may be the emotional type, though I doubt it, but it made me feel as though I'd suddenly grown triple my size, brought tears to my eyes, and made me want to shout a big belly roar." Kitty signed the letter, "Comradely yours, Kitty Dowlett." In Spain, Joe Dowlett was soon assigned as political commissar to the 500-man Mackenzie Papineau Battalion, a largely Canadian unit that by then had absorbed many American volunteers from the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. That summer, he and his men began their combat training. "Man, what a feeling of power you have when entrenched behind a heavy machine gun," he wrote Kitty. "You know how I always enjoyed gangster movies for the mere sound of the machine guns. Then you can imagine my joy at finally being on the business end of one." The war was not going well for the Republican cause. Dowlett and his men were outmanned and outgunned by the Spanish fascists, who were being supplied with aircraft and artillery by Germany and Italy. And, as Dowlett soon discovered, the Spanish left was further weakened by fierce, sometimes deadly, sectarian politics. In a letter to Kitty dated May 12, 1937, Dowlett ominously wrote that his Spanish communist superiors had promised a cleaning out of the anarchists among the troops. By that autumn, Dowlett was supervising trials of deserters. By one account, a handful of these men may have been executed. Dowlett himself became extremely unpopular with his own troops. These feelings, according to a friend of Dowlett's, amounted to near hatred. Some thought him an ideological zealot. According to a Comintern report dated October 9, 1937, a percentage of the men openly declare their dissatisfaction with Joe and there is some talk of removal. 4 days later, he went into battle for the first time, leading his battalion in an offensive against the fascist-held town of Fuentes del Ebro. A few days earlier, an old friend had found him at night sitting alone in a small hut by the faint light of a kerosene lamp. Dowlett confided that he felt lonely and knew that he was extremely unpopular. He said he was determined to prove to them that he was not one of those safe behind the line political officers. He would demonstrate his courage by being the first man over the parapet. When his friend argued that this might be a foolish way to lead an entire battalion, Dowlett was adamant. On the day of the battle, Dowlett kept his word. He was the first man out of the trenches and had advanced only a few yards toward the fascist lines when he was hit in the groin by machine gun fire. The battalion's machine gun commander later reported, "The attack started at 1:40 p.m. Joe Dowlett, battalion commissar, went over with the 1st Company on the left flank, where the fire was heaviest. He was leading the advance when he fell, mortally wounded. He behaved heroically until the very end, refusing to permit the first aid men to approach him in his exposed position. Suffering dreadfully, he was trying to crawl back to the trenches when a second round of machine gun fire killed him. He was barely 30 years old. Steve Nelson, who himself had been wounded in August, heard of Dowlett's death shortly afterwards while on a trip to Paris. Before his death, Dowlett had written Kitty, telling her that Nelson would be passing through Paris, so Kitty had decided to make the trip from London to meet him. She planned to go on from Paris to Spain. Knowing that he had to tell her the tragic news, Nelson arranged to meet her in the lobby of her hotel. She was crushed, Nelson recalled. She literally collapsed and hung on to me. I became a substitute for Joe, in a sense. She hugged me and cried, and I couldn't maintain my composure. When Kitty plaintively cried, "What am I going to do now?" Nelson on impulse invited her to move in with him and his wife, Margaret, back in New York. Kitty agreed, but not until Nelson talked her out of going on to Spain, where she thought she could volunteer as a hospital worker. Kitty returned to America, the 27-year-old widow of a CP war hero. The American Communist Party made sure that his sacrifice would be remembered. Party chief Earl Browder wrote that Dowlett had joined those who had given themselves completely to the task of stopping fascism. One of the party's few genuine Ivy League communists, Dowlett had become a martyr of the working class. With Kitty's permission, in 1938 the party published Letters from Spain, a collection of Joe's letters to his wife. Kitty spent a couple of months with the Nelsons in their cramped apartment in New York City. She saw some of Joe's old friends, all of whom were party members. Kitty herself later told government investigators that she had at some point met as acquaintances such well-known Communist Party officials as Earl Browder, John Gates, Gus Hall, John Steuben and John Williamson. But she said she had ceased to be a member of the party when she left Youngstown in June 1936 and stopped paying party dues. She seemed to be in a very unsettled state, Margaret Nelson recalled. I was under the impression that she was under a great emotional strain. Other friends testify that Kitty remained deeply affected by Dowlett's death for a long time. And then, in early 1938, she visited a friend in Philadelphia and decided to stay, enrolling in the University of Pennsylvania for the spring semester. She studied chemistry, math and biology and seemed ready, finally, to get her college degree. Sometime that spring or summer, she ran into a British-born doctor, Richard Stewart Harrison, whom she had known as a teenager. Harrison, a tall, handsome man with piercing blue eyes, had practiced medicine in England, and was then finishing an internship to become licensed in the United States. Older and apolitical, Harrison seemed to offer Kitty something she now desperately wanted, stability. Making another of her impetuous decisions, Kitty married Harrison on November 23, 1938. This marriage, she later said, was singularly unsuccessful from the start. She told a friend that it was an impossible marriage and that she was ready to leave him long before she did. Harrison soon left for Pasadena, where he had a residency lined up. Kitty stayed in Philadelphia and in June 1939 obtained her Bachelor of Arts degree, with honors in botany. 2 weeks later, she agreed to follow Harrison to California and maintain the pretense of a stable marriage because, she said, of his conviction that a divorce might ruin a rising young doctor. At 29, Kitty finally seemed ready to take charge of her own life. Although seemingly locked into a dead-end marriage, she now was determined to get on with her own career. Her main interest was botany, and that summer she won a research fellowship to begin graduate studies at the University of California's Los Angeles campus. Her ambition was to earn a doctorate and, perhaps, a professorship in botanical studies. In August 1939, she and Harrison attended the garden party in Pasadena where she met Oppenheimer. Kitty began her graduate studies at UCLA that autumn, but she did not forget the tall young man with such bright blue eyes. Sometime over the next few months they met again and began to date, and, though Kitty was still married, they made no effort to conceal the affair. They were frequently seen driving in Robert's Chrysler coupe. He would ride up, near my office, with this cute young girl, recalled Dr. Louis Hempelman, a physician who taught at Berkeley. She was very attractive. She was tiny, skinny as a rail, just like he was. They'd give each other a fond kiss and go their separate ways. Robert always had that pork pie hat on. In the spring of 1940, Oppenheimer, rather audaciously, invited Richard Harrison and Kitty to spend some time that summer at Perro Caliente. At the last moment, Dr. Harrison later told the FBI, he decided he could not go, but encouraged Kitty to go anyway. As it happened, Bob and Charlotte Serber had been invited by Oppie to come to the ranch at the same time, and when they drove into Berkeley from Urbana, Illinois, where Serber had been teaching, Oppie explained that he had invited the Harrisons but Richard couldn't make it. "Kitty might come alone," he said. "You could bring her with you. I'll leave it up to you. But if you do it might have serious consequences." Kitty went with the Serbers eagerly, and stayed a full 2 months on the ranch. Just a day or two after her arrival, Kitty and Robert, she always insisted on calling him Robert, rode horses to Catherine Page's dude ranch at Los Pinos. They spent the night and then rode back the next morning. They were followed a few hours later by Page, the woman whom young Oppenheimer had been so infatuated with in the summer of 1922, who mischievously presented Kitty with her nightgown, which she explained had been found under Robert's pillow at Los Pinos. At the end of the summer, Oppenheimer phoned Dr. Harrison to tell him that his wife was pregnant. The two men agreed that the thing to do was for Harrison to divorce Kitty so that Oppenheimer could marry her. It was all very civilized. Harrison told the FBI that he and the Oppenheimers were still on good terms and that he realized that they all had modern views concerning sex. Even though Bob Serber was a witness to the passionate affair of that summer of 1940, he was still astonished in October when he heard from Oppie that he was marrying. When told the news, he wasn't sure if Oppenheimer had said his prospective bride was Jean or Kitty. It could have been either. Oppenheimer had walked off with another man's wife, and some of his friends were genuinely scandalized. Oppie was not a womanizer, but he was the kind of man who was strongly attracted to women who were attracted to him. Kitty had been irresistible. One evening that autumn of 1940, Robert happened to share a platform with Steve Nelson at a Berkeley fundraiser on behalf of refugees from the Spanish Civil War. Newly arrived in San Francisco, Nelson had never heard of Oppenheimer. As the featured speaker, Oppenheimer said the fascist victory in Spain had led directly to the outbreak of general war in Europe. He argued that those like Nelson who had served in Spain had fought a delaying action. Afterwards, Oppenheimer approached Nelson, and with a broad smile said, "I'm going to marry a friend of yours, Steve." Nelson couldn't think who that could be. So Robert explained, "I'm going to marry Kitty." "Kitty Dowlett?" Nelson exclaimed. He had lost touch with her since her stay with him and Margaret in New York. "She's back there, sitting in the hall," Oppenheimer said, and he motioned to her to come up. The two old friends hugged and agreed to get together. Soon afterwards, the Nelsons came to the Oppenheimers for a picnic dinner. Sometime that autumn, Kitty moved to Reno, Nevada, for the required residency of 6 weeks, and there, on November 1, 1940, she obtained a divorce decree. That very day she married Robert in Virginia City, Nevada. A court janitor and a local clerk signed the marriage certificate as witnesses. By the time the newlyweds returned to Berkeley, Kitty was wearing a maternity dress. At the end of November, Margaret Nelson phoned Kitty to say that she had just given birth to a daughter, and that they had named the child Josie, in honor of Joe Dowlett. Kitty immediately invited the Nelsons to visit and use the spare bedroom in their new house. Over the next couple of years, the Nelsons visited the Oppenheimer household on numerous occasions, although the visits gradually grew less frequent. In later years, their children would play together. "I also saw Robert at Berkeley now and then," Nelson wrote in his memoirs, "because I was responsible for working with people from the university, getting them to conduct classes and discussions. They also had one-on-one meetings. An FBI wiretap, for instance, shows that Oppenheimer met with Nelson on Sunday, October 5, 1941, apparently to pass him a check for $100, earmarked as a donation for striking farm workers. But the relationship went far beyond political transactions. When Josie Nelson turned 2 in November 1942, Oppenheimer surprised her mother by turning up on their doorstep, bearing a gift for the child. Margaret was astounded and touched by this typical act of kindness. With all of his brilliance, she thought, there were very strong human qualities. Though pregnant, Kitty continued her biology studies and insisted to her friends that she still intended to make a professional career for herself as a botanist. Kitty was very excited about the fact that she was going back to school, Maggie Nelson said. She was very much taken up with that. But despite their common interest in science, Kitty and Robert were temperamentally poles apart. He was gentle, mild, recalled one friend who knew them both. She was strident, assertive, aggressive. But that's often what makes a good marriage, the opposites. Most of Robert's relatives were put off by Kitty. Plain-spoken Jackie Oppenheimer always thought she was a bitch and resented the way she thought Kitty cut Robert off from his friends. Decades later she vented her animosity. She could not stand sharing Robert with anyone, recalled Jackie. Kitty was a schemer. If Kitty wanted anything, she would always get it. She was a phony. All her political convictions were phony, all her ideas were borrowed. Honestly, she's one of the few really evil people I've known in my life. Kitty certainly had a sharp tongue and easily antagonized some of Robert's friends, but some thought her very smart. Chevalier considered her intelligence more intuitive than astute or profound. And as their friend Bob Serber recalled, everybody was talking about Kitty being a communist. But it was also true that she had a stabilizing influence on Robert's life. Her career, Serber said, was advancing Robert's career, which was the overwhelming, controlling influence on her from then on. Soon after their hasty wedding, Oppie and Kitty rented a large house at 10 Kenilworth Court, north of the campus. After selling his aging Chrysler coupe, he presented his bride with a new Cadillac. They nicknamed it Bombsight. Kitty persuaded her husband to dress in a style more suited to his station in life. And so he began for the first time to wear tweed jackets and more expensive suits. But he kept his brown pork pie hat. A certain stuffiness overcame me, he later confessed of married life. At this point in their marriage, Kitty was an excellent cook, and so they entertained frequently, inviting close friends like the Serbers, the Chevaliers and other Berkeley colleagues. Their liquor cabinet was always well stocked. One evening Maggie Nelson recalled a discussion in which Kitty confessed that their bill for liquor was even higher than their bill for food. One evening early in 1941, John Edsel, Robert's friend from his Harvard and Cambridge years, dropped by for dinner. Now a professor of chemistry, Edsel hadn't seen Robert in over a decade. He was startled by the change. The introspective boy he had known in Cambridge and Corsica was now a figure of commanding personality. I felt that he obviously was a far stronger person, Edsel recalled, that the inner crises that he had been through in those earlier years he had obviously worked out and achieved a great deal of inner resolution of them. I felt a sense of confidence and authority, although still tension and a lack of inner ease in some respects. He could reach and see intuitively things that most people would be able to follow only very slowly and hesitatingly, if at all. This was not only in physics, but in other things as well. By then, Robert was about to become a father. Their child was born on May 12, 1941, in Pasadena, where Oppenheimer was on his regular spring teaching schedule at Caltech. They christened the boy Peter, but Robert impishly nicknamed him Pronto. Kitty told some of her friends, tongue-in-cheek, that the 8-pound baby was premature. It had been a difficult pregnancy for Kitty, and that spring Oppenheimer himself was suffering from a case of infectious mononucleosis. By June, however, they had both recovered their health enough to invite the Chevaliers to visit them. They arrived in mid-June and spent a week catching up with their old friends. Hawken had recently befriended the surrealist artist Salvador Dali and spent the days sitting in Oppie's garden working on a translation of Dali's book The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. A few weeks later, Oppie and Kitty approached the Chevaliers to ask an enormous favor. Kitty badly needed a rest, Robert explained. Would the Chevaliers take 2-month-old Peter, along with his German nanny, while he and Kitty escaped to Perro Caliente for a month? Hawken saw the request as a confirmation of his own feeling that Oppie was his closest, most intimate friend. Deeply flattered, the Chevaliers promptly agreed and kept Peter for not 1 but 2 full months, until Kitty and Oppenheimer returned for the fall semester. This rather unusual arrangement, however, may have had long-term consequences for mother and child. Kitty never properly bonded with Peter. Even a year later, friends noticed that it was always Robert who took them into the baby's room and showed him off with obvious pride and delight. Kitty seemed quite uninterested, said this old friend. Robert felt reinvigorated almost as soon as he arrived at Perro Caliente. That first week he and Kitty found the energy to nail new shingles on the cabin's roof. They went for long rides in the mountains. One day Kitty showed her spunk by cantering her horse in a meadow while standing up in the saddle. Robert was pleased when in late July he ran into his old friend Hans Bethe, the Cornell physicist he had first met in Göttingen, and persuaded him to visit them at the ranch. Unfortunately, soon afterwards Robert was trampled by a horse he was trying to corral for Bethe to ride and had to have X-rays taken at the hospital in Santa Fe. In more ways than one, it was a memorable visit. Upon their return, the Oppenheimers retrieved baby Peter and moved into a newly purchased home at No. 1, Eagle Hill, in the hills overlooking Berkeley. Earlier that summer, Robert had briskly toured the house once and then immediately agreed to pay the full asking price of $22,500, plus another $5,300 for 2 adjoining lots. A Spanish-style, one-story villa with whitewashed walls and a red-tiled roof, their new home stood on a knoll surrounded on 3 sides by a steep wooded canyon. They had a stunning view of the sunset over the Golden Gate Bridge. The large living room had redwood floors, 12-foot-high beamed ceilings and windows on 3 sides. An image of a ferocious lion was carved into a massive stone fireplace. Floor-to-ceiling bookcases lined each end of the living room. French doors opened onto a lovely garden framed by live oak trees. The house came with a well-equipped kitchen and a separate apartment over the garage for guests. It was already partially furnished, and Barbara Chevalier helped Kitty with some of the interior decorating. Everyone thought it a charming, well-designed structure. Oppenheimer called it home for nearly a decade. Chapter 12. We were pulling the New Deal to the left. I had had about enough of the Spanish cause, and there were other and more pressing crises in the world. Robert Oppenheimer. On Sunday, January 29, 1939, Luis W. Alvarez, a promising young physicist who worked closely with Ernest Lawrence, was sitting in a barber's chair, reading the San Francisco Chronicle. Suddenly, he read a wire service story reporting that 2 German chemists, Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann, had successfully demonstrated that the uranium nucleus could be split into 2 or more parts. They had achieved fission by bombarding uranium, one of the heaviest of the elements, with neutrons. Stunned by this development, Alvarez stopped the barber in mid-snip, and ran all the way to the radiation laboratory to spread the word. When he told Oppenheimer the news, his reply was, "That's impossible." Oppenheimer then went to the blackboard and proceeded to prove mathematically that fission couldn't happen. Someone must have made a mistake. But the next day, Alvarez successfully repeated the experiment in his laboratory. I invited Robert over to see the very small natural alpha particle pulses on our oscilloscope and the tall, spiking fission pulses, 25 times larger. In less than 15 minutes he not only agreed that the reaction was authentic but also speculated that in the process extra neutrons would boil off that could be used to split more uranium atoms and thereby generate power or make bombs. It was amazing to see how rapidly his mind worked. Writing his Caltech colleague Willie Fowler a few days later, Oppie remarked, "The U business is unbelievable. We first saw it in the papers, wired for more dope, and have had a lot of reports since. Many points are still unclear. Where are the short-lived high-energy betas one would expect? In how many ways does the U come apart? At random, as one might guess, or only in certain ways? It is, I think, exciting, not in the rare way of positrons and mesotrons, but in a good honest practical way." Here was a significant discovery, and he could hardly contain his excitement. At the same time, he also saw its deadly implications. So I think it really not too improbable that a 10 cm cube of uranium deuteride, one should have something to slow the neutrons without capturing them, might very well blow itself to hell, he wrote his old friend George Uhlenbeck. Coincidentally, that same week, a 21-year-old graduate student named Joseph Weinberg found his way to room 219 in LeConte Hall and knocked on the door. Cocky and opinionated, Weinberg had been sent packing in mid-year by his physics professor at Wisconsin, Gregory Bright, who told him that Berkeley was one of the few places in the world where a person as crazy as you could be acceptable. He belonged with Oppenheimer, Bright had said, ignoring Weinberg's protests that Oppenheimer's papers in Physical Review were the only articles that he couldn't understand. There was a tremendous hubbub behind the door, Weinberg recalled, so I knocked very loudly and after a moment somebody sprang out with a great puff of smoke and noise as the door opened and closed again. "What the hell do you want?" the man asked Weinberg. "I'm seeking Professor J. Robert Oppenheimer," young Weinberg said. "Well, you found him," replied Oppenheimer. Behind the door, Weinberg could hear excited men shouting and arguing. "What are you doing here?" Oppenheimer asked. He had just come from Wisconsin, Weinberg explained. "And what did you do there?" "I worked with Professor Gregory Bright," replied Weinberg. "That's a lie," snapped Oppenheimer, "that's your first lie." "Sir. You're here," explained Oppenheimer. "You worked away from Bright, you worked loose from Bright." "That would be a more accurate statement," conceded Weinberg. "Very well," Oppenheimer said, "congratulations. Come in and join the madness." Oppenheimer introduced Weinberg to Ernest Lawrence, Linus Pauling, and several of Oppenheimer's graduate students, Hartland Snyder, Philip Morrison and Sidney M. Dankoff. Weinberg was astonished to meet these luminaries of physics. It was first names all around, which was ridiculous, he later recalled. Afterwards, Weinberg went out to lunch with Morrison and Dankoff and while sitting at a table in the Student Union restaurant, the Heartland, they discussed the significance of a telegram from Niels Bohr about the discovery of fission. Someone got out a napkin and began sketching a bomb based on the notion of a chain reaction. "On the basis of the data," said Weinberg, "we designed a bomb." Phil Morrison did some preliminary calculations and came to the conclusion that it wouldn't work, that the chain reaction would fizzle before exploding. "You see," Weinberg recalled, "at that time we didn't know that the uranium could eventually be purified and isolated in much greater concentrations, which of course could lead to fission." Within a week, Morrison recalls walking into Oppie's office and seeing on the blackboard a drawing, a very bad, an execrable drawing, of a bomb. The very next day, Oppenheimer sat down with Weinberg to define his course of study. "You think you're going to be a physicist," Oppie teased him, "so what have you done?" Flustered, Weinberg replied, "Do you mean lately?" Oppenheimer leaned back and roared with laughter. He didn't really expect a new graduate student to have done anything original. But Weinberg volunteered that he had worked on a theoretical problem and when he explained it, Oppenheimer interrupted to say, "You have this written up, of course." Weinberg didn't, but he rashly promised to have a paper ready the next morning. "He looked at me," Weinberg recalled, and said coldly, "How about 8:30 a.m.m.?" Trapped by his own cockiness, Weinberg spent the rest of the day and all night writing up that paper. He got it back from Oppenheimer a day later with one unpronounceable word scribbled across the flyleaf, Snoesigen. "I looked at him," Weinberg recalled, and he said, "Of course, you know what that means." Weinberg knew the word was Dutch slang, but he could decipher only just enough of it to know that it was a favorable comment. Oppie grinned and explained that, roughly translated, it meant ducky. "But why Dutch?" Weinberg asked. "That I cannot tell you, I dare not tell you," replied Oppie. He then spun around and left the room, closing the door behind him. A moment later, however, the door cracked open, Oppenheimer poked his head in the room and said, "I really shouldn't tell you but then maybe I owe it to you, because the paper reminded me of Paul Ehrenfest." Weinberg was stunned. He knew enough about Ehrenfest's reputation to grasp what Oppie was saying. "That was the only compliment he ever paid me." He loved Ehrenfest, who had the knack of making things luminously clear and witty and pregnant in the simplest terms. That same week, Oppenheimer flattered Weinberg by having him present this paper in place of a previously scheduled seminar. But afterwards, as if to compensate for the flattery, Oppenheimer told him with a sneer that what he had presented was kid stuff. There was, he said, a grown-up way to do this kind of problem, and he suggested that Weinberg should get onto it right away. Weinberg duly spent the next 3 months laboring to produce an elaborate calculation. In the end, he had to report back that he could find no trace of the empirical relationship that he had predicted from his initial and very simple-minded argument. "Now you have learned a lesson," Oppenheimer told him. "Sometimes the elaborate, the learned method, the grown-up method is not as good as the simple and childishly naive method. Weinberg was a devoted disciple of Bohr's even prior to his arrival in Berkeley. Like many physicists, he found himself attracted to the discipline chiefly because it promised to open the door to fundamental philosophical insights. "I was interested in the fun of tampering with the laws of nature," Weinberg said. And indeed, when for a period he considered dropping physics, he only continued with it after a friend encouraged him to read Niels Bohr's classic work Atomic Theory and the Description of Nature. "I read Bohr and I was reconciled with physics," Weinberg said. "It really reconverted me." In Bohr's hands, quantum theory became a joyous celebration of life. The day Weinberg arrived at Berkeley, he happened to mention to Phil Morrison that Bohr's book was one of the few volumes he had thought worth bringing along. Phil burst out laughing, because at Berkeley, among those in Oppenheimer's tight-knit circle, Bohr's little book was considered the Bible. Weinberg happily realized that at Berkeley, Bohr was God and Oppie was his prophet. When a student was stumped and just couldn't finish a paper, it was not unheard of for Oppie to just do it himself. One night in 1939, he invited Joe Weinberg and Hartland Snyder up to his home on Shasta Road. The two young graduate students had collaborated on a paper but felt unable to write a satisfactory conclusion. "He gave us the usual obligatory tumbler of whiskey," Weinberg recalled, "and he put on some music to keep me busy." Hartland drifted around looking at books while Oppie sat down at the typewriter. After a half hour he had hammered out the last paragraph. A beautiful paragraph. The paper, Stationary States of Scalar and Vector Fields, was published in Physical Review in 1940. Oppenheimer's lectures were invariably accompanied by a slew of formulas written on the blackboard. But like most theoreticians, he had no respect for mere formulas. Weinberg, whom Oppenheimer had come to regard as one of his brightest students, observed that mathematical formulas were like temporary handholds for a rock climber. Each handhold more or less dictates the position of the next handhold. A record of that, Weinberg said, is a record of a particular climb. It gives you very little of the shape of the rock. For Weinberg and others, being in a course with Oppie was like experiencing lightning flashes 5 or 10 times in an hour, so brief that you might have missed them. If you were scrounging formulas off a blackboard, you might very well not have known they were there at all. Very often these flashes were basic philosophical insights that placed physics in a human context. Oppenheimer thought that no one could be expected to learn quantum mechanics from books alone. The verbal wrestling inherent in the process of explanation is what opens the door to understanding. He never gave the same lecture twice. He was very keenly aware, Weinberg recalled, of the people in his class. He could look into the faces of his audience and suddenly decide to change his entire approach because he had sensed what their particular difficulties were with the subject at hand. Once he gave an entire lecture on a problem he knew would pique the interest of just one student. Afterwards, that student rushed up to him and said he wanted permission to tackle the problem. Oppenheimer replied, "Good, that's why I gave the seminar." Oppenheimer gave no final exams, but he handed out plenty of homework assignments. During each class hour he presented a non-Socratic lecture, delivered at high speed, recalled Ed Gurjoy, a graduate student from 1938 to 1942. Students felt free to interrupt Oppie with a question. He generally would answer patiently, Gurjoy said, unless the question was manifestly stupid, in which event his response was likely to be quite caustic. Oppenheimer was brusque with some students, but he treated those who were vulnerable with a gentle hand. One day when Weinberg was in Oppenheimer's office, he began rummaging through papers stacked on the trestle table in the center of the room. Picking out one paper, he began reading the first paragraph, oblivious to Oppie's irritated look. "This is an excellent proposal," Weinberg exclaimed, "I'd sure as hell like to work on it." To his astonishment, Oppenheimer replied curtly, "Put that down, put it back where you found it." When Weinberg asked what he had done wrong, Oppenheimer said, "That was not for you to find." A few weeks later, Weinberg heard that another student who was struggling to find a thesis topic had begun work on the proposal he had read that day. The student was a very genial, decent man, Weinberg recalled. But, unlike a few of us who enjoyed the kind of challenge that Oppie threw out like sparks, he was often baffled and nonplussed and ill at ease. Nobody had the courage to tell him, "Look, you're out of your depth." Weinberg now realized that Oppie had planted this thesis problem for this very student. It was a distinctly easy problem, but it was perfect for him, Weinberg said, and it got him his Ph.D. It would have been difficult for him to get it with Oppie if Oppie had treated him the way he treated me or Phil Morrison or Sid Dankoff. Instead, Weinberg insisted years later, Oppie nurtured this student as a father would have treated a baby learning to walk. He waited for him to discover that proposal accidentally, on his own terms, to pick it up and to express his interest, to find his way to it. He needed special treatment, and by God, Oppie was going to give it to him. It showed a great deal of love, sympathy, and human understanding. The student in question, Weinberg reported, went on to do distinguished work as an applied physicist. Weinberg quickly became a devoted member of Oppenheimer's inner circle. He knew that I adored him, Weinberg said, as we all did. Philip Morrison, Giovanni Rossi Lomanitz, David Bohm and Max Friedman were some of the other graduate students who regarded Oppenheimer as their mentor and role model during these years. These were unconventional young men who, in the words of Morrison, prided themselves on being self-conscious and daring intellectuals. All of them were studying theoretical physics. And all of them were active in one or another popular front cause. Some, like Philip Morrison and David Bohm, have acknowledged that they joined the Communist Party. Others were merely on the fringe. Joe Weinberg was probably in the party for at least a brief time. Morrison, born in 1915 in Pittsburgh, grew up not far from Kitty Oppenheimer's childhood home. After a public school education, he received a B.S. in physics from Carnegie Institute of Technology in 1936. That autumn, he went to Berkeley to study theoretical physics under Oppenheimer. A victim of childhood polio, he arrived on campus wearing a brace on one leg. As a child convalescing from the disease, he had spent a great deal of time in bed, and learned to speed read at 5 pages a minute. As a graduate student, Morrison impressed everyone with his wide range of knowledge about almost anything, from military history to physics. In 1936, he joined the Communist Party. But though he didn't hide his left-wing political views, neither did he advertise his party membership. His office mate at Berkeley in the late 1930s, Dale Corson, was unaware that Morrison was a CP member. "We were all close to communism at the time," Bohm recalled. Actually, until 1940-41, Bohm didn't have much sympathy for the Communist Party. But then, with the collapse of France, it seemed to him that no one but the Communists had the will to resist the Nazis. Indeed, many Europeans appeared to prefer the Nazis to the Russians. And I felt, Bohm said, that there was such a trend in America too. I thought the Nazis were a total threat to civilization. It seemed that the Russians were the only ones that were really fighting them. Then I began to listen to what they said more sympathetically. Late in the autumn of 1942, the newspapers were filled with accounts of the battle for Stalingrad. For a time that fall, it seemed as if the entire outcome of the war depended on the sacrifices being made by the Russian people. Weinberg later said that he and his friends suffered every day along with the Russian people. "No one can feel the way we felt," he recalled. "Even when we saw the sham of what was going on in the Soviet Union, of the show trials, we turned our eyes away from them." In November 1942, just as the Russians opened up an offensive to push the Nazis back from the outskirts of Stalingrad, Bohm began attending regular meetings at a Berkeley chapter of the Communist Party. Typically, 15 people might show up. After a while, Bohm found the meetings interminable, and decided that the group's various plans to stir up things on the campus didn't amount to much. I had the feeling that they were really rather ineffective. Gradually, Bohm just stopped attending. But he remained a passionate and enthusiastic intellectual Marxist, reading Marxist texts together with his closest friends at the time, Weinberg, Lomanitz and Bernard Peters. Phil Morrison recalled that his party unit meetings were attended by many people who were not communist. It would be very hard to say which members were communists. The meetings were often like college bowl sessions. They discussed, Morrison recalled, everything under the sun. As a cash-starved graduate student, Morrison was assessed party dues of a mere 25 cents a month. Morrison remained a party member through the Nazi-Soviet pact, but, like many of his American comrades, he drifted out of the party soon after Pearl Harbor. By then he was teaching at the University of Illinois, and his small party unit simply decided that their priority should be to assist the war effort, and that left no time for discussing politics. David Hawkins came to Berkeley in 1936 to study philosophy. Almost immediately, he fell in with a number of Oppenheimer's students, including Phil Morrison, David Bohm and Joe Weinberg. Hawkins encountered Oppenheimer one day at a meeting of the teachers' union. They were discussing the plight of underpaid teaching assistants, and Hawkins recalled being struck by Oppenheimer's eloquence and sympathetic demeanor. He was very persuasive, very cogent, elegant in language, and able to listen to what other people said and incorporate it in what he would say. I had the impression that he was a good politician in the sense that if several people spoke he could summarize what they said and they would discover that they had agreed with each other as a result of his summary. A great talent. Hawkins had met Frank Oppenheimer at Stanford and, like Frank, he joined the Communist Party in late 1937. Like the Oppenheimer brothers and many other academics, he was incensed by the anti-labor vigilantism sweeping California's farm factories. Even so, his political activities were very much part-time. He didn't meet a full-time party functionary like Steve Nelson until sometime in 1940. Like many in the academy, Hawkins felt it necessary to hide his affiliation with the party. "We were pretty secretive," he said, "we would have lost our jobs. You could be on the left, you could engage in some of these activities, but you couldn't say, 'I'm a Communist Party member.'" Hawkins didn't think about revolution either. The centralization of a technological society, he later said, made it very hard to think about barricades in the streets. We were self-consciously a left-wing component of the New Deal. We were pulling the New Deal to the left. That was our mission in life. It was an accurate description of Robert Oppenheimer's political objectives as well as his own. By 1941, Hawkins was active in local campus politics as a junior faculty member in the philosophy department. He participated in the same study groups attended by Weinberg, Morrison and others in private homes around Berkeley. "We were all very much interested in historical materialism and the theory of history," Hawkins recalled. "I was very much impressed with Phil, and he and I became close friends." Some of these meetings occurred in Oppenheimer's home. When asked years later whether he thought Oppenheimer had been a member of the party, Hawkins replied, "Not that I know of. But you know, again, I would say it wouldn't have mattered very much. In a sense, it's not an important question." He was clearly identified with many of these left-wing activities. Martin D. Kamen was another of Oppie's acolytes. A chemist by training, he had written his doctoral dissertation in Chicago on a problem in nuclear physics. In just a few years, he and another chemist, Sam Rubin, would use Lawrence's cyclotron to discover the radioactive isotope carbon-14. In early 1937, he followed a girlfriend to Berkeley, where Ernest Lawrence hired him for $1,000 a year to work in the rad lab. "It was like Mecca," Kamen recalled of Berkeley. Oppenheimer quickly learned that Kamen was a serious musician. He played the violin with Frank Oppenheimer, and enjoyed talking about literature and music. "I think he took a shine to me," Kamen said, "because I could talk to him about things other than physics." They spent a lot of time together from 1937 until the war broke out. Like everyone else who entered Oppenheimer's circle, Kamen admired the charismatic physicist. "Everyone sort of regarded him very affectionately as being sort of nuts," Kamen said. "He was very brilliant, but somehow superficial. He had the approach of a dilettante." At times, Kamen thought Oppie's eccentricities were calculated performances. Kamen recalled going with him to a New Year's Eve party at Estelle Kahn's home. On the drive over, Oppie said he knew Estelle lived on a particular street, but he had forgotten the number of the house. He remembered only that it was a multiple of 7. "So we drove up and down the street," Kamen recalled, "and finally found number 3528, a multiple of 7, all right. Thinking about it now, I wonder sometimes whether he wasn't pulling everybody's leg a little bit. He had this overwhelming temptation just to snow you." Kamen was no left-wing activist, and he certainly was never a communist. But he joined Oppenheimer on the Berkeley cocktail circuit, attending various fundraising affairs for the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee and Russian War Relief. Oppenheimer also involved him in an ill-fated attempt to organize a union at the radiation laboratory. It all began with a labor union election fight inside the Shell Development Company's plant in nearby Emeryville. Shell had a large number of white-collar workers, engineers and chemists who had Ph.D.S., many from Berkeley. A Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, sponsored union, the Federation of Architects, Engineers, Chemists and Technicians, FEC-CIO, launched an organizing drive in the plant. In response, Shell management was encouraging its employees to join a company union. At one point, a Shell chemist named David Adelson appealed to Oppenheimer to lend his prestige to the FEC organizing drive. Adelson belonged to a professional unit of the Alameda County, California, Communist Party, and he thought Oppenheimer would be sympathetic. He was right. One evening, Oppenheimer gave a union-sponsored talk at the Berkeley home of one of his former graduate students, Hervé Vogue, who was then employed by Shell. More than 15 people attended and listened respectfully as Oppenheimer talked about the likelihood of America getting into the war. When he spoke, recalled Vogue, everyone listened. In the autumn of 1941, Oppenheimer agreed to hold an organizing meeting in his Eagle Hill home, and, among others, he invited Martin Kamen to attend. "I was not happy about that," recalled Kamen, "but I said, yes, I'll come." Kamen was worried about the notion of recruiting employees of the radiation lab, who were now essentially working for the U.S. Army and had signed security pledges, into a controversial union like FAECT. But he came to the meeting and listened to Oppenheimer's union pitch. 15 people were present, including Oppenheimer's psychologist friend Ernest Hilgard, Joel Hildebrand of the Berkeley Chemistry Department, and a young British chemical engineer, George C. Eltonton, employed by the Shell Development Company. "We all sat in a circle in Oppenheimer's living room," Kamen recalled. "Everybody said, 'Yeah, it's great, it's marvelous.' When it came Kamen's turn to speak, he said, 'Wait. Has anybody told Ernest, Lawrence about this? We're working in the radiation lab and we have no independence in this matter. We have to get the permission of Lawrence on this.'" Oppenheimer had not anticipated this consideration and Kamen thought he seemed shaken by his interruption. The 2-hour meeting broke up without the unanimous support Oppenheimer had expected. A couple of days later, he found Kamen and said, "Gee, I don't know. Maybe I did the wrong thing." He then explained, "I went to see Lawrence, and Lawrence blew a gasket." Lawrence, whose politics had become increasingly conservative over the years, was incensed that a communist-backed union was trying to organize the people in his laboratory. When he demanded to know who was behind this, Oppenheimer insisted, "I can't tell you who they are. They'll have to come tell you themselves." Lawrence was furious, not only because he was violently opposed to his physicists and chemists joining a union, but because the incident demonstrated that his old friend was still wasting his precious time on left-wing politics. Lawrence had repeatedly scolded Oppenheimer about his left-wandering activities, but once again Oppie argued with his usual eloquence that scientists had a responsibility to help society's underdogs. No wonder Lawrence was annoyed. That autumn Lawrence was trying, unsuccessfully, to bring Oppenheimer aboard the bomb project. If he would just stop these nonsensical things, he complained to Kamen, we could get him on the project, but it's impossible to get the army to accept him. Oppenheimer backed OFF from the Union in the autumn of 1941, but the notion of organizing the scientists in the RAD lab did not die. A little more than a year later, in early 1943, Rossi Lomenitz, Irving David Fox, David Bohm, Bernard Peters and Max Friedman, all Oppenheimer students, did join the Union. Fact Local 25. The usual motivations for forming a union were conspicuously absent. Lomenitz, for one, was making $150 a month at the RAD lab, more than double his previous salary. No one had complaints about the working conditions, everyone in the lab was eager to put in as many hours as they could. It seemed like a dramatic thing to do, recalled Lomenitz. It was kind of a thing of youth. It was a ridiculous reason for forming a union. Friedman was persuaded by Lomenitz and Weinberg to be the organizer within the radiation laboratory. It was a title, I never did anything, he recalled. But he thought in principle it was a fine idea to form a union. Partly we were afraid of what the atom bomb might be used for. That was part of it. And part of it was that we thought the scientists shouldn't just be working on the bomb project, without any voice in what happens to their effort. The Union rapidly drew the attention of Army intelligence officers who had the radiation laboratory under surveillance, and in August 1943 the War Department was warned that several people inside the radiation laboratory were active communists. Joe Weinberg's name was mentioned. An attached intelligence report stated that Local 25 Effect was an organization known to be dominated and controlled by Communist Party members or Communist Party sympathizers. Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson weighed in with a note to the President, "Unless this can be at once stopped, I think the situation is very alarming." Soon afterwards, the CIO was formally asked by the Roosevelt administration to stop its organizing drive at the Berkeley lab. By 1943, however, Oppenheimer had long since turned his back on union organizing. He did so not because he had changed his political views but because he had come to the realization that unless he followed Lawrence's advice he would not be allowed to work on a project that he believed might be necessary to defeat Nazi Germany. During their arguments in the autumn of 1941 over his union organizing activities, Lawrence had told him that James B. Conant, the president of Harvard University, had rebuked him for having discussed fission calculations with Oppenheimer, who was not then officially in the bomb project. In point of fact, Oppenheimer had been collaborating with Lawrence since early 1941, when Lawrence began using his cyclotron to develop an electromagnetic process for separating uranium isotope 235, U-235, which might be necessary to create a nuclear explosion. Oppenheimer and many